If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, Sometimes a dream is just a dream. Sometimes it can change right in front of your eyes. Ooh, you're not mine. You may never be mine, but I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine.
The sunlight beats in, shines light on my whiskey eyes, pain in every pore. At my core, there's a war. Time is a melody, mind's in a minor key, and you could be here with me if you
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
You know, we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Wave waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. Heat in the mic, 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep them moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin of veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft and get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater there. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater there. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wave waters, brothers yelling black pride. Take off offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it french fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch. Cause I'm off the clock. I clock miles though, and I see them Angela Davises wanting miles though. That's why I keep it stepping with the samurai precision. I'm trying to change the color, David Banner, my decision. Blow it up and make it all green, and break it all down and share it with the team. So I ain't got time to sing Kumbaya till I'm cooping two-seater, just blew by ya. Travel at a high speed, it's me, you in my rear view. Still wanna sing, but honestly I can't hear you. Unless you talking as loud as the bass hit. It's Krilla and the boy Frank Nick, yeah.
We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found a soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC. The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep. The choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation, I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door, tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our
tonight.
cares behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
Dancing to
one.
and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light,
and the sound of the band,
if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little slower,
music might stop.
if we get a little closer,
Their heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. on the weekend. If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine.
The sunlight beats in, shines light on my whiskey eyes, pain in every pore. At my core, there's a war. Time is a melody. Mind's in a minor key, and you could be here with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The darkness lives strong, a trait I don't wish on anyone. But there's life under these roots, something more. Time is a melody, and mine's in a minor key, and you could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. Time is a melody, mine's in a minor key. You could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The end of the world.
You know, we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Way waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. Heat in a mic, 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep the moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin of veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft to get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wait waters, brothers yelling black pride. Take offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep, get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We
I
here.
thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it french fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch. Cause I'm off the clock. I clock miles though, and I see them Angela Davises wanting miles though. That's why I keep it stepping with the samurai precision. I'm trying to change the color, David Banner, my decision. Blow it up and make it all green, and break it all down and share it with the team. So I ain't got time to sing Kumbaya till I'm cooping two-seater, just blew by y'all. Travel at a high speed, it's me, you in my rear view. Still wanna sing, but honestly I can't hear you. Unless you talking as loud as the bass hit. It's Krilla and the boy Frank Nick, yeah.
We coming to a theater near. Burn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after what has been a nice little break. I feel like, Dagda, it has been a month and a bit, right? MSI has been on. Yeah. You've been representing the region. I've been sitting here watching, waiting for my time to get back onto broadcast. More importantly, for LPL to start, which it has as a Friday. And so for you to be back after what was like a measly 1.5 weeks break for you.
Yeah, it hasn't been a very long break. Look, I'm going to get into that in a second. First things first, can I say, I am very jealous of your shirt. That thing is
It's not bad.
phenomenal.
I literally pulled it out.
Shirt. Yeah.
I pulled it out. I'm like, you know
it's
what?
God damn.
We're coming back, Dagda. We're coming back. We need a bit of flavor and it's yeah, honestly, we'll never see this shirt again. Maybe on a finals one day, but that's if the studio lets me. But it's not bad. Thank you very much. You haven't had a break, though, Dagda. Let's get into that, man, because you've literally been on since the start of Spring Split.
Yeah, it's been a bit intense, LPL, LEC, EU Masters, MSI, and then I saw a lot of people get very nervous that I wasn't going to be on the LPL anymore because LEC put out an announcement and didn't say I was just a guest, but you're still stuck with me in the LPL,
Hey, you're doing two regions at once. I'm very impressed, and look, honestly, it'll be nice to see you on the LEC broadcast as well, but we're going to talk a little bit about LPL. It's week 2 all of a sudden. We've only had 3 broadcast days, but apparently we're moving on in a 10-week split. Let's have a quick chat about yesterday before we get into today and a little bit of the meta touches that we want to make, because yesterday I think was a really interesting day. Now, Dag, you want to start on Zoom there because Ultra Prime impressed you.
Yeah, I was really surprised. Well, look, I had high hopes, I'll say, but maybe keeping my expectations somewhat tapered as I was looking at that Ultra Prime roster, because I wanted to see what Zoom was going to be capable of. I wanted to see how the team was going to fit together. And honestly, I think they might be a little bit of a dark horse now for playoffs. This team looked exceptional yesterday, and now you've kind of got Elk and Chelsea, who were the core unit of this team, but certainly with Cryan stepping up, you have Zoom as well, being able to have these nice plays on the Kale. It feels like maybe we can actually have a bit of a happy time for Ultra Prime, even picking up the 2-0 win yesterday. And then we saw it later on in the day as well. LNG and BLG wasn't exactly the cleanest of games, I'll say. Quite messy on both sides, but LNG were able to come out with the win there.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive for me, right, because I saw the best of Doomby. The Corky game really stood out to me, and I'm kind of excited to watch LNG throughout the split, considering they were so disappointing for me in spring. They were meant to be, one of the super teams coming together, Doomby to level it up, but they just didn't quite get across the line. So we'll talk more about LNG as they come up, but for now, in the start of our week number 2, ladies and gentlemen, eyes fixed to the screen because it is a bit of a rehash of our first LPL day of this summer split, with all 4 teams making a return to the stage. Dagda, IG FPX is where we start, but Weibo Gaming EDG later. Dude, that is actually looking like such a good game.
I mean, look, I'm actually excited for both these. I think they're both going to be bangers. Even with IG and FPX still trying to pick up the first win, I expect that one is going to be a bloody battle nonetheless. And as you say, later on, Weibo versus EDG. I think with EDG kind of looking a bit back on form, Weibo are going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, hopefully, right? Like, Weibo is, another exciting team. We'll probably sit here all day and at least give you the best of all 17 teams we have. Let's go into IG FPX, Dagda. Both, by the way, our only ever LPL world champions, right? Other teams have won MSI like RNG, but IG, FPX 2018, 2019 respectively. Kind of exciting to see them with their new rosters onto the Rift. And I feel like you and I coming up into this series are going to be talking a lot about meta. So maybe before I get the horses too far in, let's talk about meta, because you've come off of MSI. You know the meta so damn well. And I'm curious for your take, as we've seen in the 3 series days of LPL already played.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's still we're seeing a lot of new things, but still some that are not too surprising, right? Like, you look up towards that top lane, and you've got these late game scalers that are coming in, because as we saw with the big revamp on, durability, these late game scalers, things that can't really be bullied out easily anymore, are having a little bit more prominence. You look at things like the Kale, the Gangplank was still there from MSI, Gwen as well, still leaning over from MSI, Jungle pretty much the exact same as MSI as well. But then when we look at the mid lane, this is rework central. Like, Ari getting a little bit of a rework just before MSI, now she's top of the meta, Swain as well, Talia and her rework. It feels like the mid lane meta is so up in the air at the moment as to what can be picked.
That's why it feels like there's a bit of a flare, right? That MSI meta that we got still remains true, but then there's adaptations. I love that you bring up the rework, the Swain change in passive. The Talia now throwing out so many more rocks, literally building a cubby house full of them. Dagda, walk me through to the bottom side, because 80 carries look quite similar. Some touches that we saw in MSI as well.
Yeah, I mean, the bot lane is all about the power couples, right? Like, we're seeing Lucian, Nami rise up as this super strong duo. Kalista, Renata, we've seen a little bit of. Actually, FPX used it really well against EDG, although Kalista has kind of been having a little bit more of an opportunity to pair off with some of the other supports that we've seen, like that Nautilus as well, which has also risen up. And then we're still seeing things like the Senna and Tam Kench kind of be very, very prominent as well. So certainly that bot lane is all about how you can try and pair up these super strong AD carries with the supports that they really want to. And Lucian, I mean, as you can see with Viego and Gwen, 100% presence, it is the go-to pick in the AD carry role.
Anything in here, Dagda, that you want to mention, or maybe not on here, that you're kind of looking for, like one of your little pocket picks you think you could see in the next couple of weeks?
Well, I know Ox brought up the top lane Olaf. I'm really hoping we get to see that at some stage just because it looks fun. But I think the really cool one for me is just the Swain. I think it's so cool that, like, because we're seeing things like the Kale and these kind of non-engaged top laners, and even things like the Viego be your big picks in the jungle, you're not really getting the big engage tools kind of coming through anymore on your top, your jungle, and even with enchanter support. So having Swain kind of be this like tank bruiser almost coming through from the mid lane, I think it's just a really cool adaptation to see and like how that shifts up the meta. So I think it's kind of awesome to see how things are starting to be a little bit more flexible with how teams like to play, having a meta and a style that can kind of suit them.
Especially, you just quickly talking about Swain, dude, 2017 EDG, way back in the day, Scout loved this. This was one of his little pocket picks that he always kind of brought out. Scout is such a good Swain player, so EDG later in the day, who knows if we get to see that. But Dagda, let's get into our first series, IG FPX. I was giving you a taste of the storyline before. It's 2018, 2019 World Champions, and you know, we've already had these guys played. They've already played their first series. Both of them were losses. And that's why we're calling it the day one switcheroo, because all four of our teams today have already played in the LPL on day number one.
Yeah, I love the way we're basically getting like a playoff bracket essentially, right? We have our two losers from each series are now facing off against each other. The two winners are going up against each other. You know, they'll go into the losers bracket again. Like, it's all just very nice and dandy, you know? Just kind of setting up for a day one playoff bout. But yeah, I'm very excited to kind of see how this goes, because it kind of gives us a bit of a temperature check for all these teams to kind of go, okay, well, you know, Weibo looked a bit shaky. EDG looked pretty good. How do we see them go? And then especially for IG and FPX, I want to see now if who can kind of get the better of their opposite side.
Yeah, because starting with IG, right, there have been, I guess, like, you know, stylistically, some expectations coming into this split that IG would improve. They haven't changed too much with the roster that was already talked about on the first broadcast. And for Invictus Gaming, Dagda, where do you want to start here? Because we know that there's a lot of points of new IG that need improvement, but it feels like IG is still trying to work out those pieces for now.
Yeah, it feels like it's a new split and a new style for Invictus Gaming right now, because when we look back at how they played in spring, right, there's two very distinct styles that we saw with Nani versus Zuko, right? Nani was definitely more of a team fighter, and he was bringing in things like the top lane volley bear and wanted to try and be more of that engaged tool, the strong front line to set up for the team fight. And then when we looked at Zuko, when he came in, it was much more about, hey, we're going to try and play the split push style, right? Like, Yukai is going to be on things like the Twisted Fate, the Galio, he's going to try and support Zuko through side lanes, and I thought Zuko had a really good understanding of how he wanted to try and play through sides. But that's not actually what we saw on their day one. And as we start to roll on into the clips, you'll see that, like, we actually still had a lot of issues with IG as they started to try and move into more of a team fighting style, right? Because you can see here that with Shun, he's trying to play more around the bottom side of the map, but they didn't look particularly comfortable in how they wanted to try and set that up. When we got in towards their early skirmishes as well, they were consistently trying to, like, overextend and push the boat that bit too far. So I think for IG, like, the way that they tried to set up a lot of their team fights wasn't quite there. You can see they weren't quite comfortable with this new style. And then finally as well, like, coming up to objective fights, they were attacking things from a very, very weird angle. So I think for this team, just trying to get themselves a little bit more situated and try and get used to this new team fighting style is going to take a while, especially with how different it was from their style last split.
Because it's fresher members, right? Like, Shun might have, you know, some experience now on IG, but Uekai, Zerka, we talked about. Shin Liu is Lucas, guys, so remember, he was on the team way back in the day too. He's just been between LDL and the LPL team. But, you know, there's a lot of moving parts changing here, and that's why, Dagda, I think this is the perfect time for you and I to introduce your new segment that I happen to make up. We're going to call it Dagda's Don'ts, because you're a very smart man. You're a very good color caster. We all know that. That represented at MSI, man, and perfect little graphic to tell us that Dagda's ultimate is not what you want to face, man, in the heat of the moment. So, Dagda, Dagda's don'ts. Dagda, started off. What is it for IG?
I hope I never ever give the audience my E, because that just looks so boring. But, yeah, as we start to come in, look, I gotta say, I think for IG, there's a couple of different things that I really want to see them do. I want to see them kind of correct the bot lane plays, because they've been going way too aggressive in that bottom lane. It's been punished them a lot, even just making silly mistakes. Like when we look into the clips here, Shinlu tries to just face check a bush against On. He ends up burning his flash and then ends up giving over a kill later on, where you get this repeat gank from Weibo. IG here as well, Wink going way too aggressive forward, ends up just giving an easy kill across to On, and it just felt like this was a mistake that started to compound on itself. And as well, then when we got in towards the mid game, their understanding of how to use mid priority wasn't there for neutral objectives. You see it here, right? Basically, they don't contest the mid wave at all. They end up getting the Rift Herald, yes, but Weibo were able to trade this into that mid lane tower. They even have the Shy pushing in the bottom lane as well, so he doesn't get the bot lane tower off that push, but ends up getting a ton of control there. They got bot side vision set up for Dragon. You need to just make sure that you're kind of getting all your eggs in line before you try and go for these plays. And it felt like, especially on IG's side, they just kind of forgot a couple of the steps, and Weibo were able to punish them.
So we'll summarize a bit, because I'm still distracted. You know, I'm sure, like, you know, a lot of people are going to be looking at the skill bar and what they max on Dagda first. But taking a step back, so silly mistakes we're talking about for the bottom lane, and especially with the mid lane priority that you're talking about. Maybe we say keep it simple, stupid, a bit of business terminology. They need to kiss the mid game, because Dagda, it feels like, you know, not dotting the I's and crossing the T's for the new Invictus Gaming team is going to be the biggest issue to look forward to here. Well, look at.
Yeah, definitely. I think just, you know, make sure you're not going over aggressive in bot lane, set up your mid lane priority and set up your waves correctly for neutral objectives, and then you kind of come in on an even footing for team.
Okay, well, look, that's simple. I appreciate that. We'll touch on that as we get into game number 1, especially. On the other side, FPX, our opponent today. Now, a bit of a surprise and a bit cheeky, to say the least. Dagda, FPX, not only did they get Baron in their first series, they actually played Baron well for once. Like, what's going on?
Yeah. I didn't know. I was like, I saw this 23 minutes, 24 minutes. I was like, you know what? It's time. The famous FPX Baron throw. They have no idea how to play it mid-game. We're going to completely toss it away. And then I was watching. I was like, game 1, they played around Baron incredibly well. You can see here, right? Shadow Who pushing in that top side. They're putting a really tough choice onto EDG. How do you defend your base against the split pushing Fiora versus also trying to keep Baron safe? And you can see here, Shadow Who gets the inhibitor, manages to get almost a Nexus turret as well. And as soon as EDG actually are forced to respond to this in the top side, then we get FPX up to make the Baron. And it felt like, at least watching these games, FPX had a better understanding of how they wanted to try and play the mid game.
Yep.
And now they did end up losing out eventually to EDG, but certainly you could kind of see how they were getting to grips with, oh, this is how we can set up for Baron. This is how we can play side lanes better. And that's kind of been the big issue with FPX from Spring Split. Was like, hey, they get off the bat super well. Like, they'd have these great early games, but then when it got to the mid game, they had no idea what they were supposed to be doing. And that's why we see these Baron throws. But now we're actually starting to see that improvement, and it's great to see for FPX.
And I truly wonder if it's because of Clid now settling into the roster, right? Came late in the Spring Split. They had Beich1 before. And so for FPX, now sitting with that roster, they're not running Gory. Remember, Gory left. He's over to PSG Talon in the PCS. It's only Care. Maybe more direction for FPX. So something to watch out for. And something to make me question, Dagda, what is your don't for this one? Because when FPX are improving and went up against an opponent like EDG, like, where do you start?
Yeah, I mean, the big one for me is I don't want to see these, like, kind of hands off the wheel supports. I want to see engaged supports. I don't want to see you pick Yuumi. Don't pick Yuumi for Hung. Like, it felt like whenever I see FPX, I want to look towards aggressive bot lanes. I want to see. I love how I have, like, even redder hair. It's just like, but yeah, don't pick Yuumi. What I really want to see is, like, them going aggressive in the bot lane. Like, I like things like the set where he's flashing in, he's burning summoner spells, and that seems to be the FPX way, right? It's like, play through this hyper aggressive bot lane, set them up for success, and then just absolutely destroy people in the mid game with the big advantage that you've gotten. And when you see things like the Yumi and these enchanters where you don't really have Hongim to have that same pressure in the bottom lane, it means that you're in a really bad spot for FPX. So I want to see them try and make something a little bit different here, where you're actually giving those tools to your bottom lane.
Oh, dude, it's rough when you see, you know, Dag to go into his rage bar, and it's a max, man. He's about to transform, so... A nice touch up there. We don't want to see Yumi. We want to see IG with their head on their shoulders coming into this mid game. I think it's an important series because, ladies and gentlemen, remember, they both took a loss in their first series to Weibo Gaming and to EDG, respectively. And for FPX and IG, they are very well-known organizations, not only here domestically in the LPL, but internationally. Now, Dagda, getting into pick and ban, we talked about 12.10, and we talked about the picks that we were seeing. Lucian is the 100% presence champion that's made it through to blue side for FPX.
Yeah, and it's been such a strong pick in that bottom lane as well, and especially when we're talking about like aggressive bottom lanes, this is definitely it for LWX and Hung, so I'm excited to see what they can try and do with that. On the opposite side, we got to see what the answer is going to be. Senna, probably going to be the pick, and there it is. I'd also expect the jungler to be picked up here as well. You could probably see the Viego locked in here for Shun, just because you have the Wukong band, and then Viego, Lee Sin tend to be the next two big picks that we see.
It looks like they're hovering a support for now. I'd be surprised because Hung is such a good Rakan, right? This is one of the players in the LPL in recent history. We've thought about mastering this champion. It'd be a nice little takeaway here for Xin Liu, but stick to what you know, stick to what the meta deserves. Senna, Tam, Kench, standard Dagda, which means you were talking about the Nami, which could be a reality here for FPX.
Yeah, I think it'll be the Nami, and then there's the Viego that we were talking about as well. And I'm kind of curious to see what the response is going to be from Shun. Like, the Lee Sin is the general answer that we see into the Viego. Great early skirmishing, works out super well for you. And as well, then you can kind of look to have these like invades where you can try and play aggressive. Yep. But I think that the curious thing for me is I've seen Shun 100% ban rate of the Kindred of them in the last series, and I don't think we'll see it, but I'm just keeping in the back of my mind that like people are kind of aware that Shun has this pocket pick, and maybe we'll actually get to see it.
Dagda, you absolute genius. This is why you get your own segment. This is why you get your own health bar. Even if it's not picked, Hover is good enough for me, dude, because Shun played this so much, and there you go. Okay. You absolute genius.
So this is why I was looking at it, right? Because I think you can kind of have a good amount of sustain, good amount of like damage coming through with the double AD carry setup. And then you're actually in a decent spot here where if you don't actually ban it as FPX, you go for something like the Swain for Uekai in the mid lane, you got decent front line there, and then it becomes a point of, okay, well, how do FPX try and play with this short range composition when you have so much survivability on this IG side?
Well, honestly, I've already got the Kindreds, enough variety for me. The Kale gets banned away, though. Let's start talking about what to expect alongside our meta discussion at the start. Kale, Gwen, both gone away. Dagda, what else was in the top lane that we were mentioning before?
Yeah, so the Kale, the GP. And the Gwen was the other one, but the Gwen's already gone. So I think looking at this, like, maybe the GP is it from Zika, but I think one of the biggest criticisms that we had about Zika in like splits previous was how inflexible he was in his champion pool. So I'm curious to see exactly what he goes for, because when you think back to like last split, he was very much like a big Gwen player with a lot of Jaces, and then once the kind of the Camille started to go as well, he was always forced back onto the Tryndamere. So I'm kind of curious if Zika is just kind of eyeing up something like this Camille here, because we've seen teams perfectly happy to take that Kale into the Camille, so maybe Zika just going, right, I don't want to deal with that.
Because the GP is now off the board, so those three top-tier top laners in the LPL are not going to be top in game number one. Nah is the other champion he's played here as well, Dagda, so the Jax goes. We're getting quite a lot taken off the board for those two top laners. And this is something that Shala, who absolutely smacked on against EDG in game number 2.
Yeah, he also blind picked it as well. There seems to be a couple of players that are happy to, and Zika is actually just going to go for it as well, right? So I think there's definitely like these players like Shelahu, Zika. I think Ala will probably start to pick this up as well as like Fiora can do really well, because at the end of the day, it's still very tough to try and get her in a lane. The durability updates kind of helping her as well to have that survivability, but I'm surprised to see them take the Fiora this early. Obviously, just worried Shadow would take it away. I would have preferred to see something like that Swain actually taken for Uekai here, and then you can kind of keep that counter pick for Zika.
True. I mean, but it looks like the other way around, right? Uekai are going to try for something in that mid lane. And I'm super curious because we get the Jace, we get a lot of heavy AD burst already coming through. Dagda, we need some form of AP here for Care.
Yeah, I mean, they keep hoping the Swain. I think Swain is just a good blind pick.
Okay.
The only thing you kind of have to be worried about here is maybe something like the Azir come through, because you are very short range on FPX's side, apart from Shelahu, and in theory, he's going to be dealing with Zik in the side lanes. So it could easily just be a case of, like, take the Azir, you got decent range here then between the Senna and the Azir, and you just try to play through that, but actually going to go for the Galio instead. Wow. So, I mean, this is, from IG, a very kind of defensive setup here with little engage. They're very much kind of like, okay, we're going to try and like keep FPX at bay, use the fact we got this double AD carry setup to try and beat out FPX, and then hopefully we can have Zika without in the side lanes.
Because a lot of the time in the LPL Dag, we see Galio as a follow-up, right? Like, especially with Sooning in the past, where big components of it, Angel and Bin on the Camille, Angel on the Galio. Here you mentioned limited engage on Invictus Gaming. Like, it's a time catch, okay, sure, but how does this operate? Like, how do you run this composition? Is it all about how Zerka on this Fiora gets ahead in the side lane or jungle? Like, set me up.
I mean, this is just full split push, right? Like, have Galio in a side lane, have Fiora in a side lane, and see then if you can try and outnumber people where you need to. The biggest problem, as you say, is like, usually when we think about side lane pressure, right, you want like some sort of engaged support, like an Alistar or something that can set up for dives, because you want to try and like push a lane and then quickly outnumber people in mid lane, or like transition that pressure into a side lane. I don't really know if you have that opportunity here, but at least if you want to go for like the double AD carry push in mid lane, you have the Tam Kench to try and keep them safe and make sure you've got a bit of decent peel for them there. So hopefully they should be able to make that work. But when you look across at FPX's side, it's far easier to operate, right? Like full just team fight, we're just going to get into your face. It is very short range, but just the ability to actually like find engages with the Swain, Nami wave, and that kind of stuff as well can try and set up for some nice little flank opportunities. Like I think you've got like multiple avenues of attack that you can try and use, whereas I think for IG, it becomes a lot more difficult if you ever fall behind with this composition to get back into the game.
Well, I'm interested because for Invictus Gaming, you know, there are a lot of questions about some of their drafts in the game in the first series that they played. And, you know, coming this time against FPX, Invictus Gaming need to bring some reputation into this split. If you're a new fan, IG have had a pretty long-term fall from grace. Ever since losing to NA to Team Liquid at MSI 2019, Invictus Gaming have gone downhill and have never really made that same splash in the scene. For FPX, right, 2019 was their year. After that, the same kind of fall down, but they won a domestic title. They then came back, and remember, it wasn't as harsh as IG. And Dagda, you know what I'm going to summarize this as two ex-world champions who really want to surprise and start looking towards a playoff spot in the start of the split because their reputation demands it.
Yeah, I mean, I think for both these teams, particularly FPX, it's definitely a squad that like you expect to try and get back in towards like higher up echelons of the playoff spots, but unfortunately starting off their campaign on a loss for both these squads is not exactly the way that you saw things going. And now I'm curious to see like how they're going to try and bounce back for this, because I think from IG's perspective, we're always looking at Shun, right? This guy's been the big player for this squad. He's been touted as a very strong jungler, despite the results that we've seen from IG. And especially when he's on a pocket pick like the Kindred, he needs to get the ball rolling early and see if it can go. But when I'm looking at the way these like lanes are kind of set up for him with like losing top, losing mid, it becomes quite difficult to try and set things up.
I think before we talk about jungle, though, we do need to go towards the top side because Zerka and Shallow are buffing heads. Zerka going in for the vitals, but Shallow getting an even trade back off of him. And while we are looking at the top side here on the camera, Dagda, just a quick reminder as to what you talked about as Zerka does get level 2, but Shallow pays the respect. You did mention that for IG, you know, their comp can be quite volatile, right? So run me through a little bit more of that and how you expect them to operate here in the early game.
Yeah, so the biggest problem that I see is like, you know, whenever you have a Kindred, you want to try and get into the enemy's jungle, right? You want to start getting a couple of these stacks, you want to kind of get into the enemy's face, but I mean, in theory, although Zik is doing a really good job of proving me wrong, Jay should have push in top lane just because the range advantage. Yuakai as well should kind of fall behind 2K in these early stages as well. So finding those windows of opportunity where you can play aggressive as Shun into the enemy jungle can be a little bit difficult. Even honestly with the losing bot lane with LWX and Hong having control there. So I'm curious to see how Shun is going to try and get access to the map. And especially if like you end up having full control here for FPX on the bottom side, well then you start to stack up dragons, you start to look towards Rift Heralds, and suddenly it becomes a lot more difficult for for IG to try and play these like side lanes out because they're just forced into these fights around neutral objectives.
And remember, dragons are still big, but attention to the top side, folks. Clid and Shun are about to meet up, and it's because the mark is on this Scuttle Crab. Uekai moving in, but Care is level 4. And as a Swain, it looks like he's still not going to press it further. So Shun has his time, will get his first mark of the game, especially with Zerka, once again, Dagda having to push out on the top side.
Yeah, and that's a big win. And a lot of that, as you say, coming from Zerka. Like, the fact that he got these really good early trades against Shelahu means that you're actually buying space for Shun. And that's going to be so key for setting up this Kindred, as you're kind of not quite able to connect there into Care. But if it's just even getting that first scuttle, so key for Shun.
Yeah, it really is. And again, Shun, this is his pocket pick. Kindred's come out before. Shinliu, perfect knockup. A flash from LWX on the bottom side. Both summoners down, and the Frog absolutely unclogs. First blood to Shinliu, and that was such a baller move in front of 3 people.
Yeah, Shinliu, I was a bit worried there for a second. He got a bit too far forward, but you got to unbench the Kench.
Yeah,
able
baby.
to tank up the damage, gets the kill. And that's exactly what we were talking about for IG at the start of the day, right? Saying, look, this bot lane has been a little bit shaky. We need to see them stand up, especially against LWX and Hong, who've been one of the best bot lanes that we have in the LPL, where IG just put them in their place.
Look at this guy, Dagda. I mean, this is how you play Tom Kench to an absolute boss move.
Yeah, and look, you can see there, getting the tongue lash, flashes forward for the auto attack. And that's the thing, people forget just how much damage Tahm Kench can do in these early stages. Yeah. It's absolutely absurd, the early damage that this thing can do.
And people need to remember as well, this is a farming Tahm Kench, so it's not a resource going to a support. It is a fasting center down in the bottom lane, which means that first blood over to Tahm is going to beef him up quite a lot. The Bami Cinder, the cloth armor picked up. This is a great start for the bottom lane of IG, and I think, Dagda, we didn't get time to talk about it, but some of the strengths coming through, I do feel like Wink and previously known as Lucas, now Shinliu, did have some real pop-off moments last split and bring kind of that ex-Jackie Love essence that we've been missing from IG.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the playing on a knife's edge style that like Jackie Love was kind of famous for, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Wink and Shinliu or Lucas, you know, they 9 times. Well, I'm not gonna say that actually. I was about to roast them a little bit too hard, but it definitely hasn't been exactly the most stellar performances. And a lot of the times we would see issues with IG's bot lane, and that's why we kind of saw them like basically like a rotating door, right? We had like so many different players that were down that bot lane, like. Even between the AD carries, we had 3 different members. We had like Shinliu trying to move in. We had another support that was trying to get in there as well. So you never really knew who you were actually going to get. And I like that they kind of settled with Wink and Shinliu now, but definitely this can be a lane that gets burned when they go that bit too far forward.
Remember, Dagda, we roasted Jackie Love, man. So if you're about to roast Wink and Shinliu, then that's okay. Maybe that's the element we're looking for. But at the very least, look, we'll touch on bottom if we see more action down there. Folks, for now, it has been a good objective start for Shun, who picked up the dragon. He already picked up his mark before, and look at where he's going, Dagda. The second scuttle spawn, the second mark. This Kindred is uncontested early game in the jungle, and is the perfect start for the IG.
And this was one of the things that I actually had a bit of an issue with from Clid when I looked at their last game against EDG. Just Clid very inactive in the early stages, right? Like, cool, you're stealing away some of these like camps on the top side, but realistically, like the fact that you're now going to lose your red buff on the bottom side to this Kindred, they got in the second scuttle, they got the second mark, like it felt like there was multiple opportunities where Clid could have tried to get in and influence these lanes, but we just never really saw it from him. And we're kind of seeing a very similar story here where Clid's playing a super passive early game, not linking up his lanes, but as I say that.
Well, maybe he's going to prove you wrong for now. Zerka gets caught out, but it is a level 7 Fiora with ult at the ready. Clid respects it, backs off, and just helps pressure up the top side. And Dagda, it's not half an hour, but 30 seconds actually, until Rift Herald in this top lane, and Clid now has control at the perfect time.
But the thing is, right, like, you now have full push on bot side because IG know where the enemy jungle is.
They do.
Actually, Uekai.
He's ascended.
But Yeah, I mean, look, you spot a clip top, so IG get pushed bot. Now they can actually look for a reset if they want to, but I'm not really sure what's going on in the bot lane. Like, you could reset and actually start to move up towards the Swift Tower if you want to. Is
Wait,
Zika
look,
all in on
top side,
top?
here we go. It's a grand challenge coming through. He has flash available as well, but 3 vitals left to go. And he can't find the angle. Unfortunately, Zuka has to back away and attempt at the very least to make sure that Shallahu has to walk slowly back to the top side.
Yeah, and now that should give decent control towards this top half, though, if Shun wants to try and move over towards Rift Child. You've even got push in mid. Like, this is a really good spot now for IG to be in, so they can look towards the neutral.
Well, Flid's found himself a bit of a pocket. It's onto Uekai and backs out once again. FPX with the 2v2, but Dagda, we saw on our screen, Demonic Ascension is down for another 30 seconds. FPX's bottom lane's moving, so is IG's. They're matching that. We're going to brawl up towards the top side, but for some reason, Uekai's gone in without the team. He's going to get a shielded round, but the Winds of War need to act fast. Onto Clint, they get the kill as the ult flies down. Uekai in the nick of time. The masterful bait coming through for the mid laner of IG.
And the aftershock coming in clutch, but we're still going.
Okay, well, IG moving up. Dagda, I think for now, they're pretty comfortable. They're going to start with the Herald there. 2-0 start here for IG and the objective. This is a 2k gold lead as well.
Yeah, and this was something that I wanted to touch on just with the Galio. Not opting in towards the Predator, taking the Aftershock instead for Uekai, so able to play super strong into that front line, absorb a ton of damage, and then even having the ultimate from Shun still available, who may need it.
Yeah, he might actually, but he's in the back of the pit. Shallow pushing him out. The Herald goes down. Objective gathered. It's 9 minutes into the game and still IG holding the reins. So Dagda, you know, we're talking about their mid game, but their early game, absolutely gorgeous so far.
Yeah, and I think this is something that, like, for IG, it's great to see just how well Shun has been able to operate in these early stages, right? Like, good understanding of where he needs to be, setting up now with both of these marks already, and he had marked Clid just before that fight, so that's 3 marks out of the 4 that Shun really needs to get going now, so he's going to be in such a good spot as this game starts to go forward, and we've even got a minute until the next dragon, so we'll have to see now if IG can start to set themselves up for that as well. And remember what we were talking about? IG, if they fell behind, were going to struggle. But if they can actually start to use this Rift Herald to, like, get towers down, get some gold into, like, Zika's hands, that's where they can actually have a ton of success in this game.
So while we're lulling about a bit, before the dragon comes up in 45 seconds, walk me through IG a little bit. We didn't talk about much about their win cons outside of draft, but we mentioned, you know, Jace range comes through. We have Swain, Viego, Lucian, Nami bottom lane. Where does FPX start working in their magic here in this game 1?
So for FPX, like, the big one for them is, like, trying to find team fights. That's why I would have liked to see them use the fact that essentially they had 3 pushing lanes. They should have been able to, like, look for early dragons and that, but with Zika doing a really good job topside, kind of put the wrench into the works there. Clid not being as active as I think he could have been in the early stages as well means that now you're seeing that, okay, well, IG have control of the board. And honestly, for IG, you can look at the dragon in 4 seconds if you want to, but I actually would have nearly preferred to see them, like, try and go for a play top instead, right? Trade dragon pressure for, like, the potential dive on towards the top laner, but we are all kind of buried ourselves around this dragon area instead, and Zika doesn't have TP yet, so you have to be very careful as IG.
I mean, honestly, you know, IG still pacing around with time, though. They're aware of this fact. Clid now spotted out as well. Shun has a level lead. He's got 7 CS over the enemy junglers. Hung might actually be caught here. The piercing light comes through, and Wink once again forcing out a summoner. Hung is out with the flash, and even though Care's here now, the IG bottom lane is flaunting it in game 1.
Yeah, and just giving a lot of control here on the bot side so IG can try and push in, but there's still 4 members, and Galio's back in mid.
All right, now with an ulti down here for Wink, FPX look for their angle. It's 4 versus 3. Uekai still hasn't made the move. He's dead in the middle, but the wave pushed out now finally. And FPX respecting the fact. No one's touched the dragon yet, Dagda. It just continues to be a bit of ping pong coming through, and Uekai, knowing this, is going to find himself free turret plating and more gold for Invictus Gaming off the back of the play.
Yeah, just knowing that, look, you've got Shun's ultimate there that can buy a bunch of time, so even if Uekai is slightly late to the play with the ultimate, you're still going to be coming in at a crucial time, at least buying space for IG to back away. So IG getting that mid priority that we were talking about at the start of the day, pushing it in, now using that to get the second dragon, and they still have the Rift Herald here, right? So if you want, Shun gets a quick reset, he walks back up topside, you've got full push and mid for Uekai. I wouldn't be surprised if we're setting up for a dive in this top lane.
Well, it's going to be a big one. Kraken Slayer now picked up as well here on the Kindred. It is going to be one of the first mythics alongside Care with the Leandries in the mid lane, and of course Shallow, who just picked up the Eclipse as well. So we are getting those first items coming across the board. And that Herald play you mentioned, Dagda, I'm so glad you did, because could set up here for that first item for Zerka, who's already doing so well in lane. And again, IG to continue this bit of a snowball that's just started rolling out of a couple of great map movements and a couple of great 2v2s that we saw in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Shun now moving into the mid lane, but he's very little time left on this, so it looks like it's going to be a quick slam down in the mid lane, but not the optimal of time. As you can see, like, the wave is already pushed in. Shun,
he's running in. Well, he's confident in his mid lane to come down with the hero's entrance onto Care. That's the mark, baby! Ultimate comes on down, and another bait from Invictus Gaming. FPX love walking into traps as Yuekai now with a Justice Punch into the air. The tidal wave is a bit of a tsunami on the back end, but FPX have lost another member. This early game continues to be all about IG.
and it's all coming off of Shun. I mean, look, the Rift Herald, not exactly the best of spots, right? Because Yukai was stuck underneath his tower, but being able to bait FPX in that bit too far forward, Care even flashing in to try and make the play happen, but Yukai's there with the ultimate, and now again we get to see just IG try and take over when it gets to this mid game. You're already looking at 2.5k or 2k gold lead, but Shallow who might answer a little bit in the top side.
I mean, the reason that it's not further right is because of Shallow, who with the turret plating he picked up, while the rest of the map seems to be burning down. Maybe LWX with his CS at 122, but still, Dagda, it's great news as Uekai is behind enemy lines, and IG want to continue this forward, but even spot on a ward, LWX and Hung have to be careful.
Yeah, cleared about to be spot on the top side as well, so IG know they're safe to go for this aggressive play, and you can see Clade at least trying to get something back in favor of FPX, because while the bottom half of the map is definitely winning for IG, you're looking towards that top side, and Shella, who has a decent CS lead for himself, getting those turret plates now, more than likely going to get the tower as well. This is where, if you can create these long lanes where Zika can't actually try and push forward, this could be an issue for IG.
Okay, well, turret now open, map open a little bit more as well, clenching some of that gold down to a little bit over 1,500 at this point, or a little bit under. Math was never my strong suit, so please don't blame me. But let's come back to it, Dagda. It's 15 minutes in. We've got 2 minutes till the next dragon. IG have picked up both. We have a 5-mark Kindred, by the way, who is pumping through to the second item now. Shun is back where he belongs, which is mid. He flashes for it. He's going to slow them all down, and Care just stuck in place. No flash available. Teleport used by FPX. Care trying to buy time, but Shun gets another kill. Lance Spike's not available as he gets flashed on, and FPX get their revenge, but now Uekai stuck in the middle, and Shallow, who the winning lane of FPX, is bringing some fire back into the bellies of the team.
And now FPX can start to take over when it comes towards getting vision control, looking towards this mid lane turret as well. Like, this is exactly what FPX needed to do to try and stop that momentum that IG were steadily bringing up. And with Shun flashing forward, going down, this is where FPX can start to equal out that gold.
This is what you told me, Dagda. Oh, top lane could be a problem for IG. Well, a good response after a very long play.
Yeah, and this is where you're kind of looking, going, okay, you just got the reset coming through from the Jace. You don't want to try and overextend on this play, especially post 14 minutes. And as you can see, Shun takes a ton of that extra terror damage. That ramping damage does so much now with the changes coming through in this patch, and Shun kind of biting the bullet there as a result.
I mean, look, he does go down, gives over some gold there. I believe it was Clit or Shallow who picking that one up. But either way, two core members on FPX. Gold is now even. Mid lane turret's broken down, and you can see that Hung now feeling it. Tidal Wave comes out back again. And Dagda, the fact that gold's even after an exemplary early game from IG is showing the respect of FPX and how they have been, you know, they won that game against EDG and how they've been coming together in spring as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that FPX have actually managed to hold on to a bunch of their towers here too, right?
Yeah.
And that makes things a lot easier against IG, because at the moment FPX would, at the moment IG would love to be able to try and spread the map and play out through sides, but...
Oh, Zika. Oh, he's caught out. He's going to track that one away. Good repel, and turns into a clear death. Hang on, IG have no business winning this, but they've started off with Shun surviving in the nick of time. The Lamb's respite. Make sure that Wolf stays by her side. And Invictus Gaming right back on the board in front of the Dragon, Dagda. This is number 3 with FPX thinking they had it in the bag.
Fantastic riposte from Zika there to actually get the play onto Clade, kill the jungler, get another dragon, and we're into a pause because I think we've had a pause literally every single day.
Cleve's not happy.
it's
He's like, I don't understand. We bursted. We did so much damage towards Fiora, but she survived. She ended up pressing W and it all went down.
Yeah, I stunned her. I hit damage on her, and none of the damage seemed to go through. I don't know what happened.
God damn, durability changes, Dagda.
I gotta say though, like that was pretty woeful from Clid. I'm not gonna lie. Like going in that aggressive when Fiora still has a riposte, and you don't have your bot lane in position. Like, I don't know. That never felt like it was going to be a good idea. So maybe that's why the pause was there. Maybe he sent himself like swinging in and didn't mean to, but definitely a little bit of a funky one, I'll say.
Yeah, no, funky's a good word for it. It's been a bit of a funky game though, right? Like IG have had this great little piece of an early game, and then FPX have just found this window, good punish with the teleport. And it does feel like, you know, we are going tit for tat a little bit here, Dagda. I think it's fair to say, and throwing blow for blow. But let's be real, FPX, IG still feel like they're the ones in the driver's seat, right? This is Triple Dragon now, and, you know, IG still have that Kindred that's ramped up almost towards 2 items. So it does feel like IG's early game has been, you know, something that's set them up for a potential game 1 win.
Yeah, but this is like, so when I look at split push comps, right, the way I think about it is like, you know what? It's really, really nice if you can get like first or second dragon, right? Because all that you really want to do is go, okay, we can buy space, buy time, right? Because we don't have to worry about like 3 dragons for another like 15 minutes. Now we can start to like rotate people around the map. Maybe we've gotten a couple of turrets for ourselves, you know, and then it becomes very easy to trade dragons for time and space on the map, right?
Sure.
And the whole way that like split push compositions don't want to work is like, okay, we take 2 or 3, like say 2 towers in each lane. We're keeping you pushed into the base. And then we never actually have to go for the team fight. Instead, what we're going to do is like push all lanes, and then we'll fall back and quickly take these neutral objectives before the enemy team can actually get into a place to contest.
It's kind of what FPX did, right? With Shallow and Fiora, like the same thing.
Say, the fact that IG are just killing FPX and now have 3 dragons is absolutely absurd. That's not the way this game is supposed to work, is there?
It's not. But they're winning it that way. And look, for IG, gold leads back up to that 2K. Now, folks, if you're wondering why we had a pause, Wink reported an in-game issue. That's obviously been fixed out, and no, you make your jokes about Clid, but it was not Clid. He got caught out there. IG found a really good pick before, and we're actually getting a replay of it now, Dagda, because, yeah, you're right. Clid thought he had it.
Yeah, but I mean, look how far forward he is, right? Like, you've got LWX who can only really jump in with the culling over the wall, doesn't want to actually try and dash over the wall because he's going to be in so much trouble. You've got a ton of survivability in IG, as we talked about already, between like the Tam Kench, the Lamb's Respite. I mean, hell, even having Yukai there to provide a bunch of the magic shield as well. Like, it's really tough to actually kill IG in these scenarios, and to kind of just launch yourself in there when you're never going to get a reset is just a terrible idea from Clid. But I mean, it now means that IG are on 3 dragons. You've got the opportunity now to again just try and play through side lanes if you want to, but honestly, when you've got like the amount of control you have and kind of the big leads you've got on things like this Kindred, you're looking at the Senna as well, who's going to be steadily stacking up this lethality. It actually gets pretty hard now for FPX.
Even let's put in Zerka, right? Because Zerka's at a comfortable position as a Fiora that went into the Jace lane and didn't do too badly. So right now for IG, we're going to see how they press this advantage with 3.5 minutes till the next dragon, with another Herald that's sitting there, but Shun backing away for now. We'll do a soul check and we'll do a mark check. I can tell you right now, 71 souls here on the center that in the replay in the bottom right was just eaten up. So Wink must have been caught out, saved by Shin Liu. As for marks, we'll keep you updated when we find out. But for now, Dagda, another turret going down. At least FPX are turret machines this game.
Yeah, and it's getting them go back in their pockets, which is why at least they keep it. Oh, shit.
Tsunami comes through once again, no pun intended, as LWX sends out a culling away with an Abyssal Voyage, and IG get away from certain murder, but FPX, you can see, a lot of bursts there, Dagda.
Yeah, and it should buy them a little bit of movement here as well, right? Because now you can actually have the mid lane push out, Jace can buy a bit of space, and they can actually find someone to deal with Yukai in this top lane, but we'll be a little late. This top lane tower is going to go down as the face-off.
The boys, okay, well, into the bush now, and we jump on in. A grand challenge start out. Zerka, again, doesn't have the angles. Gets 2 on Shallow, but it's going to time out. Shun's going to try and finish the job, but Clid is here, a level disadvantage, and might even have the boys behind him as well. Shun running in head first. The damage, massive. Look at the range. Senna rolls it down the line. The burn. Not enough, but under the turret. Now Shallow, who sees the rest of the gang turn up, and Invictus Gaming survived the turret ramping, survived to fight another day, and continue to womp on FPX in game 1.
IG are just playing this map so much better than FPX. You have the play coming in on the top side where Uakai gets that turret. Care tries to move up to react, but he doesn't have his TP available. So IG just body everyone on the bot side and go, cool, if we can just outnumber you here, we can continue to play out a game as we like. And we'll see it here, right? Shun knows, hey, look, we've got Uakai's about to TP in. The cavalry has arrived. We can bully FPX away from this turret. And even look at like where Lucian was on the map, right? You've LWX pushing in mid. You've got the Swain stuck in top lane. Like, how do you try and react to 5 men suddenly appearing on the spot side?
Dude, I missed that in the initial play, Dagda, but Hung flashing over the wall to ebb and flow his brother. I mean, that's what a true support does, and props to Hung, otherwise Clid most certainly would have died there. So a great save from the support, who's had a bit of a quiet game with a couple of tidal waves thrown out, but apart from that, nothing much has happened. Nice to see here that FPX at least survived by one of their junglers and then lose their top side. But Dagda, look at the gold and then tell me what's going to happen in 45 seconds, because that gold lead's extended and IG have a Hextech Dragon Soul up and the ready with 2 items on most of their carries.
Yeah, I mean, look, all the cards are IG's favor, right? They can look and try and contest this if you want. Like, the Hextech Soul is super nice for this composition. But even, like, say now, right, where you don't really have control over mid, just turn over towards the Baron, right? Like, you can start to bait FPX in, you can just shove down mid, you can go and collect that top wave that's about to go down as well.
Everfrost used to burn the flash. Uekai, again, aggressive as all in his nature. IG have burned a flash on Care Dagda, and they've got priority over the river in front of the Soul, and again, priority pretty much over 60% of the map.
Yeah, and now, ooh, Shadow Hoop coming in off the side. The whole
But
cavalry
they've seen
action from FPX. Yeah.
Dagda, they've seen it. They know they're there, and IG are feeling pretty confident right now back into the river. A Dragon looks like it's going to be started here, but IG, they want to start it before. Everfrost again, shielded Duran. Never moved, not connecting. And again, Zerka now spotted out over the wall. LWX is by himself. We're at a standoff. It's an old Western.
Yeah, Zuka being zoned away by LWX. This is where you can see IG, they don't want to be in this position. They don't really have the engage tools or the poke to answer for FPX.
Oh, it's a
but
flash,
we're going.
shielded Duran. Look at him go. Uekai wants it to end now. The beautiful Galio over the wall will make it clean as that, and Zerka on the chase. LWX by himself, and once again, the massive statue looks to fall over FPX in game number 1. Invictus Gaming, where was this last split?
This is so well played by IG. Getting that flash engage from Uekai as well sets them up beautifully. That's going to be the Dragon Soul for them. And I mean, honestly, with like these long death timers as well, they can kind of have their pick of the litter. I don't even know. They may just move straight over towards Baron.
It seems that way, right? Look who's on the map. Cleared has reset. There's only 2 members elsewise coming out of base. English is hard. I'll get there eventually. But Dagda starting up the Baron here. We've got double 80 carry, remember, I guess. How quick's it going to go?
Yeah, I mean, Fiora, double 80 carry, it's going to be pretty quick. Clid, though, want to see if he can get the steal, but this is falling fast.
Doesn't have flash, needs to use a Heartbreaker to get in super quick. Everfrost again, though. Uekai is the knight in shining armor as Care sitting through. Zuka over the wall. It's getting a bit messy. FPX, please no. We don't want to throw a Baron again, and they hold on. Dagda, it is not FPX of Spring. However, people are still dying, so I don't know where you want to leave this one.
Yeah, no, that didn't work out at all for IG. FPX actually managing to catch the throw from IG on this one. I mean, look, if they maybe got there a little bit faster, they might have been able to do it, but you could see they weren't really sure if they wanted to fully commit. And by the time they do, it's all over the place from IG. At FPX now, they can actually get a ton of gold back.
It feels like I was watching FPX of Spring, I guess I should have said, because IG, you know, now even with the Baron, losing the mid lane turret, FPX catching up in gold once again. It's 4,000 the difference, but IG now with Baron only on a couple of members. As we look at the replay again, and we're going to start at the Dragonfly.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that, like, see where Clid and Care are positioned here? Because you know Uekai's still in the pit, right? And he just flashes over the wall. FPX are in a terrible spot. And look, phenomenal engage from Uekai there. And now IG are just able to chase down multiple members and even get an LWX. But the thing is, they kind of spend so long chasing people out of the pit, rather than just going for the dragon. They're then slow on dragon, which means by the time they get to here, because we got the hex gates as well, FPX are able to show up very, very quickly. And unfortunately for them, like Zika has taken a ton of damage already. The ult there from the Kindred as well, not really helping out too much. And yes, they get the dragon or the Baron, but IG end up losing out so much in the gold department because FPX have the bounties that they've been able to try and clear up.
And I'm starting to get a little bit scared of Care after that play as well. So even though FPX are on the defensive path right now, waiting for that next fight is even Shallow, the damage onto Wink, half HP here for the center. Shun now joining in. It's 4 versus 5 though. FPX with the Aqua Prison again and Wink in the back line. IG are separated, but look at what's happening mid. Uekai using the time to start pushing that further.
And this is much more the style that we saw from IG in spring, right? Where you had Uekai and Zika trying to play through this split push oriented builds and making sure that you're able to have control over multiple different areas. And it was a successful time for IG. And it feels like even though they tried to go for this more, team fight oriented style against EDG, this is definitely a version, against Weibo, this is definitely a version that is working out better for them here as they're able to just completely pick apart the map here from FPX.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, you already talked about the split push pressure that can come through. On your side, a shout out to the observers or whoever's running spectator. 100 souls now on center, and because of that little pop-out, we know. Something that should be implemented everywhere else. I'm not sure about Mark, so Dagner, have you caught that one? Because Shun's range is pretty massive.
8! Yeah.
8, wow. That is why his range is absolutely massive. We're about to see it in action. Xiao Lao Hu, he's stuck between a statue and a random tadpole that's gotten a little bit too big. And now on the top side, IG, their push will continue, and FPX are just going to lose base fast.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you can already see them scrambling to try and get up towards this top side, but I mean, LWX can't really hold on to this very well. So IG, again, just playing out this map spectacularly, catching out members of FPX, and now Clid, I mean, he's on a wraparound, but I don't know if he wants to be there.
How good's this flank going to turn out for him? Waiting for the engage, but Uekai, once again, a solid brick wall that he can't get past, so IG burn the base in the top side, inhibitor broken over. It's only an 872 gold Baron power play, but nevertheless, Invictus Gaming have made it so this game 1 looks like it's in the bag, pending the next Baron and Dragon play.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe if FPX can make some sort of miracle steal, they find this like insane engage, maybe they can take this next fight, but it's just looking so difficult to do. And honestly, if I'm IG, I don't even try to make the play happen at Elder, right? Like, I just try and push in each of the lanes, then fall back when I'm in a position where FPX can't contest, because I think the only way you can lose this game as IG is if you actually try and go for the 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, right? A lot of these mid-tier teams in the LPL, 50-50's in their nature. Whether they choose it actively or not, Dagda, let's refer to FPX in spring. If anyone didn't watch last split, FPX were known as the Baron Flippers, right? And funnily enough, in that last Baron play, I got that vibe from Invictus Gaming. So anything's possible here with two teams that are kind of fighting around the outskirts of playoffs based on where they finished in spring, but more importantly, feel like that's where their skill level is. Dagda, you can interrupt me if you want, because look at IG setting themselves up for LWX. He's going to be caught out. The grand challenge coming through. Center ulti down the line as well, and Hero's entrance will line up that circle perfectly. As now Circle on the back line might not need to care. Uekai with the Everfrost. Man, FPX are in danger. It's like Ralph Wiggum on a bus without anyone around him. He needs help. Short on the side, though. Straight in with the Lamb's Respite, and Invictus Gaming have a bit of time to play with. Wink here healing up and Shun eaten up by Xin Liu. Some great plays from Invictus Game to keep the play going, but FPX are still alive. It was a 1-for-1, I think, in the end, Dagda. Well, 1-for-0, hardly anyone died.
Yeah, IG choose LWX, but they're not able to quite get him at the start, but they eventually finish him off, and now that Elder Dragon we were talking about is there. The wave was already in a position in the top side as well to put pressure onto this Nexus turret, which will barely stand, but Clid is here. Can he get the steal?
Oh, I'm so glad I'm back to casting. Tell you what, Hung's low, Clid's low, but it might not matter. The Miracle Steal, Clid needs this now, but in early. Care didn't coordinate us into the back line. It's Shun who secures. They'll trade him off, but the Elder buff is in IG's hand, and I don't know how you live through the days when the Dragon's burning you alive. IG will make it messy, but they'll make it their game 1.
And they've got the wave here in mid as well. They can start to push this in. TP even to the top side as well. They're all aiding. They want to finish this game right now.
Yeah, with the shield of Duran, the charge through. Look at that.
God.
Uekai is impressing me, Dagda. Rookie may be gone, but a little bit of a lifeblood left behind here with the mid laner Invictus Gaming. 7-2-7. That's a Galio performance I can be proud of when IG stands strong in the face of one of their old champions in FPX.
Yeah, a phenomenal game from IG here, right? Like, we talked about it from the get-go. Zuka having full control over this lane, where realistically, the J should have been able to put a decent amount of damage and have push in that lane. But,
yeah.
I mean, Zuka contesting the level 1 beautifully means that you actually don't have that push in top. Opens up the map for Shun to start getting some of these stacks. He has a fantastic early stages as well. And from that point forward, like, with Dragons going their way, Rift Heralds going their way, like, FPX just didn't get a look in.
I mean, there were a couple of good plays, right? But yeah, Clid getting caught out, then we're back to square one. IG acting like IG, you know, I guess of the past for me, there's a lot of emphasis on the oomph factor, as Munch would call it. A bit of mojo came in this game number 1 for IG. And Dagda, it's nice to see because we haven't had that for a little while, and it is only one game, and I feel like we got a touch of that against Weibo Gaming as well, but it does feel like now it's consistent to say that some of it is returning, and some of these players are stepping up to the plate a bit more consistently.
Yeah, and this definitely just felt like a comfort all around for IG, right? Like, we talk about Shun, his Nidalee, his Kindred are his 2 big pocket picks, and we got to see the Kindred popping off here. And we look at what was successful for IG in spring. It was these kind of split push compositions that we highlighted, like Uekai and the Twisted Fates and the Gallios. Well, that's what we got here. Zik on something that he can split push on.
Yeah.
It all just kind of worked out very nicely for IG. You could see that comfort starting to come through as well, as they knew very well how to try and play around their side lane. So I'm curious to see what the story will be if FPX can try and push them off this style, because that certainly seemed to be where Weibo were able to get a good amount of control, was just trying to find these moments where they could team fight. But I also got to kind of look again at FPX, because for me, Clid, this wasn't really a great game from him. It feels like he's playing far too slow a style for what FPX really want from him. And when I was looking at the series versus EDG, Care was actually the one doing a lot of roaming, trying to like cover the early game where Clid wasn't having those impact in the lanes. But I mean, this time around, Care just wasn't able to have the same sort of impact.
And let's take a step back to Clid. You brought out a point that I know you wanted to talk about in our opening segment, which Clid is not as proactive as a lot of junglers in the league. Like Shun, you were telling me that Shun gives up his own resources, right? And he really wants to try and get, you know, the rest of IG ahead. But for Clid, you know, it's kind of the opposite end of the spectrum where Clid is a bit more of a stagnant jungler.
Yeah, and we haven't really got to see like too much. I mean, when you look at like the KDA for Clid, right, it's like 1.4, and sure you can be like, oh, well, you know, he lost, it's not looking so hot, but I mean, realistically, if you look across the Shun, it's like 3.3, right? Like, he's been far more active in the early stages, actually trying to make plays happen, and I think that's why I have like my biggest the biggest weakness that I'm seeing on FPX right now is not that Clid isn't a good player, but it's just I need to see him pick up the pace. I need to see him actually interacting with the lanes more, because there are plenty of times where he could be making plays in towards lanes, like trying to, you know, summoner spells are burnt in the bot lane or in the mid lane. Let's try and make something happen there, but we never actually get to see that come to fruition.
Yeah, that lack of proactiveness, it kind of hurts, right? Especially when you see it on Viego, who you know can take over games massively, as said. Dagda, I just want to say, I'm so glad for this chart. You know, I've been seeing it, I've been looking at it, and like, it just adds so much to the broadcast.
How the hell is Uekai on a Galio out-damaged as Fiora and 280 carries?
True.
What the hell did this man have for breakfast? Like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, he smacked out. A lot of bonks going on towards the fountain, towards the end especially. That's why I was complimenting this guy, because Uekai's come in when this team was like, okay, do we play with Mole? Like, how are we going to position mid? And I think IG, for a while since losing Rookie, have had an issue with that massive drop down in talent. You can say the same about top lane, but let's be real. The Shy wasn't playing well since 2019, like spring. And you know, summer he started going downhill a bit. I can say that. I work on this broadcast and I'm comfortable in my position that I won't get fired off that comment. Now, Dagda, you know, filling that gap, Uekai obviously has a long way to go, but I'm confident, man, that this IG playing like that can continuously getting better and better. Now, only game one. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we'll see if the old world champions in IG versus FPX have something new to show in game two.
about 5 or 6 in the bot lane. So it is still the lane dominance that we expected to see, but now we're going to see a hook coming out. Beautifully caught out there as they jump onto light. The exhaust is going to be enough. Excuse me, not the exhaust. The ignite may not be enough as Crisp is now taking a bad trade, but they have the Gangplank ultimate to trade it back.
The teams have swapped sides of some disrespect here. It's IG on the top side of the Baron now, and they don't really know how to get home. Weibo denying them entry. And that's massive damage onto the backline. SFM behind the enemy lines. In goes on with a 3-man taunt, and in go the rest of the team. Wink will fall. Shinliu goes down as well, and IG have been torn asunder. Berserker is on Gwen, finds one answer, but it's only going to be the one. Maybe try and look for vision around Baron. They already have decent vision control here, but EDG want to pick as the chomp comes through onto Hung. Looking Kalista ult to save his life, but actually Scout doesn't get to move, doesn't get to play. As Viper has to retreat on the play. Hung flashing forward to try and find more. JJ won't go until the Dawning Shadow arrives. Great kick across the team. Care turns golden, but he's down as well, and it's a kill for Flandre. Mako flashing forward. With a Kalista, it's always going to be hard. There's Drake taken by Weibo. IG want to fight for themselves, but Wink can't really get in just yet. Hostile takeover goes wide. Yukai into the back, but one bunk pulls out to safety. SFM in the middle of everyone. That's a huge pull-in. Do they have the damage? It's also onto one bunk. He cleanses it. SFM goes down. Double kill for Yukai. In comes the Shy, though, to try and answer. Angel gets one. Dashes out the backside of the fight. In goes the Shy. The solo laners come up huge for Weibo. It's a triple kill. Make it a quadra for Angel.
Oh no! Doesn't matter. He might not be able to stack up any at all. That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh! Hope with the slam down. Shadow Surge is gonna miss because of the flash. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into Knight. Knight has the flash away. What plays coming out from JDG? They have woken up.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window. And we
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL, and have a look at this. On my screen, I see nothing, but for you guys, you probably see some cool-looking buildings around the city. Now, right now, I am in Australia, and Dagda is in Ireland. I don't know how to butcher Ireland.
Yeah, Ireland. Well, I say Ireland. Yeah, I think it's more
Ireland.
an Irish thing. Ireland. Yeah.
In Mandarin, it's Ireland. So I don't know. It's a bit sassy to it. Hey,
You can say Era if you want to, which is the Irish for Ireland.
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it? What were we talking about? LPL. Yeah, we're back. And look, game one, IG kicked the heart out of FPX's chest. And look, Kai getting MVP. No surprise to you or I for sure. That Galio was tainted with some cool mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, Kai, what a guy. You know, like 29.5%. Oh, no, Galio, this breaks my brain. How do you have nearly 30% of your team's damage on Galio? It's Aftershock Galio as well. You're not even doing damage.
True.
But look, Kai looking real good on this. And, I mean, we saw from the early stages, right? Like, setting up really well with Shun. And I genuinely thought he was just enabling Shun to be the real carry. But Kai knows that he's actually the only person that needs any of the gold, all of the kills, all of the money. Because when he's able to have a performance like this, there's no doubt that this guy is looking absolutely incredible.
And to be fair, Care had a decent performance on the Swain, couple of good plays around the Baron. I think Kai was just so consistent that game, and we saw that IG were given a couple of comfort picks. Like, we got the Senatarm once again, so meta reliant. Shun on his Kindred has been banned against him, as you said, in the Weibo Gaming series, their first series of the split, and there is a reason for it because it was so solid and got away scot-free in the first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams giving respect to both the Kindred and the Nidalee, but you can see there, like, the second he gets through, it's so good at, like, kind of understanding how well he can farm up, setting himself up as a carry, and I think especially for IG, like, when you look at, like, Kai, as we said, like, seems to have the most success in these more kind of facilitator champions, like the Twisted Fates, the Galios, these kind of things. Yep. I think it makes sense that they're trying to lean into, hey, if we can go for a carry jungler or we can go for a split push top, that's realistically where IG are going to find the most success.
Yeah, again, seeing that Fiora come through, it's a bold move considering that Xiao Hu, it was the game 2 winning play for FPX where Xiao Hu's Fiora was just taking over. I shouldn't say winning play, but you know what I mean. And Dagda, as we get into ban pick once again, let's talk a little bit about that first rotation because it was a Lucian priority from FPX in game number 1 where it felt like IG were comfortable handing that over in exchange for a pretty stable bottom lane themselves.
It's actually really interesting to see because Lucian Nami, like, still a very strong lane. But the last couple of times we've seen in LPL, we've actually seen it kind of fall behind just at the level 2. Because realistically, you come online at like level 3 with this Lucian Nami because you get the full combo from Lucian, you get all the added damage coming through from Nami being able to buff you, and you just pop off. But level 2 seems to be just the bane of the existence for the Lucian Nami. So we'll have to see if IG are comfortable letting that one through again. True. Kindred is going to be banned away this time with FPX giving it its due respect.
All right, we've also got standard bans like the like the Callista that needs to be mentioned, Gwen, Wukong, all the things you expect in this meta. A little shout out to Shun, another pocket pick as well. The Nidalee is one of his favorites in the past. Now, outside of the Kindred, he's only ever played that Wukong, so we will get a brand new champion this split for Shun in the jungle this time around.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what he's going to go for. But I'm also curious to see what the plan is here for IG, because something that kind of slipped through the ban phase last time was the Ahri. So I'm curious to see if Yukai wants to try and go towards that, or if he's happy again, he just kind of like maybe look for a later counter pick, or if he wants to try and again kind of lean back into the Twisted Fates and the Gallios.
True. Hey, bottom lane first though, right? Because this happened in the first series of the split.
Okay.
And Wink brings it back again. Now, I said this man was reliving Jackie Love on IG, and I truly meant it. He had the sass in game number 1, had a pretty clean game. Draven comes out, and Tyler 1 fans everywhere getting pretty excited.
I mean, I'm hyped for this. And I love that, like, they brought out the Draven as, like, the ode to Jackie Love, playing against Wanfeng, who trained under Jackie Love. It was like the full circle of Jackie Love in that game. But we are going to see now how they're going to try and pair up, because undoubtedly that is going to be the Nami picked up here for the next rotation. And do we just go back towards the Viego for Clid? He seems to be most comfortable on it. But I just want to see him have a little bit more action down towards this bot lane, because by God, IG are going to be putting all their eggs into this Wink basket.
Yeah, because if it goes downhill, I mean, if Wink gets ahead, this game feels pretty scary, and I'm curious to how IG pair this together. Dagda, you talked about a facilitating mid laner, and especially this time with the Draven. I wonder if that works out.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Like, I wouldn't mind the Ahri. I wouldn't mind.
Whoa.
Okay.
Shun is a different beast, hey.
Oh.
Shun is just different. You know, he's just bred different, apparently. Because Kindred game 1, Diana game 2. Now, on the cheat sheet, Dagda, I don't remember reading anything about Diana.
See, this was the thing, right? We actually did see this a little bit at MSI, but it's usually paired with like a Yasuo or an AD mid laner, these kind of things, right? So I'm really curious to see what the game plan is for IG here, because in my mind I was like, oh, we'll probably see something like the Talia or some kind of like pushing mid, so then you can like roam down to the bottom side, maybe an Ahri, like go and play towards the Draven, get this Draven up and rolling. But the fact that you're going for the Diana means that you're not really going to be making much plays pre-6. Chances are you're going for a Yasuo, which will probably be banned away, thank you, or the Yone, or something along these lines. But these like AD like melee threats tend to be pushed in early, so you don't get to have that same sort of roaming pressure in the early stages. So I'm curious like what the game plan is here for IG.
Yeah, again, you already mentioned it. Yone might be next on the list here for FPX to ban away. And it makes me question, you know, what Zerka does this time around with Draven already coming through. We're getting a couple of the meta bans up in the top side. Gangplank as well, Dagda, surprisingly banned away. It looks like, again, IG's priority is going to be tending towards that Diana partnership. And so far this split, I mean, they've had some of the most fun, confusing, but definitely fun drafts we've been watching.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, look, we could easily just get something like the Blood Fiora again here for IG, right? Like, not exactly the pick that I thought would be the most successful, but I mean, if it's working, it's working, right? So I'm really curious to see what the game plan is here.
I truly wonder, though, Dagda, if then Xiaolahu, you know, he's got a little bit more open up in the top side this time around. I say that, but there's 4 top side bans, but I'm kind of mentioning things like the Camille still there. The Fiora, if it's not picked open, could actually go to Xiaolahu once again. So what do we get? Hang on a minute. What is happening with IG? I just don't understand. Jax was banned last game, and that was one of the top side picks I was saying is open. Zerka's going to take it through this time around.
Yeah, I'm so like, I kind of got pretty like the Jax, because it's like, okay, cool. Chances are Xiaolahu going to go towards something that you can have the Jax go reasonably well. Zico wants to try and play off into a side lane, and again, I think these late game scalers that can survive the early game a little bit easier because the durability patch work out super well. But I'm like, FPX going to take the Fiora, who can do reasonably well into the Jax, so not going to be an issue. Now you got to see, okay, Care, if you go towards the Twisted Fates, has both sides of the lane that he can play, or sides of the map he can play towards, like giving resources to this Fiora to make it even more difficult for Zika to really try and pressure that lane. You're going to be able to try and shut down this Draven in the early stages as well. So I think it could work out super well, but Care actually going to go back towards the Swain, which I'm only so on. I think I would have preferred to see the Twisted Fate, but here we are.
I'm just mostly curious as to what finishes off in the mid lane. We've seen the Galio in game number 1, but we get a set solo lane. That's a Nautilus bot, folks, so I feel like IG are just full of surprises, Dagda, and now as a color caster, as the big brain on broadcast, you're going to tell me what this comp does well, because I feel like I'm heading in the right direction if I start saying it.
So definitely you're kind of looking at IG trying to play still around like the great setup in the mid lane, right? Like one of the big things that you see with Diana Yasuo is like, hey, you know, the Yasuo is going to try and go... the Diana goes in, ults, sets up pretty well for the Yasuo to deal damage. Same kind of idea here where either the second setup with the Facebreaker, you have the Diana set up to have the set follow up. So this is where you can kind of see like it's still that 1-2 combo in the mid lane. But the thing is, you still got a ton of fighting power then when you get in towards this these mid game fights, because you're going to have Set who can set up for these engages super well, great follow up with the Diana. And if you end up in a position where Set can hit multiple people with like an ultimate into a Facebreaker, Diana follows up, that's an incredibly strong combo with the true damage coming through from the Set as well.
Yeah, but once it's all down, Dagda, I truly wonder what's going to happen. Again, we're seeing a Draven come through this time with the Nautilus. Remember that all the conversation was about these Enchanter supports. We're getting a lot more Lucian, the Callista, the Senna. Wink is like nuts to that. I played it in week number 1. I played it in the first game day back. And Wink, once again, his second game of Draven in the split. Almost did it. And I'm curious to see this one because we know that Eyes are going to be in the bottom lane, Dagda. We know that IG want this to roll straight away. And you're going to walk me through how it happens because Invictus Gaming in game number 1 looked in control. Their Baron play was the only risky play of the game, but everything else was clean enough. And now they've just come out with a completely different draft in game number 2 that screams that everything has to line up perfectly.
Yeah, so I kind of like the way IG have kind of set this one up, right? Because when you look at this, like Uakai in the mid lane, Kair, the Swain doesn't have a huge amount of range in this lane, and his poke isn't incredibly high because of that lack of range. So for Uakai, I think you get a reasonable amount of time to try and like scale up in this lane and actually become that big mid lane threat. Level 6 is incredibly potent for them, especially Uakai taking the ignite here as well. So I think you've got like a really nice 1-2 combo in the mid that can then, you know, kill Kair, or at least maybe force a flash, and then lean into the bot side to try and help Wink. Because I do agree with you, Asterix, like, if at least the bot side of the map for IG doesn't get ahead, it just completely comes off the rails then. And Zika just won't have the presence that he wants to try and play into that side lane split push.
Yeah, so again, I'll take your words and I'll start looking towards how mid actually interacts in the early state and how Uakai gets through it. Also, as well, Shun's pathing. He will be heading towards the bottom side as Wink and Shinliu, as he's now called, just started up the blue buff, faking the leash here. Maybe Turbo 5-head Big Brain, Dagda. What do you think?
Yeah, especially because you don't actually have any deep vision here for FPX, and Clid realistically would like to try and find these duels against Shun in the early stages. You've actually got like a ton of pressure here as Clid against this Diana pre-6, so Clid got to probably try and find an opportunity to like fight around topside scuttle, but unfortunately Diana, because she's kind of hitting her clear, will actually be in the bot side and going to be playing down towards Wink and Xin Lu, which could catch LWX and Hung off guard.
Yeah, I mean, you can see already that, look, Shallow, who for the time being pushing up to the top side, probably feeling confident. There was a missing ping going up towards top now. I haven't been tracking vision control, but as we move away with the Diana,
so I think that's more. I think it's actually that's proof that FPX are completely bamboozled here, because I think Clid is like pinging, hey, Diana is somewhere in this top side, but she's actually pathing down towards the bottom side, because if he'd got the help on the clear, Shun would have been moving into his top side at that point in time. So FPX actually have lost track of where Shun is, but I don't really think you can do particularly much here as the Diana anyway. Like, you are still a Diana, you don't do a huge amount pre-6, but at least it does buy some breathing room for the IG jungler where he won't have Clid in his face.
Yeah, again, you know, nice little starting move here from Wink and Shinliu as they had to push down to the bottom side. Dredgeline great as well. There's the double exhaust from both sides, and LWX and Wink fight at it. That's an exhaust for exhaust, and IG gets such a better trade as you expect from the Draven, who's now level 3 and has a massive wave behind him.
And Uakai also moving down from the mid lane. This is what we were looking for.
Dagda, that would be scary. The missing pings come on out, the dive expected, and even though there's durability changes and we know that it's harder to dive, IG just don't care.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got this set in the early stages, the shield is absolutely incredible. And, like, you can even start to, like, pick up, or at least have, like, a ton of pressure because the number of flashes and everything else are there. Hung is so squishy, too. Like, this could have been a play that worked, but instead, they realized Clid had actually pathed back down to try and help out this bot lane. So you'll have Shun getting double scope.
As Wink gets low, Aqua Prism flash away from Shinliu with the Ignite, and Clid's here to save the day. Has his own flash but won't burn it, and the Ignite ticking over. LDX wants a piercing light. Clid's there as well. It's a double flash, only one there from Clid, but FPX committing forward and sending Shinliu packing.
Yeah, nice job to kind of get that control back for FPX spot. And this is what we wanted to see from Clid, right? Even if you don't get the kills, getting control for this bot lane is so important against this matchup. So nice job from the FPX jungler.
Well, we do see a flash burn in the bottom lane, so something there at the very least. Wink and Shinliu don't back though. They stick around for the wave pushing into the turret while FPX's bottom lane gets a bit of turret plating themselves, and that gold's going to be great considering that we already see some pretty damaging trades coming through. And meanwhile, mid lane, Yuekai not getting the true damage, and Care utilizing that range. This set's running for the hills. He has his flash available, but Care has his own matches in melee range. Death's Hand bites for first blood.
Yeah, Care flashing in gets a ton of damage off that Q. The closer you are, the more that hit, the more damage you do, but I don't think it would have really mattered, to be honest. Yuekai, like, sticking around way too long in this mid lane. Not as tanky as he was hoping to be.
Well, I think this is a good start here for Care, considering that last game, nothing much happened with him, but this Swain getting first blood. Dagda, Yuekai was in control last game, and I'm curious to see where this goes, as we have a lost chapter already with the Swain burning TP to get back to this lane.
Yeah, we just see it here, right? Like, Yuekai trying to get this wave crashed in, doesn't have Diana there to help, and knows that Clid is still in the bot lane, so thinks he's alright, but doesn't actually have a very big shield. The bone plating as well means that Care doesn't take a ton of damage, and Yuekai just needed to flash earlier, like, just needed to make sure that he could actually get out of there, but unfortunately does get caught by Care and ends up falling down.
And so now I wonder how this changes the dynamic, Dagda. We've been talking so much about bottom lane, about Shun's pathing being in the wind, but now FPX pings are spotted out as he goes for the invade. They have an idea. FPX looking a little bit more confident here, and you know, I brought it up to you about how this Draven lane has to go and how this game feels like it has to work for IG. And you're telling me a little bit about how it works in combination, especially now with Shun approaching level 6, Yuekai having his own. I wonder what happens next, as Clid might give us a taste of that. Shun chasing him in his own jungle, and especially with Yuekai level 6, confidence now comes back for IG.
Yeah, you're still waiting on that 6 for Shun, though. Should have it in, like, a camp or two. You can just see they're pretty low on the experience there. So probably needs 2 camps before he can actually get it. And that's where you're going to start to see maybe you can look to make these big plays happen. Especially because Yuekai still does have that flash. I expect some funny business down into this bottom lane, as maybe we'll get it even earlier than 6.
I like that you said funny business, Dagda. I'm all about it here. Wave at a bit of a standpoint, and Wink, after he pushes it out, Dragon's there, so he's just going to move on up, and IG using the pressure at the right time. And, you know, we can talk about that combo in a little bit, and once we get towards the Herald in about a minute, Dagda, I just want to point out that IG decision-making was the topic of today, and again in this game at the start, seems to be on track.
Yeah, and I actually don't mind the fact that they're going for Dragon, right? I think they're basically saying, look, Zika doesn't have control over this top lane. We're going to go for Dragon, give Rift Herald a cross over to FPX, and maybe look to make a play onto the bottom side instead. And especially when, you know, you're sitting 0-0-0 on your Draven, a lot of adoration stacks are going to be built up. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see, like, a push out here from Yuekai, then maybe lean into bot side as this Rift Herald is about to come up, because I imagine Hong and LWX, well, as you can see with the push here, can always look for a reset and go for something on the top side if they want.
I just love that FPX are doing it first though, right? You know, instead of them being able to make the play, FPX has done it for them as ulti's burnt by Zika in the top lane. Shallow doesn't have his own, it's flash for flash, but a leap strike and a bonk from the Hockey Jacks. Zika with the solo kill, and IG's top laner bringing it in hard.
Zika has been dominating Xiaolahu in these matchups. He's a little bit behind on the CS, but a solo kill now in this game as well. I mean, I take back everything I just said. Now you've actually got a ton of control over in this top side. Yeah. And IG, they already know it. Shinlu's like, right, let's march in orders up towards the top side. We're going to get a Rift Herald.
Well, setting it up, Wink and Shinliu making the move, and You know, a big moment considering Wave starting to get denied. The back here as well from Zerka. He might not have teleport, but no one's starting to Herald for now. And Dagda, I'm just so glad, you know, we're getting a bit more action here in this early game. And when you're talking about Herald and the play that could come through, kind of expecting we might beef around it. But what do you think? What do I see? Well, I see LWX and Hung not moving, so maybe I could be wrong.
Yeah, and that's why Draven is already moving back down towards the bot side. Wink kind of going, all right, we know that with the kill on top, we're just having pressure on the map and we can go for this. And we're going to get a replay here as well. So Zika, like, actually going super aggressive. And Shella, who, you never riposte in this matchup that early. Like, the whole point is to try and, like, match the Counter-Strike with the riposte. And as soon as, like, you have that down, Zika just knows he's got the kill. So misplay on the riposte there from Shella, who cost him his life.
And with the first kill, Shing was picked up. But in the top side, Revenge is pretty swift here from Clid, who's level 6 and wants to take it out on Zika. Shala, who his ultimate was burnt again, but the Grand Challenge doesn't go off. And for now, the Jack stays safe, and Clid now spotted out.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing these nice starts from IG. I mean, we are still sitting relatively even when it comes towards gold, but a lot of that is because you're like looking at that mid lane, right, where Yukai is behind in CS, but he's all right, like with that. Oh, here we go.
Flash Facebreaker comes through, and he's going to dunk him into the wall. Care does not get any of it. IG knock him out, and that's a beautiful duo from the mid jungle.
And that's the combo we were talking about, right? It may not be the Yasuo with all the damage and the late game scaling, but you still have this beautiful 1-2 combo with the IG mid and jungle, and now they're going to get turret plates. They have a ton of control. Clid will show up, but I mean, Rift Turtle is going to do work on this tower as well.
Clid can't defend this. Shinlio's coming in as well, just in case. The turret will drop, and IG are going to be leading in gold. Top of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. 2,000 gold. Herald's going to get another charge as well. Clid has his smite, but Shun's zoning him off, and with the help of Care, well, he stops the second charge in its track. Big lead here for IG once again with the Dragon as well, and even towards FPX's bottom lane, Shinlio is feeling spicy, knowing that IG have the edge once again at the start of this game.
Yeah, a lot of turret plates though matched by LWX in the bottom lane, right? So
Also
still
true.
you are at least getting something back for FPX because Shinlu had to roam up towards the mid lane, but we'll have to see if they can actually convert that into anything, because you're still looking at about like a 12 CS lead for Wink in that bot lane as well. You just need, or even more than that now actually, as he's managed to catch the wave. So I think you got to look and see like what exactly you can do here for FPX. See if you can actually enable your bot lane in the way they had all split long last split.
Yeah. I mean, it's been an issue. Dagda, I'm sorry, I'm a bit distracted because Clid and Care are on a journey. They're like when, you know, Tarzan finally discovers Jane and wondering where can we go next as Clid and Care, though. They go to the wrong jungle. That guy with the shotgun from the movie, I forgot his name, but he's scary, and FPX have walked into him. However, Care starting to carry the play with LWX, and the flash over the wall. This demonic ascension paying dividends as a double kill, looking to turn into a triple, but Wink is there, and Yuekai is an absolute fridge. He'll take two, but great for FPX considering they were down.
Yeah, I mean, 2 kills going to Care. You don't even get kills on towards Wink either, so that's actually a pretty big win for FPX, all said and done. So nicely played. Even though Clid kind of got bounced out the round, he still manages to be a win for FPX. You see it here, right? Like, everything in the kitchen sinks ends up getting tossed in towards Clid. Like, you're not really getting the damage here from LWX with the culling, but here, Shun, you get the knock-up coming through from Shinlu. Then you get Shun's ultimate. Then you get anchored. And Clid's just like, look, lads, I didn't even have a chance. But the fact they even got the kill there means that they're able to at least set something slightly back up. Care gets the double. And just not quite enough damage because of the exhaust. So LWX doesn't fall into play either.
Well, with the starting kill with first blood Dagda, I mean, Care's in a great position. 3-1. Leandri's picked up. Has a stopwatch on top of that as well. So I think it's worth mentioning that this time around, the mid lane of FPX feels like it could be conditioned as Clid's caught out. A good dredge line from Shinlio, catching him and stopping the potential steal of the Dragon. That one taken in the end by IG. 2 Dragons up once again.
Yeah, still though, Wink being forced underneath this tower. So LWX getting just there. I think he got another turret plate there. My screen did freeze a little, so I'm not sure. But Yeah, I'm excited to see like if he can actually continue to try and play through this bot lane as FPX, because it feels like it's a little bit more of an even game than we had in the last one, and especially because you're looking at like at least decent team fighting from IG and FPX on both sides. It really does feel like if you can start to get the ball rolling early, you can just crack open this game for FPX. My biggest worry is, as you can see, Jack's taken over top side, 2 dragons for IG as well.
And that Shun is so active as a jungler. Shun versus Clit has just shown Shun is always there. And Shallow now dealing with the 2v1. Clit is mid for the time being as Moonfall flies through the crescent, comes on down, and unfortunately, he can't move. Shallow who's stuck, and Shun making short work of this team. 2-1 Dagda, and that turret's going to drop with it.
Yeah, nice little solo kill there for Shun, but now you can see, like, caught out.
Well, Uekai is a tanky boy. Remember, he has the ultimate and the Gore Drinker available. Haymaker gives him a shield, buys him time, and Zerka now here spinning the helicopter. Care doesn't want to be caught the blades. He's backing off, and IG make it so there's no trade for FPX, and they're starting to bleed out, Dagda.
Yeah, I was surprised to see FPX try and commit to the play on the top side. I was actually looking at the minimap going, okay, where's the cross map? You know, you got the culling from LWX, they're getting some damage down onto Wink, and Clit and Care from top. Like, when you see that many people of IG in that top side, you can just look to go for the counter punch, but instead, they try to block it. It manages to go through. Terror down. Shaola who dead. Flashbird from Clit as well. It all went a bit sideways there for FPX.
Continues doing so though, doesn't it? It's a 3k gold lead. 2 dragons in the back pocket of Invictus Gaming in game 2. And I thought this one had a lot of potential to go the distance, right? And still could, of course, depending on how FPX go traveling into this mid game. But Dagda, IG, FPX both took a loss in their opening games to Weibo Gaming and EDG respectively. And, you know, IG looked a little bit messy, but I will say they've cleaned up so nicely for their follow-up game here against FPX.
Yeah, I think that's the thing though, right? Like, you had a very distinct style from FPX last split, which is we're just going to dive bot, like every opportunity that we get. But we haven't really seen them being able to set up. I mean, there's been 1 or 2 plays in this series, but actually I'm going to hold on to this point.
Yeah, because look, there's a flashing from Uekai, the showstopper down, and Clid's caught out. Wink gets the catch in. He's taking us all to Macca's as Care now at half HP, and after Wink treats us, it could be dessert time. 4 versus 5, another Herald standing there, and a mid that's just going to be open. Dagda, that's scary when you see a Draven cash in after 15 minutes in the game.
I mean, look, the ice cream machine might be broken, so we won't be getting desserts, but that is still a ton of food for Wink. Like, the fact that you managed to... Oh, hang on. Is it good? No, won't get onto home. But it's only the fact that you got him to cash in, right? Like, you're winning the fight, you're getting the Rift Herald, mid tower is down, top tower is down. Like, you actually start to beat into tier 2s with this Rift Herald, which makes it so much more threatening for FPX. And again, it's about like trying to control this map for the next minute and a half when Dragon spawns. You come, you reset, you spend that lovely gold that you managed to pick up, push in mid, maybe drop a Rift Herald if you're feeling a little bit fancy, and just fall back to a Mountain Dragon, which has been served up on a silver platter.
So easily, right? FPX again, replay time. We're zooming in on the Scuttle because it's the face breaker with Scuttle for the stun. Uekai, a 5-head moment for sure.
I mean, what do you do when it's just map diff, right? Scuttle Crab going, hold on, I got this. I'm going to help you out here. And just a really nice setup there to get the play. And unfortunately for FPX, just no vision control. No control, honestly, on that top side at all. So in a place that they shouldn't have been in. And now IG, as we said, push in mid. They can use the Rift Herald if they'd like to. It is on Uekai, but I don't think there's really much pressure at all here, right? Yep. You just use the fact that Uekai's on top side. He can threaten the tier 2 while you can go over towards the dragon, and all you have to do is stall it out and just let this potential push come in from the Rift Herald with the top.
Yep, so easily done. The way pushing in hasn't burnt it for now, but you can see FPX want to pick before the dragon because this is going to be 3rd dragon. Once again, IG held those cards in game number 1. And FPX had to give away Soul in the end as IG still grouping up. Zerka starts spinning, but the counter-strike is not given over to FPX. Shinliu with the dredge line. It's into a wall, and over they go. LWX forcing out his flash. Culling as well, but the dunk down! Uekai once again! The rookie vibes are there, but Care's in the middle with a demonic ascension. The flare fires through, and Care is on a steamroll, but he has to escape now as Shun can't close the gap. IG still in control of this one as counter-strike. Flash down, dredge line again. Invictus Gaming are giving me chills.
I mean, this is just such a sick combo from IG, and Yukai every single time is setting up the plays, and that's going to be the third dragon going over towards IG in spectacular fashion.
I don't know where it came from, Dagda, but they must be fired up after losing to Weibo Gaming on day number 1, because IG look coordinated and they look a hell of a fun to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this was definitely an overextension from Shinlu, right? Thought he'd get the hook onto Care, but couldn't quite do so. But straight away, Yukai sets this up, and you get LWX to dash away, but the damage is already done. His quick stopwatch will keep Care mostly alive and give him the chance to, like, regen in this fight, but the damage was already done, and IG are in just such a good spot now to continue through here as Zika flashes in to finish off Care.
Cleanly done, and the third dragon after the fact as well, Dag. So look at this, IG on a timer once again is down in the bottom lane. It's 1 versus 2. Zika low on mana, but with the Divine Thunderer trying to buy his own time with Yuekai once again, the hero to save the day, the showstopper back on in, but he can't do it. Clint gets a reset and now starts spinning himself. The face breaker there, the showmaker through, excuse me, not quite as he starts building up the shield again. With the tongue twister out of the way, IG continue to play, but it's 4 versus 4 when Hung and LWX join in. They're chasing up, and Shallow, who has a bridge to burn, but IG will not be caught out with their pants down any further. Zuka dies, and FPX will be happy with the trade.
Yeah, just a nice play from FPX to quickly catch out Zuka off of the resets, but I mean, now you've got Yukai, who doesn't really have a lane that he can try and use this Rift Herald in. It's about to time out, so he will plonk it onto this bottom side, but at least when you look at where FPX are positioned, they should be okay to try and defend this.
Well, for now, as the Herald goes on down, we should be right, but look, cheeky play, Hung and LWX. There we go, tidal wave with the teleport coming through. They're fully committing. Haymaker, as they get the name right this time around. Yuekai with such patience, but it's a double TP. They want this set to die, and die he shall. The face maker comes through, but Care takes him down. Meanwhile, coming through, IG want to pick apart the pieces. The Moonfall's already come through, and Zuka continues chasing up as Care pops the ulti. The Demonic Ascension giving him healing, doing so much work, but it's a double knock-up again. IG have the numbers. Care needs to carry this. He's sending out Death's Hand. He's healing up. He's already picked up 2, but they jump on. They unleash the beast, and Invictus Gaming will not be stopped in this series.
There's just not enough in the tank. You had the people picked off perfectly by IG. Now they'll just push in this bot wave. They'll reset, try and set up vision control around this barren area. And when you've got all outer turrets now down for IG, controlling this map becomes so much simpler for that Mountain Soul in 2 and a bit minutes.
Well, if we get a fight like that again around it, though, I'll be ready to tell you what I think, because, look, IG have a 7k gold lead. But once again, even though IG won the fight, it doesn't really feel, when Care's there, like it's so one-sided. We'll have a look again, because this was cheeky from LWX and Hung.
And look, it's a nice idea from FPX, right? You have the double TP available. You know you can outpace IG to this bottom lane because Wink is in mid, but they just end up so split up, right? Zika and Shun are able to deal with LWX and Hung. That's the majority of your damage now gone. Clid is definitely not strong enough to try and fight back, and we're getting picks on the top side.
Oh my god, we are. Shun has found it. Clid's dead again. Jungle diff is the easiest thing to say about this series, because this Jiffy has been so big, and Clid has really not been able to play the game this series.
Yeah, I mean, Clid just hasn't had the impact that we're really hoping. As I don't know if he wanted to do that.
I don't think Zerka cares. The tidal wave comes through, the culling as well, past the minion wave, blocks half of the damage. LWX not able to get out much this game either, as IG look near unstoppable. The gold lead massive, folks, and we're seeing some trading back and forth, but remember, it is IG who hold the cards. As let's have a look at the replay, and into the brush, and Clid was never seen again.
Yeah, I mean, the worst... I like this. Is this our MSI scare prize moment? Is that where we are? Is that what...
Well, let's bring it up.
Is that what this is? Because, yeah, I mean, look, Clid, that was not exactly what he expected, to just run into several members of IG in the bush, but...
Very true.
Yeah, I mean, look, 40 seconds to the dragon, control of mid, control of the bot side, not quite there, as Zika is actually going to reset, and honestly, the vision control isn't really set up for IG, but you're just so far behind here as FPX, I just don't know how you could try and contest.
I mean, again, if they get caught in the Moonfall Dagda, that's a 3-item diner here with Morel and Omicron. Remember, guys, Grievous wounds have gone down, but still against the Swain needs to be said and needs to be bought. We've got Dragon, 15 seconds. Dagda, I'm watching out for Zerka this time because he has been bopping heads, and now with the Black Cleaver, it looks like this guy will be as big as Uekai in this coming fight.
Yeah, I mean, Uekai in a great spot here as well. There isn't much vision that can spot him out. As he starts to try and move into position, will be spotted late, but we'll have to see his Dragon is now started. A
good never move starting by Care. Remember, he's the carry. If Care dies, this series is over, it feels like, as the Swain heads on up. The Mountain Soul up for offering as Shun is on it. The smite needs to be taken. Clid needs a steal. He needs to step up to the plate. Care comes in with Demonic Ascension, but no. Mountain Soul's given over, but look at the damage coming out from Care. And the reset through as well from Xiaolao, who FPX have started this fight really well as Hung is in the backline by himself, but it's the Portal combat with Shinryu getting hit by a split splash of a bath. That Nami doing work while the healing comes through, but look, the rest of the fight still relying on Care. The Demonic Ascension continues, and Dagda, I was right. If this guy's alive, all hope is still there as Shun tries to bring it all back. His damage immense, but the healing, not enough. Shun takes him down, but it was way too close for a fight that was 7k in IG's lead.
And the Mountain Soul going to IG as well means that it's only going to be more disastrous for FPX the next time these two teams face up. But you have close fight and Care getting so much work done. You can see why this reworked Swain is so popular at the moment, but not quite enough to be able to carry this through. And we look here, right? Uekai tries to get into a good spot here, but Care is already in the backline, dealing so much damage to Wink, kicks off Shinlu as well. So even though you manage to get like 80 carry for 80 carry, Care is just doing so much in these fights, continuously getting this drain off across multiple people, the Death's Hand doing so much work, and although it's nearly enough for Care to carry, it's just not quite there.
It's so close. I mean, the fact that he's such a unit, it tells you a lot about Swain, but also tells you that the hopes of this series really do rely on this man. Shun only just surviving the end, and Dagda, IG still 8,000 gold ahead. 7.5 if you want to be specific, as that was 9,000 damage. Oh my god. Well, it's Care or Beware, I guess, for this game.
Yeah, I mean, so much. And that's like, Care is doing his damnedest. And I've actually been pretty impressed with Care over the last two series, right? Because when I've been saying, look, Clid hasn't really been having the best of times. When you look at Care in the EDG series on the Talia, like, he was the one trying to make the early plays. He was the one trying to get FPX into position. And now again on the Swain, having these strong performances. But when you look at like the 9-1 for Shun, the fact you've got this like massive Jax on the top side, I mean, even the Draven isn't doing too shabby with 3 items as well. It just becomes so hard.
Really does. I will say at the very least, though, this Vision of Empire also giving quite a lot here to FPX, with the Vision showing that IG have started the Baron, pulling off for now. Clid is on the edge. He needs something massive here. He's been so quiet this series, and a bit of a disappointment, really. But IG still playing with fire with Zika, hitting the side lane very nicely. And IG will continue playing this game nice and steadily, as they know how strong they are and will continue to be.
And what do you do now, right? Like, Zika is so strong against Xiaolao in these side lanes. He's not really able to try and hold on against this. You've got control here for IG over the Baron area as well, although FPX will be able to clear out some of this. And all you have to do is just continue to like play this slow, right? You've got a ton of neutros that are going to be up relatively soon for IG, and they can just look to try and play around it. Shouldn't even now. Fishing does have flash if you can get in on top of multiple members of FPX.
Look at where Zika is, though. He's just waiting for someone to path towards his bottom side of the map. He was, no, was he? He wasn't spotted out. So he's just hovering around for now, pretty deep in the enemy jungle, while Baron is back a clock here for Invictus Gaming, and it starts up once again.
Yeah, and you've got like mega tank here in Uekai as well, who can just sustain his way through. This TP from Zook as well. We're full committing to this.
Yeah, we are. That Jax now in the thick of it will be a full 5v5, but look, Hung is not with the party, so Baron's going to go down, and IG really now making this gold lead look as devastating as it is. Baron in their back pocket. FPX still here for the fight. Spotted out as well. I mean, Clid's going to be tagged here. Shun jumps on in. Shinliu waiting for his moment to go over the wall as Whirling Death flies through. Clid lucky to survive, but IG have forced him out and now can start doing damage on these outer turrets.
Yeah, everyone sees Shun and FPX are just like, no touchy, no touchy, no touchy, because if you get in the middle of that in these close corridors in the jungle, you're so screwed. But, I mean, now you're just completely out of position.
You are, and I mean, look, Zuka's going to dive this as well. Care caught out, has to go golden, but the whole of IG waiting. He won't survive in front of 5 without his team behind him. The carry is down, the president is down, and now FPX have to abandon the country.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're all just running for the hills. Inhibitor will fall. I mean, they're just going to keep going. FPX, what are you going to do?
Well, Shun's on in, the Moonfall Flash again, does its damage, forces him back, but he's deep with the stopwatch helping him out surviving. For the last tick is Clid looking for his first reset, but even under his own turret, can't find it. Another cash in for Wink, who's been quiet this game, but no longer. Heading forward, Invictus Gaming look invigorated in the break between spring and summer. They won't end it here, but this team has been taking it nicely from start to finish.
Yeah, an 11,000 gold lead now for IG. Hung is just trying to chase them out because they know, hey, look, there is that Elder Dragon at 30 seconds, and if we can stop this, maybe we can find that window
He's back. They voted him back on in, and people have started populating the lands once again. Care is chasing them down. He's got a flash vision of Empire, knows they're still in the vicinity, and Care wants revenge. With everything against the wall, I was hoping for something, Dagda, but nothing. IG just get away scot-free.
And they'll still get to reset as well. You chase so deep into the top side, you're not actually going to be able to contest this Elder. But you see here, Shun, just that little bit too far forward. Great flashes from LWX and Hung to keep themselves safe, which causes Shun to overextend. But just with the both towers taking shots at IG, there's just no way for them to have the damage to try and follow up on this.
And look at the very least with that cheeky little dive. They have to back away, so we get an Elder fight. But Dagda, I'm still worried. Care is the person to watch, and IG have just gotten stronger as Wink's damage against Shallow, who proves that 3k now. Needs to be another steal coming through, but no. Shun hasn't missed as the Moonfall shows us that as well. Shallow, who's starting to burn down the Elder buff, smacking through. LWX getting hit hard. Zika and Yuekai alongside their big brother Shun. Invictus Gaming flaring up. This is a team I can't wait to watch.
And that's the triple kill for Shun. That's the series for IG. The minions are already streaming in. There's no stopping this squad.
Dagda, he's 13-1-8 on Diana. But the story started in game 1 and even this game with Yuekai. Coming through on Galio game 1, set game 2. This mid laner is shaping up to be fierce. The young mini rookie in IG leading the charge as they get their first win for LPL 2022 summer.
This mid jungle from IG has actually been terrifying all series long. Setting up consistently to try and play through this mid lane, finding control, leaning that in towards neutral objectives. Like, this is a very different style to what we saw from IG in spring, where even though they might, like, say in game 1, try and play side lane, it was much more about like, hey, we're going to gift all these resources to Zuka in the early stages of the game. But that wasn't that this time around. Playing through this mid lane, getting Yuekai to set up Shun or vice versa, it's looking pretty good for IG.
And the fact that we've got multiple people to talk about Dagda, I think that always tells you the dimensions of a team, right? And IG here in this series had many different dimensions. Wink and Shinliu had some great moments. They were calm. But jungle mid, you talked about jungle top as well. Like, let's be real. Zika had such a great moment, as you're talking about, had such a good game here on this Jax. The solo kill was everything, and this flare from IG is something I haven't seen for a while. I'll be honest, man. I was once upon a time an IG fan. They were the first team I watched of the LPL, the split before I joined LPL as a caster, because of the Shy and Rookie, and because that team was like lane kingdom. You know, it was the first 20, 25 minutes that was so devastating for people to get past. This team might be different, Dagda, but at the very least, we get that individual flair that I think a lot of fans have been missing for quite a while.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You're still seeing hints of that, particularly in the top lane, right? Like, I think Zuka has been so strong on, like, when he gets So even when we saw it against the Shy, right? Like when he had the counter pick, Zuka was like completely controlling that lane in the top side. But it was when he was on the counter pick, or sorry, when he was getting counter picked, that's where we saw him struggle against the Shy. But like the fact that he's completely kind of manhandled Shellahu all series long speaks volumes to like how strong Zika is in the 1v1, and if you could find that isolated lane for him, and especially if IG are going to kind of like just leave him on his own little hill and instead look to try and play through mid, it means you kind of have the supporting cast to make sure that Zuka can continue that 1v1, and then just look to play split push. Like IG actually have a relatively good understanding of how to try and play map states, how to try and play off waves, and you can see it here, right, where you're getting these quick Baron TPs coming through because of the pressure that Zuka's able to create on side lanes.
And it's funny to me because that wasn't the compliment we were giving them in the first series, right? Like playing off of wave stack to their mid game, kind of atrocious in that sense. Headless chickens, I think was fair to kind of say. We talked about in rehearsal. So this is a really good adaptation, and it might just be one series, but it kind of fills me with hope that Invictus Gaming have mended their series against Weibo Gaming, because we kind of saw a game like this. We saw a very concrete game against Weibo, which took the series to 3 games. So IG maybe as well a little bit better than expected, and although FPX might be another mid-tier team in the grand scheme of things, this gives us a lot of hope when IG next will be versing a team like Top Esports and could bring the same identity to the table.
Yeah, I got to look at the flip side, though, for FPX, right? Because when you talk about, you know, hiring expectations for IG, I feel like I need to lower mine for FPX, right? It feels like they had a very distinct style that worked in spring, which was, hey, we're going to give a ton of resources to the bot side. We're going to make sure that LWX and Hung are set up to be these big carries. But now as we start to kind of go through into summer, it feels like they've lost a lot of that. Clade not really having the same sort of impact in the early stages. You can see there even on the damage graph, very, very low damage for Viego. It never really felt like they were able to find those moments to like set up lanes, maybe look for some roams, try and make something happen. And it feels like as a result, LWX and Hong are struggling. And the only real shining light on this squad that I see is Care. I think Care has been exceptional in both series that we've seen from, even in even though these have been 2 losses. I think Care should be proud of what he's achieved. It just feels like the rest of FPX haven't really found their footing yet.
I mean, it's disappointing when FPX were a team that were hovering on the outskirts, right? Like FPX, and when I say that, of course, like we know how FPX went last split, but they're a team that with Clid coming through, who is a big name, who's been on SKT in the past, who's been on JDG, folks. Need to remind you, he was previously in the LPL. But, you know, this team made playoffs. They were on the outskirts in the sense that they got knocked out by EDG in the first round in spring. That was with, you know, Care in the roster. LWX Hung is the exact same roster. Gory didn't end up playing. So this is a playoff quality roster. But, you know, this is not a great start when you're looking down the barrel of a 0-2. And there are a lot of issues with your jungler, as we've seen, that happened in both games.
Yeah, I mean, but looking at this like graph, right? Like, look at Shun. This guy has been absolutely incredible. 21 KDA, 84% kill participation, over 33% of the team's damage. Like, Shun had a monstrous game, and like, no doubt he's going to be the MVP, right? Like, when you have this sort of performance in the Diana, like, this guy is really showing why he's the most feared member on this IG roster.
I mean, Dagda, I can't stop looking at Care's damage numbers. Like, how hard must that be to fathom? 49% of his team's damage.
Oh my god.
That is an insane. Like, Swain is good at the moment, but holy moly, this is not like a Felios on release. You know, it's not that kind of crazy level, but Care did so much work, and yeah, I guess the proof is in the pudding when even the damage per gold at 330. Like, that's just insane.
That is disgusting. Like, holy crap. I feel like, get Care out of prison. Like, holy god, like, that man.
Oh my
god. So much work in this.
Gonna have to go to a Cairo
like,
after this, dude. You're like, he needs some cracking after that because his back must be in pain. You're right. Care, you know, shining light here in both series. I wonder how FPX adapt, because as I look at their schedule, Dagda, as I press the magic button, thanks to Leaguepedia and making life so easy, RNG's up next. So, I don't know. It looks hard.
Might be a little tough, just a little tough. You know?
A little tough.
I mean, look, they've definitely had easier opponents at some stages, but I mean, look, as you said, you kind of got to face everyone once. I think it is just a little bit unfortunate for FPX that like they've just faced off against EDG. Now they've lost to IG. They're going up against Orangey. It feels like they're taking a lot of the heavy hitters before they've really found their footing. And I think this is definitely something that over time they will kind of find the rhythm again. But it's just that, like, when especially you're playing against teams that in theory you're kind of battling against to get into playoffs, like IG, the fact you're taking these losses are really going to sting later on in the split.
When I thought we're coming into today with like our opinion was okay. Well, maybe FPX improved. There's no Baron throws. They went up against a really hard opponent in EDG. Remember, 2021 world champions. But this was they've only had 2 performances, but this by far was a worse showing. And it was against a lower tier team in the broad spectrum of standings, Dagda. So it is really, really concerning, but not to harp on that for too long. I know coming up next, we've been waiting for the MVP, and it's interrupted me, so we'll go to that quickly. Shun gets MVP, 13-1-8. That was the Diana performance to be proud of, and I must say, like, there's some clean ults coming out of this man.
Yeah, I mean, it was super nice to see, especially when, like, we kind of were caught off guard by this Diana pick as well.
We were.
Like, we were going, hey, look, what is going to be the game plan?
Just like game
one.
one.
You picked that Diana on that 3rd pick on red side. You're like, well, now they just banned the Yasuo, they banned the Yone.
Yeah.
What are you going to try and come with? And it turned out that Yukai taking the set just set up beautifully for the Diana. And again, that kind of mid-jungle combo working so well. And then you just turn that into a hyper carry performance from the MVP of IG. I will say, Care definitely was MVP, but you can't get MVP on the losing team.
That's
and
true.
I definitely think Shun had an absolutely stellar performance.
Yeah, maybe make an LVP, like, I think that'd be pretty fair. Give it to the loser.
Well, it's like silver VP. Is that what they put it on Wild Rift? You get the SVP.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, like the runner-up medal when, you came last in the race. It's kind of cruel to say. We are just waiting for this to pop up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. 33% damage on a Diana. Remember, Assassin. But yeah, it kind of just shows that Shun is in control. He's 2nd MVP of the season. And I just can't put a foot wrong with how IG played in both these games, Dagda, and especially this man. Kindred game 1, Diana game 2.
Yeah, but it looks again like IG have kind of moved back in towards comfort, and that's kind of been the big thing that we're waiting to see from these guys. And I'm delighted that we're getting like these performances from Shun, and Shun being allowed to unleash himself a little bit as well, because especially with the way the meta has shifted in towards having the opportunity to take some of these carries, being a little bit more open with things like the Lee Sins and the Wukongs being taken off the board alongside the Viegos, like that's where you can actually see some of these cool picks come through, and Shun is really showing just how versatile this meta is at the moment.
He got a Nidalee ban against him. That kind of tells you that there's a lot of respect in the scene as well. This is the jungler who, remember, he's been on IG for a while, guys. After Le Yen and Ning had their little stint, Shun comes in up from the LDL, and ever since has kind of been respected as one big carry force on Invictus Gaming. And Dag, you threw a lot of words of respect towards him and what he sacrifices for his laners and what he does for his team. In this game, once again, always in the right place at the right time. Really nice to see. And yeah, now against top esports, I feel like Shun is, a lot of those respect bans are going to come through.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to achieve, especially as we're still kind of like, I think we're still trying to put both these teams like in their spots and figure out how strong they're going to be. I'm glad that we're getting to see a little bit of it coming through from IG though, where they do actually look like maybe they, on a good day, can try and contest with some of our top teams.
Maybe, right? That's what you hope for. Teams getting better in the LPL and IG being one of them will bring back some old memories. But folks, we know what you're here for, and that is Weibo Gaming versus EDG. 1-0 both teams stand, and after the break, we're going to be starting off that series, hopefully, with a bang.
am everything the void has consumed. And just as I devoured this city, I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not some mindless void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of your world and the beginning of mine.
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been waiting for this, and I know because in the breaks, I'll be honest, I read Twitch chat. I see people typing Weibo Gaming, EDG. This is what we're here for. Honestly, you know, the first series was a bit of a banger, but it was only 2-0. Weibo Gaming versus EDG, they're both winners. They're both 1-0 starting to the split, and I can't help but think this will be the true banger of the night. My name's Asterix, and I'm joined by Dagda. First name, Dag. Last name, Dagderson. You put that all together, you get a lot of D's and you get a lot of Dagdas all in one. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you after MSI. You did a killer job. Needs to be said, needs to continue to be said. And we've got your big brain here to run through, again, what I think will be a great series.
Yeah, I'm super excited for Weibo and EDG. I think it'll definitely be a little bit of a slow-paced game, but this is certainly two of the teams that I think everyone is expecting to be in the upper echelons of playoffs, especially when Weibo, you know, we're sitting in that like number 1 and number 2 spot for the majority of the split in spring, just unfortunately didn't quite have the end to the split they wanted, or even, you know, the end to playoffs that they would have wanted. And EDG feel like they're trying to bite back to get themselves back to their former glory of that world championship.
A lot of disappointment when they didn't make it to MSI, when EDG, you know, with the team like, oh, well, they're good again, here we go. But RNG going in their place, and EDG, you're right, reputation has to come back. For Weibo Gaming, though, let's start out, because the team that used to be Suning, that was very, very long ago, Dagda. I asked you in rehearsal, how does Weibo Gaming look to you? How different is it? And this was your response, if we can bring up our little graphic, because you just said, same post, different day, and I'm assuming that means Weibo Gaming don't look any different.
Yeah, I mean, all they did was slam the retweet, right? They literally just made the exact same post. They copy and pasted from spring and said, that'll go, that'll do, you know? People have probably forgotten about it anyway. But no, we didn't forget Weibo. It is the exact same as they had. And there's no difference, right? Like, we're still seeing the shakiness coming out from the early game with, like, the shy, sometimes overextending, getting caught out. SOFM sometimes is just maybe... I don't know what he's on. Maybe he's drinking a little bit too much, because I see him start up some of these objectives and I'm questioning my life choices and his life choices. And it's just like, I think they need to like sort out their early game completely, but they still have that heavy reliance on like their late game team fighting where they actually do excel. And I think that's where we're kind of seeing, like, at least Weibo were able to pick up the win against IG. But you see it here, right? Like, the Shy just completely disrespecting IG in certain scenarios. Here, SOFM getting completely caught out as he had started up the Rift Herald with, look at where Quanfeng is on the map. Like, he's still way away from this. The Shy was completely pushed underneath the turret and couldn't join in. I don't know what he was thinking, but you can still see the late game team fighting is exceptional for this squad.
Yeah, definitely the highlight, right? And, you know, in that last clip, I just feel bad for someone like On having to save his jungle. But yeah, at the very least, always a redeeming factor here. And, you know, it feels like for Weibo Gaming, solo laners are also a big deal too. We can talk about them throughout, but while late game is something that is still so strong, we can talk about, you know, some of the earlier and mid-game trials and strengths, Dagda, that Weibo Gaming have, because the bot gap was very evident in the last series, and it's really nice to see that Quanfeng, and especially On was so there and so clean for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I think both of them had absolutely exceptional performances and were kind of the lifeblood of Weibo for a lot of their series, where they were finding these massive advantages against IG. But like, you can even see it here, right? Like, On had some really smart engages in lane, where even going backwards there to make sure they kind of baited IG in that little bit too far forward. Quanfeng had some really nice performances, but On again getting this like solo kill in the bot lane. And then this engage was spectacular from the Weibo Gaming support. Like, you get the Fates call coming through from Quanfeng, and this fight looks like it's about to go absolutely disastrously, because again, we're starting up these objectives without the rest of the team nearby. But On gets this great engage that sets up then for Angel, when he eventually does arrive, to get the quadra kill and really solidify this win for Weibo Gaming in game number 1 of the series.
It feels really strange to be praising him as well, doesn't it? Like, On has been someone who we've criticized the most out of Weibo Gaming / Suning. You all remember that Sword Art left and On filled his place, and it was like, well, hang on a minute. You know, like, this guy's nowhere near. But just remember as well, like, Sword Art is now a sub. On is the starter, and there's a big reason for it. On has played so well, and Dagda, I'm really hoping we get some great emphasis on him today versus Mako. But let's go to the other side, because we haven't talked about EDG yet. And while there's a lot of emphasis on and his great decision-making in the last series, For EDG, you were telling me it feels like, we're kind of back to old EDG where it's time to talk about Flandre and JJ again after their first series.
Yeah, because I think everyone was kind of disappointed with the performance that we had from Flandre and JJ in spring, especially just coming off the back of Worlds. But it felt like at least coming into that series, especially in game number 1, it was back to business, back to the regular business for the two boys. Like you saw the early solo kill coming through from Flandre. JJ, I think, had an exceptional performance on the Lee Sin. Now, there were still moments where we were kind of questioning maybe it's not quite the same, but certainly it was good to see the confidence coming back, especially for JJ, because I think this is a guy who, even when we look at the documentaries that we've seen coming through on the different teams, JJ talked about how much he struggled with confidence issues and how he'd overcome it a little bit in summer and then had that World's Finals MVP performance. So to see that confidence coming back once more for JJ is absolutely spectacular, especially this play here. This kick from JJ was sublime.
I mean, he's had so many plays like this as well, right? You brought up World Finals. It's performances like this that make people think, oh, hang on a minute. Why aren't we calling this guy, one of the best tier junglers? And we want to see it more often, obviously, after spring, as you mentioned. Beautiful kick there, Dagda. Great you pointed that out. And back to business. Couldn't have titled it better myself. It feels like Flandre and JJ have started the season right, but I hope that continues because in spring, Dagda, JJ started off absolutely banging and then went downhill. Now, moving on. Let's go back to the bottom lane because it's a really good place for us to start this series. We talked a lot about going up against Mako today, but I want to bring it to the AD carries because Huanfeng versus Viper seems like it'll be a fun matchup.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this one's going to go, especially when we talk about Weibo, how important it was for them to have Huanfeng popping off. You gotta now see if you can try and have the same performance against Viper. Because now, again, Viper's stats don't look exactly exceptional because he was on the Senate for 2 games, so just ignore the CSD of 15. But Viper's damage percent is the big one that you want to look at, right? He provides such a pivotal role for his team on providing that source of AD damage from the bot lane. Whereas when you look across Huanfeng, you can see he's had a sublime performance in lane, but the biggest thing is that he's actually not bringing as much damage to the table because he is bringing in stuff like the Seraphine, and even then when you look at his squad, the Shy churning out so much damage on things like the AD Kale and that as well, where he hasn't had to step up as much as a damage dealer, but certainly providing the strength in lane that allows Weibo to have a kind of a foundation when they look towards things like dragons and also neutral objectives then as the game goes on.
Yeah, being really solid and kind of reminds me, of the earlier shooting days where, Huanfeng has had some pop-off performances, but it was the Jin games we saw where he was just such a solid member of the roster. He was a stable part. An important point you bring up, Dagda.
Yeah, it's incredible to see kind of how these two players have kind of settled into themselves, right? Because Viper coming across over from the LCK. Sorry, I don't know if I cut out. I just heard you end a sentence and I wasn't sure. So Viper, anyway, what I was saying was that he's been absolutely exceptional. I think people, even when I was talking to the LCK guys over at MSI, but everyone kind of agreed Viper is more than likely the best AD carry in the world right now. The guy is still insane. Even when EDG were struggling in spring, he was still an absolute beast. So I'm very excited to see exactly what's going to be happening there. And then as well for Huanfeng, this is a guy that has slowly but steadily been making a name for himself. Always kind of top 2, top 3 in the LPL in terms of AD carries. And I'm looking forward to seeing these two behemoths essentially of their roles go up against each other.
I mean, remember as well, for Huanfeng, he trained under Jackie Love. He's IG young AD carry. So LDL AD carry that came through and started making a name for himself. He's someone who, one of the, I guess, early iterations from that young team coming through that needed to be respected. Dagda, we're moments away from getting into pick and ban for this one. We already talked a little bit about meta today, and I feel like we can't take too much from the IG part of things from that last series. Because the jungle picks were just so all over the place in a good way. But what are some key picks in this one you're looking forward to? Because, we already talked about AD carry champion pool, but we literally have the Shy who just likes to blind pick Kale and build her AD in the last 2 games he played.
Yeah, and we had one great game and we had one bad game. So, I mean, the 50-50 of the Shy still holds true, but I think the Kale is going to be a big one for the Shy in the top lane, see if he can get that one. I'm curious to see things like the Callista, the Lucians,
Yep.
how these tend to pair up in the bottom side of the map. Because I think Viper and Mako got a bit of a rude awakening with LWX and Hong when they were playing the Callista and the Renata, like getting Dove level 2 and not really expecting that one to come through. So I think there's some really cool things that you can do in the draft, even if you want to set up your bot side a little bit more effective. And as well, even just looking like Scouts, Twisted Fate, 100% ban rate in their last series. Like, this is something that this guy can take over the map using his big brain to just get into every single lane. So I think there's a lot of key picks that may differ from what people are expecting in the meta, but are very core bans away from this team.
You speak of, core bans. I'll also say the Lee Sin was one, right? 2 out of the 3 games taken away from Jeje. Even things like the Azir, funnily enough, which we know not to be really big in the meta, but we know that Scout loves to play. We got 2 Ari games from him. We got an Orianna game. On the other side as well, like Ari's been big for Angels, so maybe some contestation over that priority. But, just while we're waiting for it to all get in, it's just so interesting to me because, like, out of the top laners, we have some of the bigger Kayle players, and then we could go any which direction. Like, Flanders played Vladimir. So, I don't know, Dagda. Again, I think with Flandre playing well, maybe there could be another lane to watch.
Hey, look, I mean, this is the man who brought out the anti-top lane, right? Like, you never really know what Flandre is going to bring to the table, but I think the biggest thing for me is, like, I want to see things that, especially on EDG's side, that can skirmish reasonably well, because I think with the way Weibo is setting up, SOFM hasn't been playing particularly well around, like, what his lane states or what his team is capable of following up on, particularly when he starts neutral objectives, right? So I think when we look back at EDG and when they were most successful in the prime, it was like finding skirmishes and finding fights around things like Rift Heralds and Dragons and stacking them up super successfully. So I think this is going to be a game that revolves pretty heavily around fights at those neutral objectives. So if either team can either, like, I don't know, maybe get like a good amount of mid priority, so then you can like have control in first move towards these fights, or even if you can kind of set yourself up with the Shy having counter pick on the top side so you can play towards the Rift Heralds, I think that could work out for Weibo. But it definitely, I feel like it's going to come down to these like 3v3s in the early stages and who's going to be able to come out on top of that.
Because it's all good in theory, right? Play towards top, maybe play towards Herald. But SOFM was kind of set up for that before, but never did it. I think it's quite frustrating at certain times to have SOFM as your jungler. Especially when you have like a Kayle top. It's always confusing for me watching him, Dagda, because he's a jungler who, you've had a lot of criticism for him. Your opening segment, talked about Weibo Gaming's issue and SOFM really at the forefront.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem is that, like, it's so strange because I still feel like SOFM and kind of Weibo as a whole are very opportunistic rather than, like, make premeditated plays, right? They don't have like a huge amount of set plays. Like when you look towards teams like, say, the FPX of old and this kind of stuff, where you'd like very clearly they will set up a mid push to move into a bot side dive to try and set up for it. And even when you look at like a team like RNG do this incredibly well, especially with Xiaohu on things like a Galio or a Twisted Fate, but we never really get to see that like interaction between the lanes on Weibo. And I think that's why it ends up being very easy to start to pick them apart if you've got these strong like skirmishers or the ability to try and play towards lanes, because you're not going to get that like fight back really from Weibo. Like if there's an opportunity where, say, the Shy is blowing a flash in top lane and SOFM happens to be up in that area, he will go for a gank. But it's not like we're getting like Angel roaming with the squad. And I think that's where they can start to fall behind, where they just don't have the man advantage to try and make these early plays.
That's a good point. I mean, again, it's kind of how Weibo come together in the late game, that we talk about their strengths, but outside of that, it's still a team that needs quite a lot of development. Dagda, people might laugh at me saying that, like, look at the roster, why would they need development? But in terms of teams like RNG, even EDG, who else am I missing? I'd say V5 from Spring, if they, once Rookie comes back. So I feel like, as I'm getting told in my ear, I feel like as we get closer towards this game, just to interrupt, there is a device problem from Viper. So that's why we have so much weight. That's why casters aren't pressing the button to start the game. If we press the button to start the game, you're going to watch us 1v1 in ARAM. And to be quite honest, actually, to be fair, that would kind of be fun, Dagda. I don't know.
I was going to say, I think you won the last one that we did in Shanghai.
True.
I think we had a Yasuo 1v1, didn't we?
It was a Yasuo 1v1. It was, and I did okay, surprisingly. Dude, if it was Lee Sin though, I know you'd kick my behind, so I'm not surprised.
Lyric, I see. The thing is, I can never ever play Lyric at any point in time on camera because Lyric has bigged me up as like the Lee Sin prodigy, and I'm not that good. But Lyric has just made this as if I'm amazing. I'm like, I could never do this again.
It'd be amazing. It'd be so amazing. Obviously, if we had the technology to throw in the 1v1, we would do it. We would do it. No, we don't. We don't. So we're going to wait for now. And you know, Dagda's got his foot on the button. He'll press it when Viper's ready to go. But for now, you guys just sit here and listen to us talk. Dagda, first of all, it was good having a little bit of a holiday. How long did you actually get off from MSI? Between MSI finishing and now?
So basically, I finished on the Sunday, chilled in Berlin for the day, watched finals, and then I flew to Croatia. So I had a nice little holiday in Croatia. And then I got like 5 days back home. So I got a week in Croatia, well, 6 days in Croatia, 5 days back home. And then I was just back into LPL because it's like I had to read the new patch. I had to see what the story was. Like,
the whole game's changed. You're like, man.
You know what? I'm not going to lie. I came off of MSI. I was like, you know what? It's basically 2 weeks until I'm casting again. At least it won't be too bad. It's only 2 patches, right? It couldn't be that bad. Like, they're not going to make any massive sweeping changes that I have to spend a lot of time, like, looking into or anything like that. It's only been 2 weeks. How bad could it be? I had no idea how bad it could be. I don't know what's going on at all. I look at everyone going, oh, yeah, mid lane, you can play whatever the hell you want. Jungle, no one really knows what's happening. There's top lane Kale. I don't know what happened there. Like, I was like, all I wanted was a nice time off. And it was just like, here's one of the biggest updates we've done in quite a significant period of time.
Dude, it's game changing. I mean, honestly, if you read all the fine details, you know, a lot of people out there already on 12-11. Belveth comes through, which is literally like more, you know, than set. So the spirit of JoJo is in there. Like the slapping has occurred.
I was watching it. I had a game yesterday that I was playing where the Belveth was there and the game ended, but I didn't realize, like, if you don't actually like turn off her little stabby thing, she just keeps stabbing. So the thing's exploding and she's just going 90 with her knives, just going like, get everything. It's a very weird champion. Like, it just feels like she does absolutely nothing in the early game, has 0 damage, and then randomly a switch just flicks and it's like, oh, I just murder everything that's in range.
If you just stand there attacking the same target, it's a lot of fun. It's the reason why, you know, Vandral has so much content. Champions like this come out. It makes for a good 3-minute video. But yeah, look, it's I'm kind of excited to see it come through. Obviously, as a jungler, like people like Shun, I'd expect to play it. I could even see, you know, Jer, like it's kind of like a Tien caster champion. I get. Oh, maybe not because it's kind of carry. So. I don't know, Dagda, but
I think Carson will still be on Sejuani Jr. So something he doesn't get to have fun.
True.
But I am excited. Like, see, we were only talking about this before the show. I'm kind of sad that we are like having the repeat day today because I really wanted to see teams like V5 and how they've done over the course. Because like, if there's ever a team where I'm looking going, oh yeah, the fact that they kind of lost in spring is going to give them a root up the butt. Like, this is the team that I want to see because they're going to come in like, I feel like they're going to come in angry. They're going to come in swinging and just going to take over. Especially like when you think about like a mid lane champion pool being as wide open as it is, like that's just rookie season, right?
True.
Like this man plays everything. It just looks absolutely fantastic on it at all points in time.
Rookie and Knight. It's funny that our 2 best mid laners, and you know, am I missing anyone else? Like Scout's there, of course, but we're talking about individual skill, Knight and Rookie all the way. These two have such wide champion pools as well. Like, they're not one tricks. They're not, you know, 4 or 5 champions a season. Rookie and Knight always play, like, 10-plus champions. It's insane how good their skill is. And I'm kind of scared of the day that Rookie retires. Like, it feels like it's... He's still so good. But he said he would retire when the Shy, you know, would retire. So... They said they were going to do that a year ago, but they haven't. But it's kind of scary to think about, you know, that could happen.
I just feel like they're in some kind of like weird dark pact where it's like they neither retires, so they just continue to go. And I'm okay. Like, I feel like this is a pretty good timeline where, you know, they just keep playing forever. They're like 70 years old. They're like, back in my day, Gragas used to have a Deathfire grasp, you know? Like, these are the things that I want to see. But the big one is like when you look at like like you've got the super mechanically strong guys in Knight and Rookie, right? Then you have like Xiao, who's just the biggest brain that exists in LPL. Like you've got all these like different guys that are able to just play so many different styles and picks. And I think this is something that's really interesting because one of the cool things we actually did before MSI, which I don't know if it got talked about a lot, was they actually organized meetings with us to talk to the game designers, like talk to the guys who actually like were on the balance team. And it was super interesting to see because like they had like a couple of like performance indicators that they wanted to chat about, and it was like, oh yeah, you know, like we really want to bring diversity to the game. We want to make sure that like there's like 6 or 7 different champions that are viable at a competitive level in the meta, and I think they've hit that so well. Like when you look at like 80 carries, right? Like think about how many 80 carries we saw at MSI. You're seeing things like obviously your Lucians, your Sennas, and these kind of things, right? But we saw like Zayas, we were getting like Jinx and Felioses. We're still kind of in the mix there as well, depending on the team that you're looking at. Like, and that's probably one of the hardest roles to try and balance. The same with jungle, right? Because it's like clear, fast, skirmish well. They're your indicators as to whether you're a good jungler. So the fact that we have such an open meta is really, really cool to see. And I think it like obviously it makes my job harder because I'm like scratching my head going, what the hell am I supposed to play here? Like what is the next thing? But I think from the perspective of like an entertainment value, the fact that we have so much flexibility and people kind of get to smurf on their style. Like Yuikai in the last game playing more of a facilitator role looked absolutely fantastic. He's got a ton of picks, but then you can see like Rookie coming in on these like crazy assassins or, you know, popping off on control mages. It feels like we have so much that's available depending on the style your team wants to go for.
I always worry about it getting, you know, stagnant though. That's the other thing, right? Like at MSI, we're in a fine line between stagnant and, you know, like comfortable meta.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was. I think it was LPL where we were just in constant. It was the Jinx of Felios meta, right? Remember how bored we got when it was just, oh, Jinx is up. Oh, there's a Felios. Always, every single game. That's when the line, you know, is too short. So I agree completely. A lot of people in chat are going to be wondering, why are we still talking? Why are we still chatting about what's going on in League of Legends Live? Viper is changing his PC. So that's actually happening.
No.
He's changing the whole PC.
Viper, I purposely broke Viper's PC because I haven't been on camera for 2 weeks. And I'm a narcissistic POS. So I need to make sure that I get my airtime. And if I don't get that,
Look at this guy.
You know what? This is where I just need you to look at me so I can feel vanity and just know that it's all good. That's all we're here for. That's why, according to Twitter, we wore the distracting shirts as well. We're just here to annoy you and make sure that you stare at us all the time.
I
That's
honestly,
all we want, you know?
none of my other shirts are ironed. You know, this is the only one that's ironed, and I thought, well, this is gonna fit me. So I just picked the shirt out.
Dude, I'm jealous. I really like that shirt.
I think I got this from Vinny's, or Vinny's, or
Sorry, is Vinny a shop or is Vinny just a dude down the road from you?
St. Vincent de Paul's. It's like it's a you know, like a donation shop.
The
People
charity.
Yeah. And Salvos is the Salvation Army. Right, in Australia. So you go in and you pick up
I mean, that
clothing
does make
support.
sense. I just love the idea that there's like a Salvo and a Vinny down the road that you just like wander down to and they just like open their shed and there's just racks of clothing. That's actually the new style.
To be fair, I mean, look, you save a bargain. I bought beer glasses the other day, Dagda. I bought some wine glasses from down there. Obviously, folks, I wash it before I drink out of it. You know, not that trusting, but especially with COVID going around, that'd probably be irresponsible, wouldn't it? But hey, I tell you what, it's good to stock up your house with and get lots of nice junk. So, yeah, like this shirt that'll eventually go out of style, but many years until that, Dagger. I tell you what.
No, it'll always be a spring blossom season somewhere, you know?
That's true. This is the shirt to take to Japan, honestly. This is the shirt to take to Japan and go during, I think when I first went, as I've been told there's a break coming, was in May, so it was spring blossom season, or April, and it was just coming out of it. Folks, I'm so sorry. We will try and get onto Viper, ask him why his PC isn't working, but for now, we're going to have a short break. When we return, you might look at our faces for a little bit longer, but for now, nobody knows. Good luck to Viper, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, but to go to the flip side now, and kind of move the conversation forward, RNG, like you said, feel like they slightly outdid expectations. I think any of us could have seen them winning that tournament, but the way they did it was phenomenal. But RNG didn't care. RNG said, screw that tournament. They commented the split, and Bin is gone. Bin is going over to BLG.
Bin is in the bin.
RNG. I mean, hey, it could work out. It could work out. So Bin over to BLG. RNG now taking Breathe. So ultimately just a swap. My guess would be that RNG probably made this choice going into MSI because I feel like this isn't some kind of last-minute swap. But I guess just overall general thoughts on the swap, how you guys think it'll work out for... We can start with RNG, and I believe we could start with you. Breathe to RNG.
I mean, I think RNG get exactly what they want here. Anyone who's listened to talk to me, I actually knows I have like a huge soft spot in my heart for Bin from having interviewed him, and just I just love top laners that play like him, just like contest the wave before the minions even get there, you know, like you're just in that person's face. You have insane forward percentage. Maybe it's not always the best idea to do that at all, or you know, as frequently as Bin does, but because of that, I really like him. It would be remiss to say that that doesn't make you incredibly volatile, especially with the way that top lane matchups work. They're like top lane of all roles, in my opinion, is the one that is most heavily matchup dependent, despite the fact that it's also like the most independent or like detached lane from the rest of the game still. So when it happens that, like, for example, I think the Camille game 4 game is even a really good example of that, where it's like if you don't end up winning that lane, it's suddenly really difficult to play. And because Bin was so volatile in season, we saw RNG really struggle with like how to deal with that. It affected Wei's pathing a lot.
Yeah.
Which I think was the main like struggle point. And again, it didn't showcase itself in like results necessarily because RNG were still winning, but it looked very shaky a lot of times. And I think Breathe is not like, he's still going to give you like really good highlight like team fight moments in particular, but you will take away some of that like laning volatility in my opinion, and he should be a bit more versatile, which I think will be easier for RNG to deal with and hopefully be able to open up the rest of the map for Wei a little bit more.
Yeah. I feel like this move to me is weird for the fact that I've seen some people get extremely hyped for it. Like, I think Munch is a great example. You saw Munch put out a tweet, and he's like, wow, like, Breathe, finally on a great team, blah, 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 it's going to work out, which I feel like people were saying that looking at.
We hope that cute Jordan Corby kept you entertained in the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the pause. Viper's PC had an issue, but we're told it's all fixed, and we're about to get into pick and ban. On another note, I ate a chicken nugget in the break, and I just got a bone in it. Don't know if that's happened to you, but that was kind of overwhelming and went into the roof of my mouth. If I bleed out during broadcast, Dagda, it will be a solo cast for you, but you'll enjoy it because Weibo Gaming versus EDG, and we have waited 25 minutes for this, and we got another Draven.
Holy God, we're already into the thick of things. So, Kalista Lucian already banned away, so we're going to see the Ezreal. Like, Ezreal, I think, just ends up giving this free lane over towards Huanfeng and the Draven, so I'm very excited to see what they can do. JJ having the good side of the counter matchup, though, with the Lee Sin means that, like, if you can actually set up for, like, strong lanes coming through from Scout or the ability to try and, like, work with this Lee Sin, maybe we actually just get a ton of pressure from EDG up towards this top side. Especially if you're looking towards something like, I don't know, like a Camille and like a Twisted Fate or something for EDG. That could set up super nice here for them to try and play like some sort of split push side lane game.
If you missed it before the break, we were talking up Flandre and the skill that came through in the first series. Again, Flandre impressing us, and we're really hoping for that same Flandre to come through here in this second series. Against Weibo Gaming, they're going to bring out the Brom Ezreal though, Dagda, and Viper and Mako. A pretty solid 2v2 to try and defend themselves against Draven from Huanfeng and all.
Yeah, so definitely I'm kind of seeing where both these teams are going, right? EDG, Silas banned, Galio probably going to be banned. They're looking for that Twisted Fate pickup, right? And I think when you're looking at Weibo, the Vladimir ban signals to me that they're probably looking to see if they can get this Kale again for the Shy and just kind of go for the uber late game in the top side. The only thing I will say though is like traditionally when you see like the Draven, you're playing for that mid-game pressure. So I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing them just kind of all in on that. With something like a little bit more early, but we'll have to see. Maybe I'm just misreading this because EDG actually banned the Twisted Fate themselves. So maybe they are just worried about Angel trying to play down towards the bot side and not actually take something like maybe they go for the Galio here, or they end up just taking something like the Swain for themselves.
But you do raise valid points, and, you know, especially when we talk about the Draven pick. Dagda, I want to do a bit of history, though, because remember that Huan Fong was on IG Young, and once again trained behind Jackie Love. Kind of like we saw, you know, Wink as well, in the same vein on Invictus Gaming. These Draven players coming through behind the man and legend himself. So Huan Fong's going to show us what he can do, but you talked a little bit about setup and what can be brought to this lane. Now, while we don't get the Twisted Fate on the EDG side, I wonder what Angel brings up, because the Ari's band, that was his speciality in the first series. He's going to try the Orianna, which no one's really playing anymore.
Yeah, I think it can still work well at getting control over the mid lane against Swain. Swain, like, really struggles against people that can have that full push.
Okay.
And there we go. It's going to be the Kayle. I wasn't sure if, like, maybe we get a complete left turn and they go in towards a tank, like a Scion. Could actually be really cool here for Weibo. But instead, they are just going to stick back to the Kayle. And the Shy, notably as well, has been playing the AD version of the Kayle.
Yes.
So we'll have to see if he's going to go for the same plan here.
No matter what the build, like what the team's doing, right? They needed AP in their last game, but the Shy built AD anyways. So kind of fun to see, but he's going up against a Jace, and Flandre is as good as he is on this pick. So I was right to get excited about the top side, Dagda, but where do you want to start here? Because these drafts are kind of mesmerizing for game one.
Yeah, I think for EDG, it's definitely going to be trying to play at range with the Jace and the Ezreal, right? Like, if you can try and keep Weibo at bay, just poke them down, you're going to be in a good spot. And you're kind of trying to see if you can avoid a hook from On and the follow-up engage from Angel. And when you've got something like the Braum here, it's going to be kind of easy to try and help you play at that stage. And if Weibo ever do get in on top of them, that's where we'll see Scout kind of pop off with the Swain. But on the upside for Weibo, you just have great late game scaling coming through from the Kayle, but the rest of the comp can do really, really well in team fights if they're able to close that gap.
And before I was saying as well, you know, just touching on the Orianna pick, Scout who's been the only person to play this in the split so far. So second time being played, going up against the man who's only done it. I'm curious to see how Angel goes, Dagda, because again, we see a Draven down at the bottom lane. And we know that if Draven gets ahead early, Draven does Draven things. In the last game we saw, it was early adoration, but it was a pretty stable game. It wasn't really about Wink. This time around, I'm wondering if Weibo Gaming actually play towards the bottom side and set up Huan Fong and On, who have been the shining lights, especially in some of those laning phases.
Yeah, and I think that's the best way for them to try and play this, right? I think Angel should have full control over the mid lane, kind of set up a little bit easier for them to try and play down towards the spot side. But again, that's kind of been the big crux of the issues with Weibo, right? Is that we haven't really seen them go for a lot of these set plays. We're talking about at the start of the day. So I think this is going to be a big test to see how well Weibo can try and help Huan Fong set up on this bottom lane.
Well, it may only be Monday, Dagda, but as we head into Summoner's Rift for the third time here tonight for our second series, as the Dragon, Jesus! Oh my God, it's TFT again. Oh, holy dooly. Oh, well, okay. We're back. Weibo Gaming versus EDG. It might be a bit of an overreaction, but I am very close to my screen, and that scared the living hell out of me.
I'm not going to lie. I just feel bad for the Penguin. Look, you know, animal cruelty to start things off on Monday, that's just not my style. You know, I'm just putting it out there. But I'm also very confused by Huan Fong's choice of skins. It is, you know,
it's
June,
Christmas.
but apparently it's Christmas on the Rift, you know?
Oh, yeah. Again, sorry for everyone's ears, ladies and gentlemen. That was very full on. Hey, Dagda, so, look, away from the Christmas skins as well, I do agree in questioning it. We do have an interesting game where EDG play defensive towards the bottom side, but you talked about the range. Enlighten me a little bit here about how the laning phase looks between for EDG, considering that last split we talked about them being such adamant and great laners.
Yeah, I think on EDG side, right, like Viper and Mako probably just going to take it relatively chill on the bot lane, right? Even though you do have this Draven here, if you ever go for the engage as On, you just end up with the Unbreakable in front of you. You don't really get to trade particularly effectively, right? So you're going to be okay. It's going to be the top lane that I'm keeping my eyes on, because I think if JJ can try and help support Flandre, especially these early levels, to push in, try and put some pressure onto the Shy, maybe even try and set up some ganks up there as well. That's going to be where maybe EDG can try and open up this game.
Okay.
But I feel like Weibo, honestly, as long as they can get the push from Angel, then lean into bot side, they should be relatively okay.
Well, they've hit level 2 first, and that's a great dredge line to set it up. Exhaust used early by Mako, and half HP heal stand. So a nice little setup using their advantage, Dagda, and already a good start here for Funfong and on.
Yeah, and this is what I'm kind of surprised to see SFM like starting on the bottom side, because when I look at like the way the map is set up, right, if Viper's PC could ever work properly, but as SFM, if he had actually started on the top side and moved down into the bottom lane, like that's where you can actually like go, okay, well now we can use the fact we've got this early level 2, we've burnt some summoner spells. Let's see if we can get Angel to push in and like go for a dive in the bottom lane. But the fact he's going to be on top side means that you've actually got to contest with this Jace now, who has full control over that lane already.
I'm sorry, Dagda. Yeah, humor's getting me again. But yeah, we'll find out what the pause is, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully not too long. As soon as I get the information, I'll pass it on. But yeah, you talk about that top side and stopping the Shy here on the KL again. Seeing Flandre on Jace, how many times have we seen him on this pick carry games or at least hold a very steady point? I feel like this is such a comfort for him. And Flandre showing what he did in the first series, kind of giving us a little bit of hope that we do get the Flandre of splits past. Like, Spring wasn't very good, Dagda. Would you say playoffs or Spring all round? Because I don't think he was the noisiest player on EDG.
I think it was kind of sad because, like, I think, again, EDG came off the back of Worlds, and I was actually genuinely excited for them, right? I don't know if people really remember, because we had the changes to the TP at the start of Spring, and EDG were doing some really cool things, right? Like, Flandre started to bring in, like, the Vladimir as a counter to the Jace in the top lane, because he wanted to, like, bring in something a little bit funky. He had the Annie that he brought out as well, because Jace was so strong at the time, and, like, it actually was really, really cool. And even the way that they started to play around the TPs was like, oh, well, we're actually going to go for, like, lane ganks. So you'd have, like, the Annie TP to mid lane, belt down mid lane, and get this, like, big CC off and kill the mid laner. It's like, this is really cool and really innovative, and especially when you're looking at a team that's just off the back of Worlds, I didn't think they would have that innovation because they're kind of playing catch-up. But as the 2-3 weeks rolled on, that's really where we started to see the pains coming in. Flandre just wasn't having the same kind of control that you would expect in the top lane. And JJ as well was having a bit of a miserable time where I think he was kind of struggling to get used to playing more of the engaged champions like the Hecarim, where he'd kind of just go in gung-ho and not really have anyone there to support him, and end up giving over like early skirmishes. And that was kind of where a lot of EDG's strengths were in 2021, and even just in general, is like how strong their team fighting can be. But when you're misplaying them super early from the get-go, it just meant that they had an uphill battle the entire time. So I think for EDG, it's just been a case of like the slow decline over the whole course of Spring, and we're hoping maybe they can bring it back for Summer. But at least starting off with a win is a good sign, but we'll have to see if they can kind of keep it going in this series as well.
Yeah, again, consistency we talked about. Just a quick interjection. Mako is the one who reported an in-game issue. They are investigating to find out what the issue is. I'll let you know if anything changes. So we are just waiting on Mako. The bottom lane of EDG is struggling a little bit today with issues. But Dagda, coming back quickly, like, JJ started out Spring Split so well, and then it was a downhill battle, uphill battle. It was downhill. He rolled downhill. So it was kind of unfortunate considering that JJ was, was he World Finals MVP or was that Scout?
Yeah, JJ was, yeah. Was
right.
he? Yeah.
Was he? Or was it Scout?
Was it Scout? Have I got my...
Was it Scott?
I could be wrong. Let me do check.
Oh, man. Dude, the memory, when you're an LPL caster, and this goes, shout out to any of the fans that watch 7 days a week. You are beyond homies. You are beyond people who, deserve credit. When you look at LPL like 7 days a week, or at least, 5, 6, and you revisit, everything blurs in together. I still think the Shy plays Silas top, and that was like 2019. So it just all blurs it together, man. I don't know.
It was Scout. It was Scout.
It was
Apologies,
Scout.
It was Scout.
Hey, okay, all right. Well, look, I guess memory didn't fail me that time around. But anyway, JJ World Finals was pretty pivotal. I think it was even Game 5 where he had such a big role for EDG. So, yeah, again, it was really disappointing. And we are harping on EDG because EDG are a top team. EDG we expect to be a world's representative. I'll say that now, Dagda. I don't know if you want to speak differently.
I mean, defending world champions, you'd hope so.
Yeah, you would. Like, they're still a great team, right? Still in the top 4 from Spring. EDG are a team that I think I put them fourth, actually on fourth. But, you know, they've still got the talent. They've still got the skill. We remember at Dagda, EDG would just be so great within their lanes. And then it would bridge to a mid-game where they have a gold lead and their team fighting was exceptional. Like, their skirmishing even was exceptional. Yep. So that's what we're looking for in this game. And just to cue in everyone who's waiting here, waiting for Mako's PC to step it up and get us back into this game number one. Weibo Gaming versus EDG is a pretty hype matchup because remember that, you know, Weibo Gaming, again, are world finalists. Suning, world finalists in 2020. EDG, world champions of 2021. There's a lot of expectations on the shoulders of these teams, and especially from Weibo Gaming's standpoint, Dagda, they were a team who, you know, made a couple of changes. The Shy came in and kind of struggled in spring to, I guess, you know, have a strong identity where we thought they'd do a lot better.
Yeah, and I think that was the funny thing, especially when you look at the Shy coming in. Everyone's like, oh, well, you know, he's going to play his carries, he's going to do his thing. But when you actually, like, cast your minds back, he honestly looked best on tanks. Like, when he was actually playing things like the Ornn and the Scion and setting up for a strong team fight, because, like, realistically, Angel and Tuanfeng are exceptional when you actually put them into team fights. And that was kind of the big carry game that Weibo were playing. But they just couldn't really get that to match up again when it got in towards playoffs. And I think by the time you got into the later portion of the split, no, we got baited. We got baited. Oh, we were so baited. We were so close.
Well,
wait, have you checked your button? Is your button working? I keep hitting the start cast button or start game button. But
let me check. Let me check. No. I don't have the button. I gave it back to you. I gave the button
to you.
Did you leave it?
Did we leave it in Ushin? We might have left it in Ushin's house. That's probably why.
Okay. Well,
so
hang on.
we should probably. I'll go over to Ushin's later.
Yeah. Get the button. Yeah. We need control again, dude. I feel so debated. We're gonna work that one out. I'm assuming Mako's issue still not fixed. However, that is not an official announcement. I am a caster. I am not a 5-head. Dagda, I said before, you know, Weibo Gaming, you know, fell a bit short in spring. Obviously, like, I felt like this team could be top 4. They finished, you know, 5th and 6th. You know, just outside of the double elimination. I think I need to give them credit. You know, that's still firmly where we put them, where a lot of us put them. So I guess there are high expectations that Weibo Gaming could be like an unexpected top 4, could fight themselves 5th and 6th again, which makes this match so nice because it is a very high-ranking matchup so early in the season.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like, and apologies to Munchables because he's not going to agree with me in this, Weibo just have that, like, what are you doing there energy. Like, every time I see them, like, doing well, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what are they doing in, like, Worlds Finals? Like, every other team because there was basically, like, the LPL battle going on in that top side of the bracket, where everyone was just having to, like, you had to have JDG, you had Suning, you have top Esports, and Suning manager got to, like, beat them the whole way there and then make it into the finals. And you're kind of like, how did you get here? Like, what has happened? And then even when you look at, like, how they were doing in, like, spring 2020 as well, or 2022, sorry, it was like, how are they second? Like, what happened? Like, how are you here? Like, that feels to be the way I look at this team a lot of the time, because I think there are such glaring issues with Weibo when you look at, like, how they set up the early game, how they're so inactive. There's no real, like, linking up between their lanes. SOFM is kind of off doing his own merry little thing, so you never really know, like, when he's going to get involved. Like, it just feels like there's so many ways to exploit this team that it's hard to ever count them as, like, one of our top 4 contenders. Like, even looking towards, like, a team going towards Worlds, it always feels hard to kind of put them there, because it's like, well, yes, individually you have great talent, but from a team play perspective, it feels very hard to kind of look at them and go, oh yeah, they're spectacular at, like, whatever this style is.
That's why it's so hard, right? Dagda, right turn. I'm going to do an arcane quiz, right? And you're going to answer these questions for me.
Okay.
Now, what arcane character are you? Ladies and gentlemen, play along at home if you'd like and see which one are you. What is your preferred method?
I thought this was a quiz on how knowledgeable I was about Arcane. I'm like, I don't remember this stupid show at all.
Stupid show!
Like, oh, okay. Well, sorry. This great show. I mean, don't dock my pay. I'm very sorry. No fine here.
Oh, but, my God.
Look, I'm not going to lie. So I did enjoy Arcane, but I got, like, very tired very quickly of the, hey, this is Jigs from Arcane. They have more Arcane champions on their team. That's like, yeah.
You're lucky I'm still doing this for you. All right, question 1 out of 18. Oh, my God, it started. Thank God. Okay, I don't have to do this. Honestly, I think you're a bit of a Vi with that attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the delay. It was Mako's issue that caused the delay, as we're going to get action straight away. We've come back in at 3 minutes 20, and Flandre has absolutely no HP from the Shy, and he wants to go for the 1v1, even with Jer in range. Now, he's still melee, remember, and Flandre's going to have to respect that, but Dagda, we're so out of context. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's happened in this top lane. Like, Flandre, like, very, very low on the top side of the map, which I'm kind of surprised at. And I thought JJ would be able to get up there faster, but SOFM managing to kind of intercept JJ en route, so they can't really get much damage onto the Shy. So at least now, you're kind of seeing, all right, SOFM is resetting going back bot, but JJ actually looks like he might be thinking of a sneaky lane gank.
Yeah, moving in that direction, hey. Huanfeng and On waiting for the wave 2, being very patient. Now, up in that top side, as we saw the trading come across, remember that Flandre burnt the TP to get back into the lane. The Shy has the wave crashing against him, but a teleport still at the ready. So he'll be able to go back with Flandre quickly pushing this in. It's a cannon wave, but the Shy shouldn't be too long. Dagda, remember before, as the Shy's back is cancelled, we were talking a lot about how EDG could potentially disrupt this top lane and get up there. Right now, Jeje's all the way on the other side of the map, and there's some really good defensive warding from Weibo Gaming to make sure the Shy just gets through the laning phase.
Yeah, and I actually was kind of surprised to see how well Weibo were kind of able to subdue that from EDG. I think now, especially with the ward kind of spotting out where JJ is, this is where it gets a little bit more interesting. Even Angel, as we talked about, having push in mid, looks like SOFM wants to see if he can get into the face of JJ, but he's going to just kind of let himself get spotted, which I'm surprised at. I think he could have, like, hid himself off for a while and see if he could match JJ across the map.
The Shy just getting auto-attacked to death by Flandre in the meanwhile. Camera can't help but pan up because the man almost dies. But this time, finally, it looks like he'll be able to teleport back. SOFM invading, though, Dagger, and you're right. He was spotted out. So, as the smite comes through, as the Shy decides not to back at the end, it looks like Weibo Gaming will remain controlled up in this top side. And because of SOFM, the Shy feels, I guess, a little bit safer.
I'm not going to lie. I wish that I could trust someone the way the Shy trusts this durability patch. Because the fact that he's willing to just blind pick Kale all the time and is sitting under terror on that health, I don't have that trust in anything. But apparently the Shy is totally alright with just being like, yeah, I'm fine. He picks up his boots, manages to TP back into lane as well, and Flandre is going to trudge his way back up. And I mean, it means that the Shy, honestly, kind of bypassing a lot of this strong early game from Flandre, because when he's now got armor, and he's also about to hit the level 6, so he gets the range into his kit as well.
I mean, dude, he's really not that far down in CS. What was it, 4, 3, 5 maybe? So against the Jace, so far so good. The Shy will be ranged in next level as well. And I'm so glad you pointed out the, the Ninja Tabi, right? The, what are they called? Plated steel caps now. Living in the past. But, against the serrated Dirk here, doing something as the Shy now becomes a ranged champion. And SOFM continues to hover up. Got Scuttle Crab up at the top side as well. Safety continues. And JJ can't get much done, but yeah, Viper taking a bit of a chunk here while Bot continues to have a good time.
Yeah, and that's all you kind of need here. Like, yes, you're going to end up falling behind in CS because of how aggressive Weibo spot lane is, but as long as you're able to kind of keep in touching distance and not actually fall too far behind, you're going to be pretty good. SOFM now again trying to use this presence in the mid lane from Angel to see if he can bait onto JJ and keep being a menace here.
Being really aggressive, gets it. Level 6 as well, that means he has the Heartbreaker available. Angel over the wall with a Shockwave, but with that also comes Scout, who has himself the Demonic Ascension. He backs away, he got what he came for, and Dagda, his lead in the jungle is absolutely massive as well. Good sidestep from the Shy while we watch topside, but you know what that means? He gets blue and he starts the Dragon, and SOFM with a great start to game 1.
And this, actually, good trading here from the Shy, but this is where you can actually see how you can, like, combat a presence from a jungler, not by playing to the lane that you expect EDG to play towards, right? So, like, in theory, JJ wants to try and play towards topside, but the fact that you're basically playing off of strong bot lane and strong mid lane for SFM to get in, steal camps, put JJ behind, and now makes it so much more difficult for JJ to actually impact topside, because he basically has to go in a coin flip of going, right, well, do I take the definitive route of I can succeed by farming, or do I try and flip the game on going for this playing the top side, or risk falling further behind?
Well, let's pause on that because it's the bottom lane play that gets made first in the 2v2. Mako up with the wall and on, gets absolutely obliterated. Meanwhile, Demonic Ascension popped in the mid lane. Angel has the Shockwave available, but he's waiting. And Never Move again comes through, but the Shockwave tags him back in. denied while the 2v2 ends up in favor of EDG. Viper and Mako, baby, they're doing it again.
And we put the question forward at the start of the day, who was going to end up coming out on top between these two AD carries, and Viper right there putting Fong in his place, losing all those stacks now for the Draven is going to be a disaster, especially when that lane had been going so well. The 2 kills going across, the Manamune completed. It's such a good moment for the EDG support and AD carry.
And you know, it could have been a lot worse, but props to Angel there, putting out the fire with an amazingly timed shockwave. Dagda, we're in replay city here, and we get to watch the bot lane play in full.
Yeah, so you can see here, On does go in, but remember what we talked about, right? This is why you can't really go aggressive without the AD carry, because Mako just absorbs so much damage with that Unbreakable, and the entire time, right, like, everyone's trying to hit On towards Mako, but you're just getting so much damage down as Viper throughout. The auto attacks are coming through gloriously, and they're just able to take down both of them. Easily done by EDG.
You know the scene in Game of Thrones? This is a spoiler, by the way. Block your ears if you're not up to, I think it's season 6 or maybe end of season 6. And my partner out there, my fiance, block your ears. So you know when Hodor's there and he's actually holding the door, and we find his backstory, and all those zombies, those skeletons are coming through, and they're trying to break through the door. That's what it feels like getting against Brom. With the damage we saw in the bottom lane, Mako absorbed everything in the kitchen sink, and now because of a Dagda, Viper's 2-0. He has a man immune. It's such a big start for EDG, considering we just talked about their strength being their strength within lanes, and Viper and Mako showed us that in spring.
Yeah, and again, this just kind of opens up a lot here for EDG, right? So you can get the push onto bot side. You can even start to rotate up towards Rift Herald if you want to. It looks like they don't really want to commit to that, though, just because Scout, again, is struggling to get control over this mid lane because of just the way this matchup functions. So instead, they're just going to try and use this to turn in 2 plates on the bot side instead. And already 1 taken, 2 going to be coming through very shortly. And Viper kind of set himself up as a big carry now for EDG.
So what do you do on Weibo Gaming side, Dagda? Because as Herald gets started out here, as even Mako moves up to help secure, you talk to me about, well, Weibo Gaming have a bit of, mix and match here with scaling. We have the Shy up on the Kale, who's in a dangerous place to be ganked. Angel here on the Orianna. I might need to pause because Scouts here never move out of range. But Fong is now not in a position where he's dominating lane. He's not the Draven who's snowballing. Maybe the wrong time to ask it, Dagda. What do you think?
Yeah, we're definitely having a fight.
Okay, hold the thought, though, because SOFM comes around with an instant flash. Shockwave good as well. Angel once again calling in clutches. The Shy gets the kill. The Kale up and easy. They never moved to slow down Flandre and Mako on the run. And already EDG not going to have fun in front of the Herald anymore, and SOFM returns to start it for the second time.
Yeah, just a mixed bag of decisions there from EDG, right? They try to move up to top side to get a pick onto the Shy because they want to try and get push for Flandre, but that means that then they're delaying the time to actually kill the Rift Herald. Viper had decided not to move up, so they hadn't committed with the bot lane that was winning on the map for EDG, so it means that they've kind of just been pulled several different directions, no one really picking one, and Weibo managed to actually get a pick of themselves, and should be now in a much better spot. You see it here, right? Like, you've only got Ezreal in the mid lane here. JJ's kind of been taken down from several different directions, and SOFM, beautifully done there. The flash forward to get the play, even getting the predict on the damage onto JJ as well, so he's out of the equation. And from that point forward, On is just already roamed up, so he's able to help out beautifully.
A nice little sync up there from SOFM and Angel. We highlighted Angel quite a lot. We said SOFM in the first series had some dull moments, but nice to see them working together. Dagda, though, as we come back and Herald does go over to Weibo Gaming, EDG's bottom lane is still ahead, so the play doesn't go too well up there, but EDG don't care because their Ezreal is massive. Viper just got so much plating towards himself, and JJ wants to double down.
Yeah, JJ trying to see if he can make the play in the bottom side. Good poke on towards On and Fong. And I mean, even if you want to just kind of hold this here, there's no need to commit to the dragon as JJ starts it, because you've got push in mid, Rift Herald's there, you've got move on bot. I don't know if this is the best time for EDG.
And Angel's poked out Scout a little bit as well. The Herald will disappear, but plating given over to Angel as he moves over. Still confident here in the strength of Viper as SOFM gets tagged away. Sonic Wave's there from JJ, the kick backwards as well. SOFM has his ulti to get out, but he's on the wrong side of dodge. True shot barrage. Man, there you go. You get the Korean sniper from Viper, the 3-0 start that every Ezreal wants.
Nice play from JJ to get the kick as well, and Weibo just not quite able to get the sync that they needed to actually try and find that pick, and it means now EDG get one. Shy getting some good damage onto Flandre, but realistically, like, the Rift Herald did get some gold in the mid lane for Angel, so that'd be nice at least for the Orianna, but it's been responded with massively by Viper, who's now sitting 3-0, 3 turret plates as well, a 300 gold bounty for himself. Like, EDG's bot laner is so strong at the moment.
So, Dagda, I need to ask again because, you know, Viper's still massive. And even though the Shire got the kill before, EDG is starting to push ahead in gold. It's close to 2,000, but if I did math properly, I'd tell you it's probably closer to 1,500. I want you to tell me what happens if Weibo Gaming fall behind because, yeah, the scaling's in different areas and the Draven's not in a position where he's massive yet.
Yeah, I think you still got like decent late game scaling here on Weibo's side just because of the Shy, right? But the thing is, you have to find ways to enable the Shy and even enable the Viego in this composition as well. Okay. If On can find good hooks, you're in a good spot. But my biggest worry is, right, like, think about if you end up trying to, like, walk in head first into EDG. Mako just pops himself up with the shield in front. You've got Flandre and Viper able to disengage through the back. And then you end up with the Glacial Fissure as well to stop any real follow-up from Weibo. So you have to be super smart here as On about how you actually start these fights off and who you're managing to get that engage on.
Okay, well, I like the discussion that we can have over the course of the game. Now, the Shy is going AP as everyone rejoices for this time around. Change from the AD is caught out as Scout. SOFM moves on up here, but look, the whole of Weibo Gaming here flash away from the Heartbreaker, and SOFM threatens to get a kill. You can see as well, they've just opened up the top side. The Shy stays in the lane, and even Huanfeng moving towards mid. Weibo Gaming put the pressure on, while Viper's left behind in bot lane.
Yeah, trading bot tower for mid turret. EDG have Viper on the way. They may actually be looking to see if they can make a fight here, but On is just helping at the Shy, so realistically, EDG haven't really been able to get the control that they want of, despite the fact that Viper is huge. So I think the big thing that you're going to have to wait and see now is, like, as this game goes on, the Shy continues to scale. He's level 11. Like, the Shy is just going to be able to take over in this side lane against Flandre. And that's where you're going to have to see if EDG can continue to force these big objective fights where maybe they can win out with how large Viper is. But this game isn't, like, completely over at all for Weibo.
No, it's not. And Dagda, let's go back to Scout for a second. That is a Rylai's first. So, what do you think? How do you feel about it?
I actually don't mind it. I think it does really well, especially for, like, what EDG want from Scout, right? Like, Scout is basically going to play that bruiser front line where, as people are trying to jump in onto the back line, he goes forward. The Rylai's is going to slow. And as well, like, we see this a lot when you're going to go for the Imperial Mandate, which is with the Kindle Gem picked up. Chances are what we're going to see second here from Scout. It means that then you end up getting, like, a ton of procs of the Imperial Mandate. And Lyric was actually talking about a lot in his casts, and I think Ox brought up as well, was just like, when you have a team that you can trust to actually focus the people that have the Imperial Mandate procs, you can do so much work and get so much damage off of that item.
Nice little touch-up. Thanks for that. So we'll see as well. But for the Shy, he's caught out here. Divine Judgment going to come through. Jeje puts him against the wall. True Shot Barrage helping out. He's not dead yet, thanks to a bit of durability, but eventually he goes down with the help of Flandre. Caught out in the side lane, the biggest one for EDG. Weibo Gaming come too late. Wait, hang on. Depth charge. Okay, they want to find this. Mako caught in the middle, though he flashes away, but he ain't tanking enough, and Huanfeng finally gets to cash in. Turns from bad to pretty okay for Weibo Gaming.
I mean, it's a great play for Weibo, the fact that they're able to turn around, but I don't really get why EDG are, like, playing away from where Viper is, right? Like, this guy is absolutely huge at the moment. 2 items already completed. And if you try to play around the Ezreal, that's where your main source of damage is going to be and you can actually find success. But they keep trying to make plays onto side lanes, onto, like, Flandre, who isn't really set up that well. Same when you look towards Scout, who's been caught out, and it just doesn't really work. So, especially when you're looking at, like, Kale here, Kale is so good at buying so much time in these fights. So even though they get the Shy down, when EDG overextend then on the follow-up, Weibo are able to get one back as Huanfeng just roams down with no real pressure in the mid lane that Weibo have to worry about.
Depth charge used on, just walked past him again. Another clean play here from the support of Weibo Gaming. We talked a lot about him and how he was going, Dagda, because honestly, On has just been beautiful to watch so far this split.
Yeah, he's really come a long way, even over the course of the last few years, and especially in that play there, right? Like smart engage, and it means that you now, I don't know if you saw it, an 828 gold because the adoration stacks from Huanfeng went over to this Draven. So 2 items now fully completed for the Draven. He's kind of backfiring at all cylinders, so you've actually got to be very careful as EDG. Now they do have position here on the Dragon because SOFM went towards Rift Herald, so at least it'll be something for them, but when you get in towards these team fights, you still have to be careful that Huanfeng will churn out damage.
Yeah, I mean, again, look, 2-item Draven there. It might be a 3-0 Ezreal, but I'm glad you spotted the gold, Dagda, because that's so significant here in the grand scheme. EDG and Weibo Gaming in game number 1 as well, they're even in gold. And it's worth noting as well, with 45 seconds until the Dragon, there's a good never move comes through from Scout. Great combo as the Demonic Ascension is up and going. Angel's ready for the taking, as it might be Rylo's first, but Angel knows he can't move anymore. Scout close to the solo kill. A big move for the mid lane of EDG as Viper comes rolling down, but Angel's already gone.
Yeah, the dissonance given the speed up there, just about to get away from that, but that should net them the top lane turret. They got multiple members up here, although as I say that, Weibo trying to mount a defense, but I mean, at least getting members of Weibo off the map means that EDG should be able to set up nicely with their vision control on this top side.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see Dagda because they're hovering around for now. It's Baron in about 15 seconds, but we're not watching FPX of Spring here. Watching EDG, Weibo Gaming. And what we know about these teams, Dagda, is, you know, EDG through lanes, through the consistency we saw in Spring, they were quite a force, but you've talked a lot about team fighting for Weibo Gaming, and especially in Spring, how clean they were. And we even saw that again. Late game is key for this team, just with how they play with their dynamic.
Yeah, and I still expect them to be absolute monsters when it comes to that as well. Like Huanfeng, again, brilliant AD carry. You got Angel, who really has stepped up as a big carry for Weibo as well. And on things like the Orianna, where these shockwaves are key, you're going to have to be very careful on as EDG that you're not getting someone like Angel flanking on the side and managing to find these moments.
Well, SOFM going to do exactly that in reverse. EDG getting flashed on. It's onto Flandre. Depth charge in the top lane. He goes sky high with Mako having to run back. Weibo Gaming pull a couple of buttons, but get no reward for EDG.
That is pretty big, though, because the fact that you have no flash on Flandre is actually going to be pretty significant for the Dragon in 3 minutes time. Like, On will still be able to have that depth charge, can still like hex flash over walls and find engages, but the big one is actually getting some member of EDG that you know is just going to be stuck if you land that CC down, and that's exactly what Flandre is for this team. It's a way for Weibo to start fights and try and break the poke that could happen at these Dragons at a later stage.
Well, we've got 1 and 2 minutes 30, Dagda, and I'm going to bring you back because we're looking at 2-item territory here as well. Viper getting towards his third. Of course, he's the one that's fed. The Shy now has the crown of the Shattered Queen, in short, Crowny, as we've called it. And, you know, a 2-item, the Shy. And look at the clock. Do you see that? He's 13 out of 16 as well. So he's hitting levels pretty hard. And the game at a state where it continues to be pretty much even as well. We always know the Kayle win condition can come through at any time. We know that Kayle, one of the best scalers in the game, it's going to be a big threat for EDG to deal with, especially as we start getting towards the 4th, 5th Dragon Dagda ever so soon.
Yeah, I mean, I genuinely am a bit worried for EDG here. Like, they haven't really kind of picked up the pace of the game enough where you can actually just run away with this and, like, one fight can end the game, right? Like, you're realistically going to be waiting here for like more dragons to spawn, and this just gives that time for the level 16 to be hit by the Kayle. Now, charge won't happen on the bot lane, which has been unfortunate with the Rift Herald, but it doesn't really matter. You've got all these outer turrets down, you're giving these long lanes to the Shy, giving them the opportunity to continue to just farm in sides, and I mean, this Kayle is going to be a serious issue for EDG.
So do you mind, Dagda, if I ask you a little bit about the crown? Because let's be real, the Shy is the Shy, right? He's got this identity that he's a bit of a Chad. He's a funny guy. He's someone who he's just not the same as everyone else. Now, Crown here with the Nashes coming through, I find interesting because Dagda, when we've seen AP Kayle, it's been Riftmaker. It has pretty much always been Riftmaker.
Yeah, I'm actually not a fan of it because, like, when you look at like the poke that can come through from EDG, you're going to get that proc super easily, right? It's not like you're going to get full value out of it. I actually think the Riftmaker would have been a way better choice, because even when you look at like burst damage on EDG, it's not exactly that high, right? So I think definitely this was a game for Riftmaker, and I'm not actually the biggest fan of the crown here. I just don't see how you're going to get full value out of it.
I guess scared of Viper, maybe scared of Flandre, and hoping to survive the burst here from the Ezreal and the Jace. But Dagda, I guess we get to see it in action in 20 seconds because we begin. Baron up sitting there, and Scuttle secured by Weibo Gaming just to give them a bit of vision control. But as they move up towards it, as Dragon spawns, they're like, hey, we do have vision control. We're going to threaten this for now as the True Shot Barrage comes through.
Yeah, 3 seconds on Dragon, though. You can see Flandre is going to move down into that. So, here's the flash.
It's cheeky. On to Mako, no. The Hex Flash cancelled in the end, and Mako doesn't have to burn his own. SOFM trying to play with snakes and ladders here on the back end. And once again, we A-ramming for the time being, but Flandre, the only person not there. He's taken Dragon by himself as SOFM won't get there in the nick of time. That soul point given away, and EDG play the con game.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo tried to bait them into the top side of the map, but EDG just kind of called the bluff. Flandre moves back down, and it means now, remember what we were saying, like, the opportunity to try and punish the fact there was no flash on Flandre, like, punish the fact that you can actually have these big setups, but unfortunately for Weibo, they don't actually find that moment, and now all the summoner spells are back up for EDG, so point for them as well. Just a really nice way of playing the map there from EDG and calling Weibo's bluff.
We still got gold even, but yeah, we know that in 4.5 minutes, Weibo Gaming have to be there. Otherwise, Ocean Soul over to a Swain, to an Ezreal. That's pretty damn bad. So, Dagda coming through. Let's start talking a little bit about what you come to expect, like how Weibo Gaming set themselves up for this threat. Because EDG have a lot of options. I mean, they can threaten the Dragon, then move to Baron, and Weibo Gaming have to be at their whim.
Yeah, I think that's the bit. So the good thing for Weibo is that they can tend to win out on like any sort of mid push, right? Because they are just so much stronger. Being able to like threaten the engage means that EDG inevitably have to back off. So they should be able to get wave push and then have control over which side of the neutral they want to go for, and then try and deny vision, but they just need to do it sooner. Like for Weibo they're kind of caught between, oh, are we trying to bait Baron? Are we trying to go out for Dragon? And they just never actually made a decision, even on an engage when Flandre wasn't there. So I think it's just having a bit more confidence in themselves that they actually can go for these plays. And even now, Weibo are trying to use that fact again, right? Like deny vision for EDG in towards the Baron, and then allow themselves the opportunity to maybe EDG poke their head into the wrong place, and On can hit them with the hook.
But it's so hard, even without vision, right? The Swain Vision of Empires there. Going to spot them out. Viper with his True Shot Barrage. Flandre from range and Shock Blast in front of the pit. So there's always a way to spot out, and after the wave gets pushed in, EDG might have their turn of it. Now playing in the shadows, ready to clear out vision themselves. Not much in front of the Baron area, and EDG hoping that Weibo Gaming need to come and check.
Yeah, again, like for EDG, it's about landing like a couple of those mystic shots from Viper, like that big shock blast from Flandre. Like if they can get that damage to stick, they're going to be in a good spot. And even as you can see, just the complete lack of vision will mean that EDG actually will start up this Baron, but Weibo very aware of it.
But SOFM's walking in by himself. A little bit of an inkling here from EDG is, remember Huanfeng used the Whirling Death to spot it out. EDG still playing with fire here in front of the Baron, and SOFM, he's going to be slowed down walking on in at 5k. It's continuing on. EDG want to flip this one as teleport being burnt from the Shy, but it's gone. EDG have taken the Baron in game number 1, and the Shy coming in the aftermath. He's not level 16, but it's a Kale with range as SOFM takes a tag, and EDG are out of there, burning a flash on Flandre, on Scout with his Ghost, and the Baron is all theirs for it.
And that's one of the things EDG's composition does so well, is disengage. With the ultimate coming in from the Braum, Scout having the flash and the Ghost as well to get away, even the kick from JJ if it's necessary, EDG managing to get the objective, and now they can just group up and look to try and like siege down with this Baron buff. So really nice play from EDG.
It's a shame. The Shy now gets level 16, by the way, guys, so better late than never. I don't know, Dagda, but yeah, away with murder. And we're not even going to guess who done it. EDG have a minute 15 until that Ocean Soul comes up as well. And we're going to be on 4-item Ezra. We're going to be on 3-item Jace too. Feels like EDG have so much power at this point, Dagda. And, you know, Weibo Gaming, you were criticizing them for their indecision. You know, once again, it hindered them in this first game.
And now it's going to make it even harder for them to try and defend this dragon, right? Because we said, hey, look, maybe you can try and brute force your way into mid-priority. Well, definitely not going to be the case with the Baron now in favor of EDG. They just get to stand there and watch the minions die. So EDG now feeling brave.
I mean, Viper ease over the wall, and the damage just hurts so much onto SOFM, who has a bit of extra HP. So you can see that Viper has just been strong all game long and continues to dish out the damage. Now for EDG, that Dragon, 30 seconds time, one Fong getting priority in the bot side. While they're trying to get positioning down the bottom side of River Dagda, what do you want to see for Weibo to try and find this?
I mean, you need a good engage coming through from SOFM or on, and you see SOFM trying to hide out in the shadows to get that engage, let the Shy tear through. He's at 3 items. Like, this KO will hurt. It's just about getting him into the fight.
But Jeje's walked into melee range. Hang on a minute. He's walked into the Shy. Flashes away with SOFM waiting. Why did he do that as Viper? Arcane shifts towards trouble. It's a good never move from Scout as he pulls out the Demonic Ascension, but Weibo Gaming, they're split too. The Shy by himself, the Divine Judgment coming through SOFM, sending him backwards. The Shy alive for now, but they're all piling on. EDG, why?
JJ gets completely caught out, and that was all they needed. Weibo needed to close the gap, and EDG just gave it to them. And now, Weibo get to push up mid. The minions are there. They can do a lot of damage here, Asterix.
Running in front of a Kale. Dagda just don't know what's happening. Weibo Gaming with 5 members strong, and even with the Baron from JJ, they're tearing through the minions. One fell swoop, and EDG fall down. It might not be the end of the game here, but the inhibitor's broken over. The Ocean Dragon ripe for the taking, and Weibo Gaming given a lifeline in this first game.
That Baron buff ended at nearly a negative 4,000 gold for EDG. Weibo decimating them in the team fight. Now they get the dragon as well. And look at the gold. It swung firmly in favor of Weibo. And we'll see it here. JJ, like, there is no... He's trying to just spot out where SOFM is. But having absolutely zero vision on where anyone else is, the Shy has a ton of burst damage. We said already, level 16, 3 items. This Kayla is going to do so much work. And now you're just fighting 4 versus 5. And, I mean, what do you even do here? The Shy is tearing you asunder. Riley's as well, slowing everyone as he finds his fights.
I'm just trying to look here, Dagda, because, yeah, again, you know, kind of surprised by EDG, but I'm just watching this play out, and one after the other, like lambs to the slaughter, trying to recover the play, and the Shy cuts it out quite nicely. So there you go. Crown doubters, I guess. The Shy made it work. That's what the crown was for. It all makes sense.
Yeah, it's actually just because it's like, you know, you drop this king when the Shy ends up like, making the unbelievable play. But JJ again.
Here we go again. I mean, JJ, what's going on? He goes golden, but he's buying time. On might be low, but it won't matter if the jungler's dead. The flash forward from SOFM, but he's kicked backwards. It's one jungler after the other making the mistake as Viper flashes on in onto Angel, the shock blast. Flandre chasing up. Viper and Flandre recovering the play, and Weibo Gaming are sent all the way back to their base. Mako flashing forward. The shock blast from Flandre. This game ain't done yet.
Oh, it's ADG throwing the game, and Weibo throw it right back at them. Now they can actually start to move in. You got Scout as well off on the sides, just trying to make sure they can stay here to pressure in towards the base as well. This should be the inhibitor now for EDG, with death timer still not up.
The Shy sticking around. Crown is now down. The Rylai's helping out, slowing them down. Level 17, but we're already past that point as Viper's damage is something to be scared of. He again hits like a truck, and EDG have done the same damage that Weibo Gaming did only moments ago. Dagda, both mid inhibitors are down, and I don't know what to say about this game because it's 6-6, and gold is once again near even.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a little bit of a back and forth, a bit messy, but you can see here, right, like, again, it's a great engage from On. It's like this guy stepping up once more for Weibo, but the biggest problem here is, like, the Shy isn't really in position to follow up. JJ manages to go golden, and SOFM, like, way too far forward. Great reactions from JJ to, like, kick him into the team so he can get the follow-up. And from that point forward, all the engage tools have been used from Weibo. So EDG just gets a free fire at them as Weibo struggled to get in range.
I mean, it was really nice here. Again, the poke we talked about, or Dagda rather you did, in draft, the range EDG used so well here, and there it is. Once more, Viper hurts so much. Angel's at half HP. Baron's up. And with those quick chunks, I mean, it makes it so much harder for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, the Shy is only resetting from bot lane. He still has the TP into the play as well. I mean, this could be gone.
And 5k, 4k, look at this. TP finally comes through at 3, burning it down, but EDG let it reset. Weibo Gaming are the ones with lower health bars, and another True Shot Rush flies through. SOFM looking for a steal on the back end, but EDG are still playing with fire. They know as on flashes on him for the engage. Depth charge onto Viper. They need to kill the Ezreal, but SOFM not in just yet. The Shy hitting away. He's huge as well, but EDG stand tall as SOFM didn't make the play, Dagda.
Yeah, SOFM needed to. No flash on Viper. That was your moment. Weibo were waiting perfectly until On's flash was up, but SOFM won't commit.
And look at the poke come through. Weibo Gaming are trying to run away. The Shy now frontlining in front of EDG. Weibo Gaming again. Hesitancy kills the cat as Scout running forward. He knows that this game's now in the bag. The Swain taking care of business, and EDG will not go quietly into that night.
Oh, it was so close. Weibo could have had that fight, but now EDG falling back towards this Baron. And with 40 seconds until the Dragon as well, they can clear this, reset, and get there to contest the Soul as well. Look at Scout already having reset to make sure that he can get there in time.
It's going to be so hard. I mean, SOFM are hoping for a steal, and yet the Baron taken once again. EDG, even though the gold hasn't extended Dagda, it feels like a firm grasp, right? It feels like EDG are at that point where, yeah, Weibo Gaming need a miracle engage. We haven't seen a huge shockwave come through. We haven't seen an insane SOFM ult or flank like we could have in that last fight. It's unfortunate, but hey, props to EDG for sticking in there. Because now with 10 seconds until Dragon, they are poised to strike and get that soul and look towards finally ending the game.
Yeah, I mean, automatic mid push on out of the equation as well. He has no flash, only the Hex flash available, but I mean, this Dragon isn't even going to stick around long, and suddenly this becomes so much more difficult now for Weibo as well, because having that little bit of regen, having the opportunity here for EDG to make sure that they can like keep themselves topped up, means that if you don't find that correct engage, then Weibo just end up falling to the extra regen that EDG are going to have.
Again, the poke going to be massive, Dagger, and Scout, when he gets into the thick of it as well, that Ocean Salt's going to be very heavily felt as Turret down in the bottom lane. That's going to be the next charge. The Shy's moving in by foot because he burnt the TP in the previous play. Scout now here as well. All 5 members committing to the bottom lane push, Dagger, and I'm struggling to see how Weibo Gaming are going to defend against this Baron buff when the range keeps firing at him.
Yeah, I mean, the siege is obnoxious. The double Canyon minions there as well. Like, the amount of damage and poke is just perfect here for EDG. SOFM doesn't realize, I don't think, that he's been spotted as he stands outside his base, but...
Woo! Okay, heading forward. I mean, the Shy is, again, a mini fridge. You know, the bar fridge that uses a lot of energy, but still keeps things cold. As On needs to find the engage here. EDG positioning again to go aggressive as SOFM. Dodging away from the ultimate, but Angel does not. He gets knocked up and flashes away. The Shy is the saving light of Weibo Gaming, but at this point, it's looking hard as EDG, again, get another inhibitor. And Dagda, they're using Baron to push in and try and find a win.
Yeah, good news at least for Weibo is that the top lane wave is not in a position, but I mean, EDG don't really look like they want to back. They're just waiting for the next line of minions to just conga line their way in.
Waiting for the poke as well. Viper and hitting there, and the never move connects. Got him as the poke follows through as well. On and SOFM at half HP. Beautiful stuff from Flandre as the Whirling Death adds a couple of layers, but remember they have Ocean Soul, and the Shy does not. He's defending by himself with the True Shot Barrage, even adding a bit more depth to that. They successfully defend Dagda, but it looks like an onslaught.
Yeah, I mean, there's still one more wave to go with 15 seconds. This is this. Can they hold?
Watch Flandre as well. Onto Scout. They find a target. Weibo Gaming want to make their line, and the Samba On is already dead before the fight starts. EDG now in a 5 versus 4. It's one Fong running for the base. The Shy, the shining light, blown to smithereens. Flandre and Viper hurt like hell as Jeje with another sick kick flash. EDG, they were hanging for a bit there, but game 1 belongs to them.
And EDG managing to bring it back. It looked a little bit dodgy in the mid-game when we got to those fights, but able to orchestrate it so well. And a bit unfortunate there for Weibo. I mean, you could see that they were nearly able to get some of these plays in, but miscommunication, disjointed on the plays, meant that EDG were able to weather the storm and find the win.
Really rough though, right? Because, EDG, let's be real. That game, in terms of control, in terms of how it was going, the Shy was the member to watch for Weibo Gaming, but Viper found the 2v2 kill. Early double, found a follow-up in 5-6 minutes after that. Viper was in such a great position and just kind of coasted along, picking up CS and continued staying strong. Dagda, there was not really a point there where we were like, oh, EDG definitely going to lose this, until Jeje got caught out and Weibo Gaming on a silver platter got handed this perfect little pick of a fight. So it does feel like EDG should have won that game, but again, you're right. The mid game wasn't as clean as we'd expect from the 2021 World Champions.
Yeah, and you could see, like, the amount of damage the Shy was doing was absolutely insane. So, I mean, one or two of those fights look a little bit different, and suddenly he's tearing through the towers, and this could have been a Weibo win. But again, like, I really love the way On played these engages. I thought he was super smart. I just think that they needed to be a little bit more aggressive, Weibo, and how they went for this. Like, especially, third Ocean Dragon, for EDG. On has the potential to engage over the wall. They don't decide to take it. Viper is left out to high and dry when you've actually got them on with SOFM on a flank at the barn play, and he doesn't take the fight, right? Like, these are the moments that could have clutched out this game. And even if SOFM doesn't find the kill, right, just the fact you're taking Viper out of that fight is so important. And that could have been then the barn for Weibo. So definitely just a few misplays coming through that cost Weibo, I feel like, in the end.
Yeah, it really did. And again, like, that indecisiveness, like, Viper caught out on the backside. It's so frustrating to watch. Whether SOFM would have found success or not, but you will never know because it never happened. Look, honestly, I will say that SOFM has been a little bit shaky at the start of the split. In fact, we know that SOFM was a core issue in spring as well. And this game, in the first 15 minutes, wasn't too bad. It was pretty clean stuff, and we saw a bit of a lead gain from SOFM, but, the Shy was never influenced. The Shy never got this perfect little setup in the top lane. Any lane for that point. What am I trying to say, Dagda?
Yeah.
We didn't really see much. We have a Draven lane, we have a Kayle lane, and I don't think we saw much of SOFM trying to get it ahead.
And that's the problem that I saw with this, right? Was like, SOFM was still playing more for his own advantages, right? Like, you have the Draven in the bot lane and was getting pushed, but instead of like, hey, we're going to solidify that advantage by maybe looking for a dive at Angel or, trying to see if you can make a gank happen, he was like, oh, that means you guys can roam so I can get more farm, right? Like, that was the way that he was looking at this game. And I think it would have been a much better play to try and, like, work with your laners to find success and maybe look to solidify a big lead for Wanfeng. Because even if the Shy was just in the isolated 1v1 as we saw, he was actually fine. Like, he was doing well against Flandre. So it just was a bit unfortunate that we never got the pressure down towards Wanfeng in that bot lane. Yeah. And that's, like, I think that's a major issue that we're going to see with Weibo in general. Like, I think Wanfeng is a great Draven player. I don't think Draven is a champion that Weibo can play because of the way their team interacts.
That's very true. I mean, it's not like Weibo Gaming when the Shy first integrated in the roster in spring, where it looked like he's willing to be a little bit more versatile. We're in a meta now where, I'll be honest, it probably favors the Shy. Like, if we're getting carries up at the top lane, if we're getting durability changes, Dagda. The Shy is someone who, as we've seen 3 games in a row now, is just willing to blind pick the Kayle. So you're right, there needs to be a bit more direction, and maybe that helps with the control of the game. But for now, I will say that, EDG are still doing EDG things. Viper and Mako, like, hitting the same strides. Their 2v2 in lane is just one of the most deadly in the world, for a good reason.
Yeah, and that's what we had the pauses for. They had to upload the mind of Wanfeng and On into the database so they could actually figure out how to absolutely smash them. Because the fact they're coming out in like an Ezreal Braum lane and winning the 2v2 with a double kill in the Nautilus and the Draven matchup is just absolutely insane.
It's skill, it's class, and it's everything here from Viper and Mako, where EDG finding themselves successful game 1, but it was very entertaining, and hopefully Game 2 delivers on the same path right after this.
About 5 or 6 in the bot lane. So it is still the lane dominance that we expected to see, but now we're going to see a hook coming out beautifully caught out there as they jump onto light. The exhaust is going to be enough. Excuse me, not the exhaust. The ignite may not be enough as Crisp is now taking a bad trade, but they have the Gangplank ultimate to trade it back.
the teams have swapped sides of some disrespect here. It's IG on the top side of the Baron now, and they don't really know how to get home. Weibo denying them entry. And that's massive damage onto the backline. SFM behind the enemy lines. In goes on with a 3-man taunt, and in go the rest of the team. Wink will fall. Shinliu goes down as well, and IG have been torn asunder. Berserker is on Gwen, finds one answer, but it's only going to be the one. Maybe try and look for vision around Baron. They already have decent vision control here, but EDG want to pick as the chomp comes through onto Hung. Looking Kalista ult to save his life, but actually Scout doesn't get to move, doesn't get to play. His Viper has to retreat on the play. Hung flashing forward to try and find more. JJ won't go until the Dawning Shadow arrives. Great kick across the team. Care turns golden, but he's down as well, and it's a kill for Flandre. Mako flashing forward. With a Kalista, it's always going to be hard. There's Drake taken by Weibo. IG want to fight for themselves, but Wink can't really get in just yet. Hostile takeover goes wide. Yukai into the back, but one bunk pulls out to safety. SFM in the middle of everyone. That's a huge pull-in. Do they have the damage? It's also to one bunk. He cleanses it. SFM goes down. Double kill for Yukai. In comes the Shy, though, to try and answer. Angel gets one. Dashes out the backside of the fight. In goes the Shy. The solo laners come up huge for Weibo. It's a triple kill. Make it a quadra for Angel.
Oh no! Doesn't matter. He might not be able to stack up any at all. That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh! Ho, ho! Hope with the slam down. Shadow Surge is gonna miss because of the flash. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into Knight. Knight has the flash away. What plays coming out from JDG? They have woken up.
Get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, On the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why.
Everybody get on down. Let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down. Let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright.
We're at a slower start to this series with Weibo Gaming and EDG, kicking off with a small pause. However, once we got into game, bit of action on your screens, followed with some crazy throws and some pretty big damage. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Asterix. I'm joined by Dagda and Sir. What we just witnessed was an EDG win, however long, but mostly EDG in control with Viper just deserving MVP, I dare say.
Oh yeah, definitely Viper MVP. Like the fact you're getting the 2v2 kills up against the Draven and the Braum, and then having an insane, I was gonna say an insane amount of damage. I didn't realize that was gonna be the damage number that was on my screen. Like we are having some serious heavy hitters today.
Oh yeah, goal difference at end. Oh, he was under. Okay. Well, I mean, he's going up against the Draven, but 200%. That's the stat I'm looking at. As we're about to go straight into band pick, ladies and gentlemen, Viper. What more do you expect? Viper and Mako were the lane we're looking at, going up against Huanfeng and On. On is at an exceptional start of the split, but that time around, we saw a very quiet Weibo Gaming, as here on the blue side, Dagda. I'm very curious about what we're going to get first pick, because that Viego came through last time for SOFF.
Yeah, and I wasn't overly impressed with it, but it looks like we're going to be getting it again anyway. So I imagine we're still going to get the Lee Sin now on the opposite side. Just a decent matchup into the Viego, at least in the early stages of the game. And then I'll be curious to see what the game plan is going to be. Ezreal was the first one for Viper last time, and that's exactly what they're going to go back to.
Rinse and repeat, JJ on the Lee Sin. It's been a big core of his, and, you know, a jungler that still sits there as strong in the meta. Dagda, are we really going to run it back? Okay, so they're saying the Draven wasn't the issue.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if we're going to just run it straight back, I mean, Braum going to be able to come through here again for EDG. And honestly, I don't see why you change it, right? Like, they actually worked out, like, super well from the last game. It went, they had all the answers they need. I think the Braum was a good addition as well, because it just nullifies everything you want to do in that bot lane. We're going to have to see if, yeah, looks like it's going to be the play.
Yeah, don't get baited in. I want the Zyra as well, but I'm not sure if we're at that point yet. It was so great in the 2v2, and Mako was amazing on this Braum, so as we run it back, Dagda, my biggest question is, do EDG suddenly say, well, the biggest threat was the Kale, do they ban it away?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Again, though, they look like they were a bit Angel. Like, it was the Silas and the Twisted Fate that they banned last time. I think the Kale ban is probably worth it, just because it was like the only thing that you had a bit of an issue with. And Flandre didn't really look comfortable in the Jace, but maybe Flandre saying, hey, look, we'll leave open the Kale. We won't go back towards the Jace, or maybe I can play the lane matchup a little bit better. Or I'll have a different pick that I'll go in with the Kale.
We're already seeing the Jax ban there from Weibo Gaming, so starting to indicate the direction they could go. Notice we've got the Gwen, we've got the Jax. If we get the Kale here, it'll be a third top lane ban. So we are still targeting towards that top side, as you'd expect when you first Weibo Gaming. We've run the clock. EDG, hello. And you know what?
No ban.
Maybe they're playing with it. Maybe you do this to affect the mental, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
No.
assuming it's a mistake where they were talking about it like too much and didn't actually lock it in. I say the discussion was TF or Kale. Unfortunately, just a little bit late on it. Maybe now, Weibo gonna answer back as well and just go, you know what, we're not banning anything. Or
yeah,
or the real play is we actually just go back to the podcast where all they want us is to have pauses and EDG are gonna call a pause.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see. Because honestly, I was pretty close to thinking that Weibo Gaming were just gonna play the respect game. EDG saying we don't need the ban. We're getting into a game where Weibo Gaming, we don't need to respect them. We're top 4, and let's be real, EDG, everyone's saying still in that upper echelon. We'll have to see if it's true because Flandre's returning to the Vladimir up against the Shy, who was known, if you guys forgot, as the Game 5 Vladimir King. He would always pull this out when their backs were up against the wall and always did well on it. So going up against the Shy, Flandre's got something to prove as Angel pulls out the Anivia Dagda.
So just kind of taking a page out of Cap's book, eh? Bringing out the Anivia. I will say, pretty brave to do a blind because I don't think that's a Vladimir going in towards the mid lane. But yeah, I mean we'll have to see now because there's options here.
Okay.
So is that a Swain top?
Wait.
Okay.
It could be a Swain top, but Dagda, hear me out. It's the Shy. The Shy plays so much top. Is it an Anivia top? Or do you think I'm just being stupid?
I'd be very surprised at the Anivia top. Just because, you're so vulnerable in that extended lane, but we'll have to see is
Dagda.
Viper? Yeah,
it's the Shy.
Yeah.
So I know normally in a cast, now I'll give you guys a quick casting 101 super quick. Normally they say don't talk about flex and hovers, don't talk about things you don't know. I'm going to talk about something I don't know. It's the Shy. He plays Kalista top. He plays Lucian top. Even though Juan Fong probably going to be on the Draven, you know where I'm going with this, Dagda?
If it actually is, I mean, I'm pretty sure he plays it in solo queue, but I don't know if this is the time to whip it out. I'm just going to say.
Let's just wait and see.
Why is the Anivia not swapped? Why is the
just
Anivia
wait.
not
30
swapped?
seconds. Dagda, we got 10
Why is
seconds. I told you. The Shy Anivia top. Just wait. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh
1.
my
I
god.
told you.
Oh my god.
Never
What
doubt
is this
it.
game?
Dude.
What is going on?
I have been here since 2019. I may be 27, but in LPL years, I've molded to 50. And I have watched the Shy that much that honestly, if it was the Draven top, I wouldn't be surprised either. Anivia top, because the Shy is the strangest, most Giga Chad, also sometimes inting man I've seen in League of Legends. Honestly, one of a kind, bird top.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, so the reason I'm laughing is I just saw Flandre clapping his hands delightedly in the top side where he was like, this is going to be great. Now, I will also say, the last time we saw one of these funky control mages go up to the top side for the Shy was when he decided to pick Ghost Victor top, and it was not the best of times. He got absolutely destroyed. I think he was 0-6 in the first 15 minutes. So realistically, all that's going to happen here is that JJ is going to play up towards top side. Anivia, so the theory here, I'm assuming, is that as Anivia, you can push in the wave against Vladimir, and then Vladimir doesn't really get to do anything. You don't really get to push the wave as Anivia in a top lane, because then you die a lot. So, I don't really know. Unless, they're going to change it up again, as the Shy is actually going to go mid, and, Angel goes top as Swain, but it doesn't really look like it. So, here we are. I don't know.
Here we are.
This is...
Dagda, you know what? How about we start with EDG's comp? Take me there. Because we're a little bit more standard. Scout's gone Azir, in a meta that we don't see as much Azir. Where would you like to begin on their side?
Yeah, so EDG, I like. They got a ton of team fighting, right? Like, they're going to be super strong when they have the late game scaling coming in. And just the ability to, again, like, play at range. Like, Angel wants to be on top of you. Huanfeng, SOFM, everyone wants to be up close and personal. When you've got, like, disengage from Scout, from Mako, even from JJ's kick, it means you've got, like, a ton of opportunities to try and play with that. So I like, from EDG's perspective, I think it works out great. For Weibo, it seems to just be a case of, like, how much space can we actually control to, like, try and force fights, but yeah, we're gonna have to see what the story is here.
Yeah, we are indeed, because seeing the Shy up in this top lane with this pick, for folks at home, this is kind of the time you start spamming, you know, I was here, Dagda, like, it feels like a pretty unique moment, and kind of excited to see where it lands. He's taking Airy up into the top lane, phase rush here for Flandre, and you can see already the Shy trying to bridge that space, play with tethering a little bit here. Flandre currently has a push, and I think if we're talking about Anivia top, it's also worth mentioning where junglers are starting, because SOFM has just been seen. He literally crossed in front of Scout and is going straight towards Raptors to control top side.
Which I'm kind of surprised at, because, I mean, if JJ hadn't gone for it, hang on, could have been engaged
this time around. Huanfeng and On, again, do get the better trade on top of Mako, but we saw that in game number 1 as SOFM goes to the invade. And it looks like Big Chicken goes to him as well, turning back onto JJ. Level 3, but Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. Scouts here as well first, but Angel's now joined in. Level 2 for the mid laner, but the Never Move flashed away from Weibo Gaming, playing hyper aggressive, and they're getting away with it.
Yeah, Summoner Spell for Summoner Spell, where you did get the Ghost from Angel to get into position, but SOFM, got to see if he can try and get in it once more, but we'll actually just back away from this. I mean, with all the back and forth here that is happening on the top side of the map, it actually does buy a little bit of room for the Shy to try and get to, like, a portion of the game where he's not going to be as vulnerable, but I just don't see a world where this Anivia actually, like, gets the late game, because even if you look at, like, Terror Dives and stuff, if JJ just boots the Anivia out from underneath the tower, even if she has egg, she still just dies in egg form later on. So I'm really curious to see what the game plan is going to be here. Especially if you end up having like scout on roams and stuff. This just gets so difficult to try and keep yourself safe as the Shy.
But you know what this does do? It brings in more viewers to the LPL. And any co-streamers are going to be like, you know, we're going to make some content. They're thinking right now, their brains are lighting up like, dude, if I put a video on YouTube saying the Shy plays Anivia top ? And do like a brain explosion with my hands, I'm going to get thousands of viewers. So props to the Shy for helping our co-streamers make money and, you know, give more viewers to the LPL.
I did just open Twitch just to see who was on co-stream duty today. And it's just a little photo of us for the LPL stream with you with your hand over your head like face palming and me looking very confused down the lens of the camera, which I think sums up this game perfectly so far.
True. I mean, it just had to be said because again, you know, it's so odd. But look, moving into the game, I want to talk a little bit about what junglers are doing because it does feel like they're going to be pivotal here, Dagda. We saw SOFM go for the cheeky invade, set himself up with topside scuttle, bottom side scuttle achieved as well. And the Shy has complete safety. We can see as well that, you know, bottom side is quite well warded. They're trying to check JJ, and they've done a pretty good job with the Gromp ward, spotting him out too, and giving safe laning phases to Weibo Gaming so far.
Yeah, I think there was a graphic that just popped up there at the bottom of the table that just said the last time Anivia played was 2018 spring in the LPL, so definitely a while since we've seen this. But yeah, I agree, kind of looking at junglers. The big factor again is going to be a case of like if SOFM is able to control this jungle matchup in the same way that he did to a certain extent in the last game. I think the biggest issue is like Scout, as he starts to get a bit more items underneath his belt, will just be able to control this mid lane matchup far better.
True.
You can even see JJ here just making sure that Scout can push in and he's not going to run into SOFM, and just try and make sure that you're keeping control as much as possible for EDG in the lanes. And honestly, even if you just end up having the game go late, you're still in a decent spot for EDG, so there's not a ton of pressure on them. I just think I'd like to see them try and get some punishment for this Anivia in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, seeing what JJ can do in the laning phase is a good call out, Dagda. He's on his Lee Sin, and, you know, JJ can be really proactive here in the early game. He's up towards the top side right now, but the lane, I mean, what can you do with it? The Shy is now level 6 as well, so Glacial Storm activated. This is going to be a massive push coming through. Easy reset, mana's gone. Flandre being an absolute pest with his black blood, and the Shy just backs and will teleport to do it all over again.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's totally fine for Flandre, right? Like, yes, you will get push here for the Shy in the top side, but eventually you run out of mana. Flandre will do reasonably well to just kind of absorb a lot of that pressure. And because you're in the long lane, you have to be so careful about these runs. You have to be so careful about, like, the Lee Sin coming up towards the top side. But
yeah,
it looks like at the moment, EDG just going to start their regular story, which is, hey, we've got push bot, we've got push mid, let's start stacking these dragons.
Massive wave as well, so they're going to spend quite a while out here from Huanfeng and on, and we haven't seen much action, folks. I apologize, but remember, we've got Vladimir, Anivia, Azir, Swain. Like, we have some good scaling coming through Dagda, and it's not like we're going to get the busiest of lanes when everyone is just happy farming up and being content with getting to second, third dragon before we see anything crucial.
Yeah, the only way that this game could have been any slower was if we actually ended up with, like, a Corki for Angel instead, and we just went full, like, hey, this isn't going to interact. The only thing I will say is that Huanfeng and On definitely would like to interact more in this bot lane.
Good point.
I just don't know if they're really going to get a chance, because, again, like, you're caught out here as SOFM, like, all right, well, do I try and play down towards the Draven and get those stacks off, or am I now going to try and babysit the Shy in the top lane, because Lord knows he needs it at this stage.
Yeah, he definitely does. Doing okay in the CS department, though, worth mentioning. Actually, across the board, all the same. As Viper and Mako pushing for the 2v2 once again. We'll pay attention to the junglers again soon, folks, because 25 seconds until the Herald spawns. Top side well warded here by Weibo Gaming. And the wave slowly being quelled out in this mid lane. You can see SOFM moving up now, level 6. JJ only level 5, but he's got a top side jungle to clear, so that's my interest, Dagda, because honestly, LPL teams rarely go down to Rift Herald without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think from Weibo's perspective, that's probably where you want to try and set up a fight of some description, right? The Shy should have good push on top, although he is steadily running out of mana, so that may change by the time this Rift Herald fight actually kicks off.
We can only hope, can't we? Right now, positioning and get the clear of the top side. That's one thing I want to mention. Flandre getting hit hard. Look at him go. The wall's up once again. Flandre just getting whacked with some icicles, but it's a Vladimir. What else is going to happen here? JJ with the steal, but no. Kicks away after SOFM secures his own blue buff. Level advantage here. The scout helps him get out. Guys, we apologize for no blood, but honestly, just wait. We've got Herald starting up here, and looks like JJ is trying to bait it in.
Yeah, I think he realizes the Shy is completely out of mana. Angel actually has no blue buff in the mid lane now because SOFM has it, so you don't have the control in either lane that you need to go for this. So nice job, although Flandre.
Yeah, the Shy out of mana again. You know, classic early Anivia, and surprisingly, when we've seen Anivia in the past, Dagda, usually we get an early tier, but Lost Chapter has been the only thing he's picked up as Scout survives a bit of an engagement on in the mid lane in the meanwhile, and we'll have to see what the Shy does with this next back because he's already burnt the TP. He's got the wave pushed out. Goes for a Fiendish Codex. Has no interest in the tier coming through as a top lane Anivia.
Yeah, I'm really surprised because, like, you really need that as part of your build just because, you, as you said, like, you end up pushing so much. You don't really get enough mana regen from just the Lost Chapters. But either way now, again, EDG moving over towards the Swift Geld. They had the push on bot lane so they can move Viper up, but Viper does need to move back down, even running an extra TP for himself as well, so maybe they take the fight and then he TP's back down.
I mean, On's just walking in. There's a depth charge on Flandre, and I told you, folks, LPL fights over Herald, but Mako's dying quick as the Herald's secure, but EDG with no health bar. What a snipe coming through from Huanfeng, but Weibo gave me the health bar quite low as the blast goes taken. No! Angel goes over to send his jungler in, but it could be a good thing as a reset. Number one comes in, but it won't allow another. Meanwhile, the Shy dealing with Viper. This bird trying to go to an egg, but it's already happened. Viper secured it. He gets another double, and EDG somehow come out clean.
The Shy put up the wall that stopped the CC for Viper. Oh, no! I don't know if he would have survived, but that is hilarious. But all said and done, at least Huanfeng does get a good amount of pressure on the spot side and picking up a kill as well. As you said, a really nice snipe, but we'll see here, right? Like, it is 4 versus 5 from this position, so I'm kind of surprised to see Weibo go as heavily as they did into this play. Like, Mako getting sniped from the backside is super nice, but Flandre's getting a ton of healing off, a ton of damage. And even here, I think it was... I think that was actually Angel who might have hit that, or at least one of the Weibo guys who did it. And then after that, this comedy of error here. So On is like, I will save you, my hero. And I don't know if he would have survived, but watch the wall. Stop. I think he actually might have been able to kill him. If that hook and the autos had gone through, maybe you actually can because you get more CC after. But oh, that is heartbreaking.
And I can tell you as well, I believe it was SOFM who hit the blast cone immediately as Angel flashed over. So looks pretty rough there, Dagda.
Oh no.
It was a comedy fight, but let's start with the props. One Fong with the snipe from downtown was beautiful. The Shy wall even better, and it's a good start for Viper again. What happened in game one, Dagda? It was Viper who got a double and was set up for success.
Yeah, I will say though, at least you're getting a little bit of an even matching here from Fun, right? Because he got the kills, so did get some of the stacks. But I mean, everything is going the way of EDG apart from that, right? You end up with the second dragon here for EDG. You still have Rift out in the back pocket of JJ as well. So SOFM going to try and make a play to Flandre, but this is a Vladimir. Like, he has ult. He should be totally fine.
Yeah, him and Plague, and plus the pool was there as well, so War going to be on the wrong side. The Shy still without the tier, so low on mana. As Angel now might be getting dove himself, he pulls him back in, but Scout ults him back up against the turret. Sonic Wave connects, and Angel's kind of stuck in a wall. Is on, comes on through with a Hex Flash, but misses. Herald still gets the charge, and as Shelly gets ready to depart for the dead, EDG get close to knocking down the first turret of the game. They have a 1k goal lead, and Dagda, as they push in here, it'll be 2 with 2 dragons. EDG with firm control.
Yeah, and it looks like Weibo tried to make a play on the top side as well, because the Shy very low has to reset. So now that's given EDG the information that, hey, SOFM's on top side, let's just take over his bot side jungle and get some of that much needed golden experience back over to JJ, because remember, he was initially set behind, but he's absolutely delighted now as we just get that replay of that top lane dive.
Yeah, okay, so you said the Vladimir has Hebo Plague and Dagda. You couldn't be more on the money. And with how dangerous turrets are now, the Shy took one shot and almost died. So that's rough. Flandre burns nothing but the ulti, and, you know, nothing's happening with this bird in the top lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think we'll be seeing this much more again, to be honest. Like I can understand the thought process, right? Like, Anivia does do well against Vladimir, particularly if it's in the mid lane, right? Because you just get to push. Flandre gets stuck underneath the turret. You can start to take turret plates. You can do reasonably well there. The problem is when you're in an extended lane like this, you don't get to have that same sort of control. And you're also just a lot more vulnerable. So the Shy doesn't get to do it as often as he would like, where he gets to push in fully. But a bit of a duel down in the bot lane here, as Angel definitely coming out the worst for wear there.
Yeah, I was going to say, nothing much going to happen from there, but Scout's been playing this pretty nicely. He's about 20 CS ahead of his counterpart, and remember, it is Leandri's versus the Imperial Mandate, so support item coming through here from Angel. And speaking of support, he does have On by his side. Real Flash is available, but Scout has his own, has his escape. Shifting Sands is there, and Dagger, I'm not sure what they've expected, because EDG are bringing the cavalry down to smack him back.
Yeah, they already knew that Alm was there. Somehow that ward just there in the jungle corridor wasn't spotted by the pink that was in the brush, so they knew that Alm was there at all points in time. So trying to see if they could maybe bait him in to go a bit hard, but not going to be the case, as now EDG may need to back away.
Yeah, maybe, but Viper's here as well. JJ taking the Hex Gate, and I'm not sure what's going to happen now because Mako's the target. Dragons 2 minutes 10 away, but in the LPL, blood must continue to fall. We only have 6 kills, and so we're hoping to speed that one up as Scout keeps walking away at the turret, and Dagda, nothing else is happening from there. So I guess we have to wait till what? Next Dragon? Next Herald? Like, for these teams to kind of brawl again.
Next game, let's be realistic.
Well,
because, I mean, look, I have never got into a game where I was like, yeah, we've got like Anivia, Azir, Vladimir, Ezreal. This is going to be an action-packed one, but the Shy is going to find it.
Yeah, he's been kicked back, and honestly, the last time I saw a bird kicked, we called the RSPCA. The Shy running away, and he's had to burn his flash, but JJ is still hungry, and he wants to fry it up.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just giving control back again over to Flandre, so now he gets to push in, and even having the CS lead as well. I mean, you could see why Flandre was like giggling to himself in the top lane when he thought he was going up against the Shies and Nivea. Like, this has gone spectacularly. Like, you have no control over the top side, no control over your mid lane, as Scout is getting even further ahead, and yes, Wanfeng got one cash in, and it's probably sitting on a quiet amount of adoration stacks as well, but you just don't have the setup to actually enable a Draven in this case.
Well, look, at the very least, the Weibo Gaming going to try. It's a Kraken Slayer here on SOFM on his Viego, so every third hit going to be a charm. As Weibo Gaming have 4 members in River ready. Quanfong finally joined in as True Shot Barrage helps out with the leash. SOFM going to take second Herald. In EDG, you can see Scout actually resets, so he's not here. He might have to TP in as Mako is caught up, but going Golden buys some time as Teleport will bring in the 5th member. The Shy's wall has gotten bigger, and now they have to get around it. Flandre into the pool, and his black blood ready to ooze out. Weibo Gaming won't take the risk. Forward he goes, but Weibo Gaming have built the space. They would have re-engaged this, and I'm not sure how it's going to go when they're just taking so much poke from Viper.
I mean, where's your re-engage, right? Like, On is the only one, and he's already going so low.
And the stretch line goes on in. Jeje wants to finish it off, but it's a flash away from Mako once again. And so of them charging forward with his damage build as Flandre has to pull every time the Shy sends out the wall. Weibo Gaming have got what they came for, and it's a bit of damage on the mid lane turret, but they're going to give up 3rd Dragon Dagda for a simple charge.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? It's like, again, On is the sole engage tool, and he's been doing across this series like a really good job of finding them, but if you're not able to immediately just follow up on that engage, there's just nothing left in the tank. Dragon goes across, damage for Scout on this bot lane tier 2, maybe a little bit more actually, as the wall not able to get Scout into place.
Yeah, not quite, but look, the minion wave dies. That's the one good thing about Anivia is we see a bit of an engage here in the jungle. On's gone deep, and Scout is over the wall, the kick backwards. No one from Weibo Gaming was there. He got in. He's away, but for how long? Flandre's after him. On is playing the cheeky game of cat and mouse, and we all know how that one ends.
Yeah, On is officially off as Angel will get a top tier 1 for himself, but Scout got a decent amount of damage on the tier 2 in bot lane. You got push going in mid. Like, this is all, still going the way of EDG.
Well, at least On gives us some entertainment on the way. And Dagda, look, we came into this draft. We were open about the Anivia top. We said the Shy, what you been thinking about, you know? We've seen his Kalista top, we've seen his Lucian top. Remember in the past with Sanguine Blade was the item. And he's had some innovation before, but the Anivia not doing too much. As On was on Hexgate duty, and he decided he need to go for another.
Yeah, and look, the idea obviously was, hey, we can try and get on towards Scout on the bot side, like punish him in the quote-unquote overextension, but EDG were all sitting there waiting. Good kick from JJ means he's so overextended. I'm not gonna lie, so I don't know how he managed to get out of there, but realistically, that's what EDG wanted to do anyway. They're all gonna look for the resets regardless, so it doesn't really matter too much.
He flashed for that, Dagda. Like, he just wanted his Hex Flash, obviously. Not looking good, as you said. For Weibo Gaming, they're up against Soul Point as Viper gets hooked on in. He walked into that Viper, knocked up. Hang on a minute. The MVP from game number 1, that was just tragic.
Completely caught out there, and now you got Scout who's trying to run up.
He has
No,
flash.
Baron isn't up and available. There's no objectives up, but we'll have to try and defend this tier 1 in the middle.
He has Flash Dagda, and he had E. So, pretty rough there. At the very least, Viper going down gives another window for Weibo Gaming as they're looking for further engages. Scout sitting mid comfortably, though, pushing the wave. But look at the top side. Angel able to get this to the inner turret. That'll make EDG move a little bit. Maybe open things up for mid if Weibo Gaming could stick around. But I don't know. I'm being optimistic at this point. Apparently, as they're not feeling too confident to go any further.
Yeah, you still got Flandre's able to collect that top wave. You have the teleport available for Viper as well, so Weibo aren't really able to like too heavily push in onto any of the sides. And now Scout will just return to his own domain in the bot lane. So overall, it's like a nice pick, but it doesn't really amount to a huge amount here for Weibo.
It'd be annoying if you know, any of those creators that talked about Dagda or any people want to clip LPL clips, you know, because if Anivia doesn't win, you don't get content. Like, who's going to click on, you know, Anivia's top? That's true clickbait when it's actually, you know, waste of time. So
I mean, that's where your thumbnail artist just makes some money, right? They get you shocked face, hands on the side of the head, going, "Oh my God, Anivia top," and that's all you need. Really.
And then it turns into why Anivia top. You know what I mean? But hey, I'm optimistic, and at this point, the Shy. Level 12 Anivia, the Glacial Storm is going to clear waves almost instantly. We're getting a Void Staff as well, so there's going to be a lot of AP and a lot of burst.
See, a lot of people ask why Anivia, never how Anivia, but I've been asking how Anivia ended up in the top lane this entire game because I had no idea why this has been the call from Weibo. Like, there's no reason why this was a call. Like, you can even see, it hasn't even won out in the CS department. Like, it does nothing. Like, I'm so confused by this.
Well, Maybe we get more answers, Dagda, because I will say this team probably does Baron quick. You know, that's one thing at the very least, because we have an Anivia, and if the Shy just sits there, Baron is going to shred very, very quickly, especially with Leandru. So I'll be interested to see what Weibo Gaming do, because they're hovering around Baron for now, but Dagda, we got a minute till Baron. Excuse me, Dragon.
Yeah.
Little Baron. Baron's son.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, it's all well and good that you're kind of like investing all this vision on the top side of the map if the next fight wasn't going to be in the bottom side of the map. It just feels like Weibo are kind of gone, well, you know, screw that. We're just going to see if maybe we can bait the Baron and maybe we can like very quickly take us. But
yeah,
realistically, I just don't see a window where you're able to take us before EDG are able to contest. And now Weibo trying to get on towards Scout.
Well, on to get over the wall, but Angel should be enough here. Wants to never move, and Scout pops down the turret. But meanwhile, the other side of the fight, look at the damage from the Shy. He's got the Void Staff now. So Jeje goes down to half HP. I'm seeing the light of day a little bit here, Dagda, as EDG have their jungler low, but he's healing up with acid from Ocean coming through. SWFM poked down too, though. Viper doing similar damage. Dredgeline starts up the fight, but On flashes out immediately. Regrets his decision and almost dies. Hemoplague just about kills him. Not sure what Weibo Gaming thought would happen.
Yeah, especially when you're just all grouped up in that tight corridor. It's so easy for Mako to land that Glacial Fissure. So that's the Dragon. On as the reset, they push mid, and there's pings on Baron. Like, EDG just get to sweep out all that vision, even if they don't get the Baron. That Weibo had set up like a minute before the Dragon had happened. So Weibo just unfortunately not being able to play the map around properly, and EDG are running them up.
I guess On was really just hoping he'd get the right hook, you know? Like, Mako, alright, well, I'm not, you know. I'm going to throw 50 to 1, or 5 to 1 in this case. 4 to 1, 4 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1. Doesn't matter. He got the wrong person. It's now on Baron, you're right. He's going to be scouted out, but On actually goes bravely over the wall. Mako's here, but look, the rest of EDG are coming through. He'll escape for now. Weibo Gaming somehow brute forced themselves onto the Baron. They started off, but EDG is still here for now.
Yeah, the Scout is on bot side, but does have the TP to get in there if he wants to. I mean, Weibo have just been pushed off. They are like, hey, maybe EDG are on reset. Maybe we can try and do something. I think they just realized this game has gotten so far out of control, and with the composition they have, they don't really have the tools to, like, find quick picks to get back into this.
Yeah, and so we're sitting here left, you know, contemplating an 8-kill game that EDG have just slowly been carrying themselves into a comfortable position with an Azir, with a Vladimir and Ezreal. Like, look at this team and how they're going to play fight Dagda. And they're going up against Weibo, probably laughing about this one so far. I mean, look at Viper's damage. In front of the Baron, they'll continue to stand here for the rest of the game until Weibo Gaming have no choice but to run into their death grip.
And that's the thing, right? You lose top tier 1 now for Weibo. You've got Scout who's on the tier 2 about to kill him bot lane.
Yep.
Like, and EDG, they don't have to move from here, right? They already know they've got control. They just let the waves push in, and they're just getting the gold and everything that they need and experience they need on these late game carries.
I mean, On can't find it engaged. Mako always in front of Jeje, always in front of Viper. Looks near impossible as even Flandre has his pull to escape. They back away. Some vision cleared. EDG have broken down the bottom lane. They've cleared away the wards again. It's just, it's looking like we snooze until Weibo Gaming decide to put the alarm clock on.
I mean, I think they needed to wake up a little while ago. Like, there's nothing here Weibo can, honestly, I feel like really do, right? You got like TP for Scout. He's totally fine to keep pushing. Viper's just continuously getting control over mid. And even if you try to like burst down Baron, you're only just setting up for like massive AoE damage that EDG have.
We'll engage here when they're spotted out scouting that ward. Could be the opening here for Weibo Gaming. Finally something happening as a Heartbreak used. Depth charge from On, fantastic. The Whirling Death sends Flandre and Jeje all the way back to the but as TP comes through, Scout now joins the fray and On is bursted down immediately. The Shy's zoning off, but that Glacial Storm won't be walked through. True Shot Barrage once again into the backside. It hits one Fong, who's kind of left isolated. He takes the Hexcape at the Shy, now having to flash away as Mako stands there threatening him. Weibo Gaming are torn apart from each other. Scout is solo carrying while Viper takes down turrets. As he goes golden, they're laughing again at Weibo. Scout here zoning away. You're not going home. SOFM is going to be the next target for Mead as Angel wants to recover the play, but in this game that has just been so silly, Weibo Gaming a lambs to the slaughter, and this Anivia has done absolutely nothing.
I mean, 0-2 on the Anivia, looking like a 0-2 on the series for Weibo. The Baron will be there for EDG. It has just been fight after fight going the way of Edward Gaming. 5-1 now for Viper on this Ezreal. He is fully carrying this game.
Well, I'm so glad we got a bit of spice from Weibo today, but Dagda, this one in the basket, maybe too hard basket for Weibo. It's 7k gold lead. Let's watch again because I guess EDG want to put people to sleep a little bit earlier tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually like a nice pull there from Angel, and maybe if Wanfeng had had a second, he might have been able to get the knock up and the kill Scout, but I mean here, I think this is where it's all gone disastrously. SOFM giving the cheeky thumbs up as well as he like runs for the hills and barely manages to escape is definitely a vibe, but I will say EDG like absolutely decimating this entire fight. Like they don't even lose, they only lose JJ out of the entire equation. And that was a start from Weibo that nearly looked like they might have been able to get a pick.
Well, now with EDG crushing on in the base, that Baron is going to pick up these turrets left and right. Never moved from Angel. He's been trying. He's got his 2 items and Spectre's Cow sitting in the inventory as well. But just look across the board of Weibo Gaming in comparison to EDG. 4 items here on Viper. 3 in the mid lane there for Scout with a Rylai's of his own. And Weibo, they're going to make their last stand here, but against Mako, it's so hard for On. He gets tagged with the Sonic Wave, and Jeje once again forcing a flash. Flandre's all in with his Tides of Blood at the ready, and that Sanguine pool is so easy to maneuver. Weibo Gaming, their health bars blinking, and EDG are making this look easy.
I mean, it really is, right? Like, you don't really have the wave clear at the moment because of Anivia being forced back. Like, yeah, now you can.
They got him. Glacier Storm's going to come down as well. Anivia great with wave clear, great at defending. But EDG using their poke wells on, gets a 2-man depth charge. Their last stand in this series, Weibo Gaming fighting hard, but Wanfeng can't deal with Viper, who tags him up so heavily, burning down. True shot barrage from downtown was so close, but Viper's done enough work. 5-1 here again on the Ezreal. The Shy trying to avoid all the skill shots, but Weibo have no say in this one. The world champions of 2021 will stay undefeated, Dagda, as SOFM gets hit for pound. EDG make it look so easier against this bird in the top lane, but it's EDG who are still soaring in the LPL.
That's the 2-0 start for EDG with the 2-0 victory over Weibo Gaming, and Flandre, as you can still see, very happy with the way that one went at the top of the table. Like, by God, I don't know, Weibo. They tried something a little bit funky, and it definitely didn't work.
Yeah, the fact that Flandre's just like having the greatest time. He's having the biggest laugh because of probably what he's been through. But, you know, mood's good there for EDG. A good series overall. Couple of mistakes here and there, but let's be real. You know, Jeje in game number 1. Game number 2 was Viper getting caught out once. But apart from that, EDG pretty clean otherwise. So they made it look clinical, and they made it look pretty easy. Let's be real in the second time. I don't know, Dagda. I don't know what to say about that one because we got an Anivia top, and we didn't go, yeah, Anivia top, man. This looks like it's interesting. Outside of the fact that it was
we've seen this before. Like, I want to see. Actually, I'm gonna go see. I can't remember what team it was against, but basically, like, we saw this like Victor. I think it was against. I can't remember what it was against, but basically, it was like some hard engaged champion, and you just looked at this Victor top with Ghost, and I was like, how do you ever expect to do well over this, the Shy? And this just goes down in the exact same boat as that, where I'm just like, this is just such a terrible, terrible idea. Like, I can understand in a isolated 1v1, yeah, maybe you can do all right, but that would be mid lane, not so much in the top lane, where it's just a longer lane. It's harder to get the same pressure. Like, it just didn't work out at all. And you can see, like, even when it got to team fights, it didn't really have the control it wanted, right? Like, in theory, I think it's supposed to follow up an On's engage, but you had so many different ways for EDG to scatter that you're not hitting multiple people with the damage or the CC.
I mean, yeah, and look, I keep bringing us back to this, but, the Nivea top, big conversation starter, of course it was, because Weibo Gaming pulled this out of the hat when the Shy has just been cow all the time. Outside of that, let's be real, nothing again happened to the bottom lane. Huanfeng and On tried for the 2v2 at level 1, and then from there was nothing else. The Draven not prioritized, SOFM really not that proactive. They try to dive in the top side against a Vladimir with 3/4 of his health and W available and ult Dagda. So it's like, what is happening with SOFM? I'm just not sure.
Yeah, I have no idea. It seems again like prioritized himself rather than the greater good of the team, and it ends up coming back to bite them a lot. And I do feel sad for Huanfeng and On, because again, I think this bot lane has been absolutely incredible. And I think On in particular has really shown that he has put the time in to improve over the course of last year and over the course of the time off during the split. Like, he looks exceptional on these engaged champions, but I mean, there's only so much you can do when the team just isn't able to follow up or isn't, making the correct play after you've had these great engages.
I mean, yeah, it's look, a lot of questions that need to be answered. Now for Weibo, 1-1 apiece. They're going to be going home a little bit empty-handed. They won against IG, but remember that IG earlier today played really well against FPX. So there's a lot of curiosity, I would say, as they go up against WE towards the later half of the week, Dagda. Like, is this team, still struggling from what we saw in spring? Is it getting worse? I think there's a lot of negativity in the air right now about Weibo Gaming, so I'll leave that there. Let's quickly talk about EDG, because up next, they've got JDG. They've got IG, who we're excited about, but BLG. Like, they've got some top teams that they have to get through. And EDG, especially against JDG, who, could be a top 4, top 5. They've got another good match this early on in the schedule.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see it. Especially, like, even... I mean, it looks like EDG kind of, like, taking down some of their old ghosts as well. Like, when you look at the spring playoffs, it was Weibo that beat EDG to knock them out of the tournament. Now EDG kind of get their own back. And it feels like JDG as well, we're kind of almost in the spot that we expected EDG to be in, like coming into playoffs, where they finished in that top 4, having a good spot. So it feels like kind of trying to take that away from JDG is going to be a great spot for EDG to do.
That's right. And again, like for JDG, because of how they look towards the end of the split, like that's a matchup I'm really excited for. I will say, looking overall in this one, Dagda, Viper, 2 consistent games, and I'll bring it back in line with a potential second MVP. Viper and Mako in the laning phase are just so exceptional, but, Viper is still the top 2, if not the best AD carry domestically in the LPL. I think that's so easy to say when you see performances like this and performances like Game 1.
Yeah, and look, I genuinely believe Viper is the best AD carry in the world right now. Even when EDG were, like, struggling last split, the guy was still an absolute monster. And it's very hard to argue with it. Even like having the discussions at like international events, people are still like, man, we wish Viper was here, because he is considered the best in the world. So having I'd be surprised if it wasn't a double MVP performance here. 41.5% of the team's damage again here for Viper. Like, he has just been so damn good when he's able to be unleashed on the map.
Shout out to Jeja on the Lee Sin as well. Like a clean performance when we were kind of questioning how he would go. And just quickly talking about Viper, because when he's got almost 200% damage gold again and his damage percentage is 41%, it does feel like those numbers are going to sell it for him. A lot of people will be like, oh, but Gala just won MSI. And it's like, I feel like Gala is a result of Ming, to be honest. I think Ming is just performing so exceptionally. And I think, domestically, we have a lot of great AD carries, right? Like, once upon a time, Huanfeng, as you said, would be in the upper echelon. Viper has stayed in the upper echelon since coming to the LPL. We have other AD carries here, like, who else am I missing, Dagda? I need to, Hope's getting up there.
Hope is there.
Why am I struggling? Elk, right? Elk, Hope.
I'm not going to lie, our AD carry pool isn't the greatest. Photic is looking pretty good as well. Doggo. That's who we're waiting. Doggo. I knew there was someone. Yeah.
Jackie Love.
Doggo's a beast.
Yeah. I feel like, look, okay, it's not our best pool. Mid is definitely our strongest by far. Like when we have people like Angel performing, Do and B as well. Yagao has been pretty solid here and there. Scout we just saw. Who else have we got?
Rookie, Knight,
Xiaohu,
Doomby.
Yeah. Xie is still here. Like, it's massive. Anyway, off topic, but point is, we think Viper's going to get MVP again. I think we'd all be surprised if he doesn't. So, kind of excited to see EDG in this form and JJ kind of shaping up well. And let's be honest, you and I doubted Flandre a lot coming into today, or at least before the split started, right? Flandre has been pretty solid. Both series now, I think Flandre's performed well.
Yeah, and I think the EDG as a whole starting to look a little bit better, right? There was one or two missteps, don't get me wrong, but certainly from a calculated and controlled perspective, like they were going, hey, we've set up our waves in mid and bot correctly to go for dragons, uncontested from Weibo. And we're looking to go and look at Rift Herald plays where, again, we're kind of setting up our waves correctly to go and contest that where Weibo can't. Like, it feels like EDG are kind of going back to their winning ways when it comes to these neutral objective skirmishes. And that was kind of the big thing that was lacking from them in 2022 spring, where they just weren't able to find the success around those early fights. So with Flandre coming back into things, JJ starting to look better as well.
Sure.
Like now you can start to see the EDG of old.
And you know, shout out to Mako as well, who, like, I think last split was one of the solid players too, and I think him with Viper was what made such a strong 2v2. And in this 2-0, Mako played clean, double bomb game once again. The bottom lane rinsed and repeat in game 1 and game 2. And that's what gets me excited the most. By the way, we forgot LWX as an AD carry, but I apologize.
True.
EDG going up next against JDG when Hope and Missing have been playing really well, and Missing's kind of getting back towards middle of the pack when I think he was a pretty rough support last year. You know, last split was a bit better for him, so kind of excited to see how that 2v2 goes. I'm looking across the board as well. I think Kanavi versus Jeje, 369 versus Flandre. Funnily enough, we might actually continue our little story about top jungle because of how next matchup looks.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's like, I feel like we're kind of getting like testers a little bit for EDG, right? Where you're going, okay, well, how does Kanavi versus JJ look, right? Because I feel like Kanavi can be very overwhelming, like we saw today, right? SFM, at least in the start of game 1, very much able to kind of dictate the pace against JJ. Same when you look at game number 2, where he did struggle in the early stages with SFM having some support coming through from his mid lane to try and shut down JJ to a certain extent. So when you kind of have that on overload against someone like Kanavi, I feel like that's going to be the big test for EDG as to whether they can deal with it. And again, as well, when you're looking towards like big carries, if we're really checking to see how Flandre is dealing with some of the best top laners that we have in the LPL, well, then you're looking at like 369. He just beat the Shy today. Like, it kind of feels like we're getting to actually test these two top end junglers to see how they are going to face up.
And so early in the split as well, right, when, you know, they're going up against other top tier opponents, it's nice to see, you know, that testing coming through, because we'll have patch changes, we'll have meta changes. Like, there's a lot that will change here. And folks, I know you're waiting for the interview, but first of all, it's Viper who's MVP. This happens to be something we predicted. Dag, don't know how we did it.
Yeah.
But we did predict it. Now, again, I'm not sure if we're doing interviews. I need to double check there. But first things first, Viper. Well done. Ready for the 40% damage? Because I sure as hell am.
Yeah, Viper popped the hell off. Like, absolutely insane. I mean, at least this time, his goal difference at the end was positive. It wasn't -10 like we had in the last game versus One Fun, but you still see like nearly 200% damage to gold. He was absolutely insane. And again, like, especially on something like the Ezreal, we're going to show this again. Oh no. Sorry. I can't believe we showed it again. But I mean, look, Viper, excellent in team fights. Always knowing kind of how far forward he can go, which is exactly what you want to see from AD carries, because I think that's the big difference maker between Viper and, say, someone like Gala. Is like, Gala will have a great game when RNG is having a great game. Viper will have a great game no matter what the rest of EDG are doing. And I think that's why Viper is just such a standout player, is that he makes these plays happen where he's just an absolutely incredible talent.
Yeah, a bit of a mechanical god, I'll say. Like, you know, Viper is a much cleaner Jackie Love. That's definitely what it feels like, because honestly, you know, Jackie Love losing that spark here and there, and Viper still getting better and better. That's why we talk about him being the best AD carry, maybe not even just in the league, but in the world. But folks, I apologize, we do not have an interview today. We'll bring up what the standings were from today, or rather, results from today. Dagda, look, it was a 4-0. It was very quick today. And honestly, the first series, like, went, I think, the opposite way to what I was expecting.
Yeah, I honestly thought that we'd get a little bit more aggression from FPX in the early game, but you can see that if you're not going to be able to do that, IG able to come back in playing a very similar style to what we kind of expected from them in spring. So happy to see IG kind of get back on the horse and looking strong once more. And then as we saw there, EDG able to pretty quickly and methodically dismantle Weibo into another 2-0.
Yeah, again, Weibo had opportunities within that series, but just wasn't to be, so we get a mix and range of scores. So tomorrow is what you need to know about. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, is it going to be good? Well, just you wait and see. We finally get to see WE and LGD, and Top Esports get to pull themselves up off of the loss from JDG that we saw on the Saturday. Dagger, honestly, like WE and LGD, I'm not sure what to think this split, especially for WE when they had such a rough split in spring.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the plan is going to be, and even bringing in like the new support. Like it was, well, it's Heal, but he was Fate, was Reheal, was IG's old support, kind of trained underneath IG for a while, and then started having a little bit of a run on IG, but we never really got to see a huge amount from him. So sure. I know there was a little bit of excitement about him when he initially started in the LPL. So we'll have to see if he's going to be able to live up to that, especially on WE with and see how he links up with Beishang, if they're going to be able to have that same success.
Beishang was a top 3 jungler once upon a time. I have a lot of faith in WE, but I also am very skeptical, so I don't know where I stand on that one. But hey, that's tomorrow. Dag, a big thank you for joining me for your first cast back at the LPL. It's a pleasure to be with you. And to everyone out there for tuning in for what was kind of crazy, antic couple of series that we had today. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow to continue week 2.